Here we go. Hey, what's going on, guys? How is everybody today? Thank you so much for joining me today. It's great to be here with you guys again. Happy Tuesday, July 18th, 2023. Here we are again. Again, guys, it's that time again. Open panel, open discussion. I want to hear your thoughts, your theories, your opinions. It's all about you today, guys. There is some new footage and some documents that we're going to be looking at and discussing it. And that's all what you think. Let's do this. What's up, everybody? Hey. Welcome back, guys. Good to be here. Good to have you here again. Hope everybody's having a great day today. It's Tuesday. We're a quarter of the way through this week. Hope everybody's not working too hard out there and you're all doing well. Thank you all. For those of you that joined me last night, I appreciate you so very much. For the first episode of the Mob Rule series we're running now. Like I said, it gets better and bigger as we go along, folks. So thank you for being there last night. I appreciate you so very much. For those of you that were asking, I did see, yes, Rory's fine. Everything's fine. They just had an issue that they had to deal with. And so it's all good. It is all good, guys. I talked to him this morning. Everything's fine. You are fine. They are fine. We are fine. Hey. So yeah, everything's good over there, guys. There was just some issue going on, technical issues that they had. So he had to shut it down, so on and so forth. So everything's good. No worries. Again, today, guys, it's that day again, that time again. And we are having the open panel discussion, and it's all about you all. What's up? What's up, everybody? Want to hear your thoughts, theories, opinions on everything. We got some new footage to discuss as well, the documents, all of that fun stuff, guys. And it's all here and only here with me and you today. I will be joined today by our brother Mikey. He's going to be jumping up here with us today, folks, and co-hosting with me today. So it should be something new and interesting, to say the very least. So you guys get to meet on the mic. Come on out, bro. Anytime you're ready, the link is in chat. Let's see who we have here while we are doing that. It looks like Miss Heather's in the house. Good to have you here, Heather. Karma Police, welcome back. Y'all better behave today. That's all I'm saying. Noni McPoppins, welcome back. And Doc is in the house. Doc Terry, good to see you. Melissa French, welcome back. Good to have you here. Mags G, good to see you. Tracy, good to have you here. Good golly, Miss Molly's in the house. Come on down, everybody. Good to see you, Molly. Thank you for being here. Willie, good to see you, brother. Good to have you here. Danger Zone, good to see you. Good to have you here. Tracy, welcome back. Good to see you. SRB, always happy to see you. Welcome back. Canadian True Crime Buff in the house. Good to see you. Kimmy Q, good to have you here. Thank you for joining us. Yeah, Max G. That's what I was told. All right. Boom. What's up, Mikey?
How you doing?
I am doing. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, there you go. Good stuff. Let me finish this up here. Welcome, my brother. Good to have you up here. Where are we at here? Find out where I left off. The OG, Miss Brady B's in the house. Good to see you, Brady. Thanks for joining us today. Good to have you here. Of course, on the mic is in the house. Red Riding Hood, great to see you. Anoni McPoppins once again. Evil CJ, good to have you here. Good to see you. Danger Zone, good to see you, bro. Let's see. Tree Baby Tennessee, welcome back. Good to have you. Commercial Zone. Angela, Double Doll's in the house. Good to have you back. Good to see you. Jump up here for a minute there. Hang out there for a minute, Willie. I'll be right back with you, brother. Zelda, welcome back. Good to see you. Let me see here. What else do we have here today? Susan Gardner, good to see you. Thanks for joining us. Good to have you here. T2014, welcome back. Great to see you. Adelax, good to have you. Good to see you. Lady Speedwell, welcome back. Always happy to see you. KC, it's been a minute. Good to see you. Thanks for joining us today. Great to have you. Cammy Q, welcome back again. I think I said that once already. If I did, my apologies. Sorceress, great to see you. Great to have you here. Let's see. Groot's in the house. And, of course, Willie. Willie just jumped up here with us. Thank you all for joining us. Miss Kaleido, good to see you. Welcome back. Matt Amlo, good to see you. Leslie Ann, welcome back. Good to have you here. Let's see. Red Riding Hood, thank you so much for joining us today. Tina B, welcome back. Great to see you. Evie Marie, welcome back. Good to see you. Hashcats, my friend, good to see you. Rhea Baldick, good to have you. Welcome back. Miss Kim Marin, always happy to see you. July Nights, good to have you here. Thanks for joining us. Avery Shannon, DIY Mom, good to see you. Thanks for joining us. Sorry about being muted earlier, guys. Sarah the Irish, good to see you. Let me see. Singing aloud. Frank Mancini, welcome. Good to see you. Thanks for joining us. Lappin' Stock, welcome back. Good to have you here. Oh my goodness. Did I get everybody? Almost there. Did I get that? Boom. Tracy, good to see you. All right, hold on a minute, guys. Let me check the bottom of the list. Mystic Virgo, welcome back. What is up to all you amazing meatballs in the house, in the sauce, floating around with me and Mikey today? And our first special guest, Mr. Willie's in the house, guys. Good to see everybody here. Tammy Hammond, Raul Kurbitz, good to have you. Let me see. Miss Sherry's in the house. Wisdom Speaks, great to see you. Miss Kim, good to see you. Thanks for joining us. Brian Hoffman, my brother, good to have you back. Always happy to see you. I hope you're doing well today. Kells, welcome back. Original Badass is in the house. Good to see you. I think I covered it. And again, guys, if I didn't get your name, I am so very sorry. I didn't do it on purpose. I will catch up with you. Katrina Miller, welcome. Vix Logic, great to see you. Melissa French, Miss Italy D. I think I got everything now. 1 second here. All right. Now, as I was saying, once again, welcome, Mikey. Good to have you, brother. Always happy to see you.
Appreciate you. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely, my friend. Always good to have you here. Golf Inspector, good to see you. Michelle Mack, welcome back. And I'm trying to get there. And my friend Willie, how are you, brother?
What's up, brother? How are you?
I am wonderful. What's going on with you today, my friend?
Sorry I had to leave your stream early last night. I had to go defend myself.
No.
I don't know if you got that picture I sent you.
I did.
Okay. Yeah, so sorry about that.
It's all good, brother. I know. We talked. Gavin, welcome. Good to see you. Jules is in the house. Good to have you here. Is Willie finally going to tell us whose ass we need to kick? That's Jules for you. There you go. She's on it, bro. She's on it. We definitely got your back, brother. No worries about that.
Appreciate that, man.
Absolutely. So everybody, Lisa and cannoli. Gotta know. I gotta talk about that one. You know I love my cannolis. Hey, Lance Chrisfield, good to see you. Jules, anytime you're welcome to jump up here, dear. Of course, everybody's asking for you as always. She's usually working, folks, but if you're not busy, Jules, here, let me do this real quick. Miss Paula Litson, Gemini 65. Great to see you guys. Thanks for joining us today. Let me pop this up here real quick. Party of 5. Welcome. Good to see you. And I'm going to pin that there. I'm not going to bring anybody else up right now as of yet. Okay, Jules will be up here in a few, folks. Willow, good to see you. Thanks for joining us. I'm making sure I'm not missing nobody.
Oh, I could have hopped up later. I thought.
No. You're fine, dude. You're absolutely fine. Yeah. I'm going to be bringing everybody up. It's open panel discussion today, but I kind of want you to be up here first so that we can go through everything, whatever we're going to do, and do our thing. That's all.
That's okay. So,
anyway, how are everything all right with you today?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Like I said, that after I had to go, over there and talk about it, then everybody was like, "Oh, all right." But everybody was kind of late because I went over this 5-6 days ago, where I was streaming. So I just kind of had to catch everybody up. Gotcha.
Good deal. Good stuff. Everything else is good then on your end. You're happy.
I filed the report. Obviously they just took the information down, sent them a screenshot, and they said that they were going to do whatever they had to do. So
yeah, good stuff. That's the way to do it, bro. You got
good advice, man. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, that's the best thing to do first and foremost, and that's it right there, bro. Welcome, Phantasmic Ether. Good to see you. Phantasmagoria. Always love it. Every time I see you, I gotta explain that, you guys, real quick here. I gotta explain it because everybody thinks I'm insane when I do this. So you guys know I'm a metalhead. Always have been. As a kid, there was a band around back in the day, Heavy Metal Rehab. What's up? The band was called Annihilator. They had a song out. It was called Phantasmagoria. And there was some of the, the movies, the Phantasm movies, all that kind of stuff. They kind of all linked up together at some point. So every time I see this name, that's the first thing I think of is that song. Just like Willow said, Phantasmagoria. So, and I guess Ether loves that now. So I'll be doing it every time I see you. So that's what that's all about, folks. No worries. I'm not crazy, I promise. Randy Fur, good to see you, bro. Thank you for joining us. That's right. That's a good point there, Miss Brandy. Brandy says, "We got your back, Willie. You got a posse now."
Appreciate that.
This is this channel is a safe place to begin with. It was made and designed for that, for people to be able to come in here, feel comfortable, and be able to express themselves in any way, shape, or form without being judged, ridiculed, harassed, or any of that. So
and that's why, like I said, after our conversation yesterday, I'm not going anywhere for a very, very long time.
Well,
that's because I appreciate what you did, man. For real, you didn't have to care like you did. So,
well, that's who I am, bro. And there's no reason for anybody to have to go through that either. Absolutely, my friend. Absolutely. So, what is on the? Thank you, Heather. I appreciate that. Again, guys, every time got to throw this out there. This channel is 100% crowdfunded. anybody that would like to donate to support the channel that keeps me coming out here to you guys every single solitary day. You do not have to do that, but if you should choose to do that, there are the links for PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App. Should you want to do that, that pays the bills, internet, StreamYards, all that fun stuff. So either way, there they are, and thank you, Heather, for that. So what is? I'm sure you probably don't want to. What would you like to talk about first, Willie? What's going on?
What do I want to talk about? I mean, listen, at this point, I respect you for, not like making a whole live about it, and I had to come up here and be like, oh, yeah. So, I mean,
Right.
Because of that reason, I mean, I'm open to any kind of questions that I can somewhat remember of,
Okay.
up until I graduated. But like I said, everybody, I went live about this. I've said it on multiple times when I was, co-hosting a couple days ago, but I guess nobody caught it. And I've said it a couple times in a bunch of different streams. But yeah, I graduated in 2011. So Bryan was 2 years before me. We weren't really friends, but I knew of him. I know the people that were friends with him, but I was never actually like his friend. I just knew of him, saw him around. His mom was kind of like the hall person in the school. And like I said, I explained all this, 5-6 months ago when I called in the T-Rev, but
Right.
people took that and, they were like, oh, you're his friend. And then they had a million questions and I had to leave for a while because it was annoying.
And that, just so that everybody understands, Willie is somebody that knows of Bryan, went to the same school with them, a couple years behind. He does know people that Bryan knows. And I didn't want to pressure him into anything with this. But I want you guys to understand, and he said he's willing to answer certain questions. But if he I want everybody to understand, just like we did with Kim and anybody else, if he's not comfortable with something, it is what it is. That's his space and his right, and that's what we do in here. We
like I said, unfortunately, I wasn't his friend, so I can't answer the personal questions about him. But I can give you somewhat of a. I mean, if nobody has seen when I called in to T-Rev, then I can still give some clarity on a few things that I see that people are still saying.
Yeah, I know. And guess what I'm going to do then is I'm going to try to just go easy and slow with this. And we do appreciate you, bro. I just want you to understand that you didn't have to do this.
I didn't want to be because again, somebody made a live last night and I just went right up on panel. I'm like, yeah, it's me. And then they were like, and then we just had a regular conversation. The only reason I left is because when people come in that are involved, that know somebody or this, and they have information, the community seems to just bombard them. And then those people don't want to talk, like Darren didn't want to talk anymore until, we were texting and I got uncomfortable to come up and at least do an interview, so again, it's, if everybody just relaxes, understands everybody's human beings, thousands of people knew Bryan, you know what I mean? So it's not like I'm some special being.
That's right. That's right. And here, and I talked with Willie yesterday, you guys. And the point that I made to him is that all we have seen from the moment that we met Bryan Kohberger was negative. That's it. He did this. He could have done that. He should do this. He's this person. He's that person. He looks like this. He looked at me funny. He made me feel uncomfortable because my shoes were untied. Anything negative that comes out of anybody's mouth about this guy, it's all it is. And it's propaganda, folks. It's propaganda. It's in my opinion, it's jury chanting. Okay. And we have not seen anything. And that's why I had this conversation with Willie about this. We have not seen any concrete evidence to prove that this kid did this. Okay. And all anybody has ever thought since we've met him is he's guilty, because what else do we have? Nothing. So this guy knows who he is. He knows the area he came from. He knows people that know him. It's real stuff. It's not propaganda from media, folks. The news is a joke. We all know that. Mainstream media is a joke. They're scripted actors. They do what they're told. They read from a teleprompter. It's garbage. So, and that's what we've gotten is garbage. So we have a chance to possibly know who the real Bryan Kohberger is in some senses, if not this gentleman, from other people. Okay. And that's what I want to do. I want to show you, and what I think we all need to do is show who the real person is. If he's guilty, he's guilty, but we still should know who he really is. And if he's not guilty, even more better. Okay. So somebody did ask.
Because we talked for a while yesterday, and like I explained to you, I wasn't his close friend. So
right.
I don't want to sound harsh, but I don't give a shit if he did it or not. And that's 100%, fact.
Right.
I'm just trying to figure this out just like everybody else. But again,
Mhm.
before the PCA came out, I mean, you had me on live right now saying, yeah, fry his ass. Like I was saying, like, yeah, if he did it,
Exactly.
fry him, all this kind of stuff. And then the PCA came out and I changed my tone and now everybody's like, rah. But
Oh yeah, yeah. And
everybody's still kind of up in the air about it. So what's the difference if I have an opinion about it,
well, and that's the thing. And we were all the same way. When I was guilty of it too. And this channel is based on innocent until proven guilty. Show us the proof. Show us the proof. Facts and truth. That's it. So, we all were guilty. A lot of people in here are like, oh my God, they got the guy. Here he is. It's Bryan Kohberger. It's the white car. It's this. It's that. Okay. And then we all kind of looked into it a little bit more and used a little critical thinking. And, wait a minute. This ain't right. That ain't right. That's wrong. What the hell's going on? And that's what we're doing now. The
And I'm not
PCA.
gonna lie, like a lot of his friends, I'm not gonna lie, like a lot of the people that actually knew him when this happened, even still now, they don't want to switch their opinion on it, even though the facts are in front of them. I just,
Sure.
again, dude, I just don't give a fuck. Like I just, I'm a straight shooter. I got nothing to hide.
I get it. Welcome, Bonnie Messick. It's okay. Gaya Deguchi, good to see you. I just saw somebody. Bernice, welcome. Canadian Cat Lady, good to have you. Jesse Santiago's in the house. Good to have you. Okay, so David Clayton, good to see you, brother. Somebody had asked me, Willie, like if you knew what type of a person he was in school, baby.
Yeah. So I'll reiterate what just a little bit that I know, just. And I'm not just going to go on a rant, but so from when everybody was saying that like he lost a lot of weight due to drugs and stuff. And again, the only reason I called in the T-Rev is because that was the first place where I went that was non-media. And I just saw everybody in the comments saying the stuff you were just saying, like incel, never touched a girl, never saw a girl. And I'm like, what the hell, bud? So I called in to kind of, tell what I remembered. And from grade school to like high school, he made like a drastic change, kind of did like a complete 180. And I saw him hanging out with a bunch, of different people. Again, he wasn't kind of in my clique, but I kind of knew everybody from every clique that, Skylar, like I told you, Skylar Jacobson, Rich Pasqua, Casey Arnst. Casey Arnst was actually in my grade, but I guess she had some, connection with Bryan, obviously. But yeah, so there was nothing like he didn't. When I was there, he didn't lose a bunch of weight because of drugs. Because when I was there was no drugs. It was just if you smoked weed, you were like the bad kid. Now there's like meth and heroin there. So I'm assuming that happened after I left the area because I left when I was 18, like I told you. So I can't really speak anything from again when I graduated, which will put him in 10th grade up until what he again if he did what he did. So
right no, absolutely. And so of other people though that hung around him. He had friends, guys, just like anybody else. The kid had friends. He still has friends. He's not a monster in that sense. And if he did this, he is, but if he didn't, he's still a human being, and that's the other thing. So welcome, typically unique. Now, do you know of him ever like dating specific girls or any of that you might know?
He like I said, I only saw him walking around with like a couple of different girls. I don't remember who they were. I'm not gonna pretend. Yeah, I'm not gonna pretend like I remember that.
Absolutely. I'm saying now. Here's one thing I do know. Willie does know Bryan's mother. Okay, and that's somebody that you had mentioned last night that you know pretty well.
She was she was like the hall. She'd be like in the hall all the time. And again, in my opinion, from what I remember of her, she was a really nice lady. So people saying like Bryan was a big troublemaker in school. His mom worked at the school. Like when your parents work at the school, you can't be a troublemaker, man.
Right. That's kind of hard. That's my thought too. I know that would have drove me nuts having my parents at the school. That's crazy.
Shoes, no doubt.
Right. So, was there? Trying to remember. So obviously, you're just saying basically he wasn't a troublemaker in school. You knew his mother; she was a great person. Did you know any of his like brothers or sisters? Or I'm sorry, any of his sisters or his dad?
Never been to his house. Never.
Gotcha.
Never interacted with any of his family. Like I said, he wasn't my friend. So
and I didn't know like his sisters, their ages, and like if they were up there in the school with you guys and stuff like that. So they, it's.
I think they were a little, they're a little older. So I don't remember like his sisters when I was, going to Pleasant Valley. It was more, again, I just remember him from grade school up until high school, and just again, the only thing I really remembered, that stood out, aside from the other little factors, is his weight loss. And again, he did it by running and working out. He didn't do it by doing drugs because, like I said, they weren't up there at that point.
And it also, a lot of people, you guys, were making a big deal. Oh, who runs and jogs at night? This guy does, and not this guy Willie, but Bryan does. And it has been told to me that there's other people that did it with him up where he lives.
Yeah, Skylar Jacobson's on the news saying that he would text Bryan to go on jogs with him. I figured everybody knew that,
Yeah, well, there it is, guys. So it's not that abnormal. Thank you so very much, Draw. It's great to have you in here today. I appreciate you for that. Per super sticker, $49.99. You are amazing, and I appreciate you. So it doesn't mean because somebody goes jogging at night, like I stated yesterday when we were talking about that, it's cooler at night. You know what I mean? There's not anybody around. There's no cars. You can kind of have the area, the road belongs to you in a sense. So it's not that abnormal for people to go jogging at night. And this other guy was doing it with him, So again, the abnormal, it's not abnormal, guys. It's not. And this is what I'm saying, guys. It's driving me insane. You guys know this. And Willie said he's seen it as well. It's been nothing but negative bullshit that's been put out there about this kid. He is a normal person, just like everybody else. And if he's innocent, that proves that. And if he's not innocent, then he's not normal in a sense, okay? But we don't know right now. And like he said, he doesn't give a shit. It's not about that.
I don't really care, It's like about people, because people are coming on the stream from yesterday and they're like, oh, you're an advocate for. I don't give a shit.
I know.
Listen, I'm the one. I'm not even a creator. I'm the one that interviewed Darren Duncan and he basically cleared Brent's name. Like, why would I do that if I was, trying to throw all these people in the mix for Bryan to be, for Bryan to get off? Again, I don't care. I'm just trying to bring, some kind of facts to, this whole equation. So it kind of makes sense to everybody, myself included.
Yes, absolutely. And that's what it needs to be, bro. It needs to be, there needs to be true facts put out about these things instead of this negative propaganda bullshit that we've been seeing from day one, from the moment that this dude was arrested. Nothing positive. I have not seen one, except for I took a positive feel off of the interview they did with Bree. I believe she was the one girl that had dated Bryan at some point. Okay. And that came as a slightly positive, but everybody and anything that has ever relayed to him is nothing but negative. They tried to pin other murders on him. They've tried to put other things on him. I mean, it's insane. None of it. And even if the guy is guilty, that doesn't mean he did all these other things. Okay. It doesn't mean that he was, crazy when he was a kid and was killing animals, doing this and doing, I mean, come on, guys. We got to be realistic about it.
That was a weird, like I said, I can remember the kids that were, and again, back then, they kind of like disappeared now, but like the troublemakers were really only the juggalos, like the ones that took Insane Clown Posse to a different level. And listen, I don't mind the music. I think the music's all right, but like, with the way they were acting with the knives and the hatchets and all that stuff, those were the troublemakers, man.
We had that same problem around here, big time.
Yeah. So
crazy stuff. Yep. So yeah. What's if you don't mind me asking, what's the area like around there where you guys?
So again, like I told you yesterday, I got out of the area, but I live on the, I live on the outside of Philly. I can't do too many people or too little people. So, but I told you around the holidays, because that's where my daughter's mother's family's from. I was up in the area a mile down from where this occurred. I believe it's, what's it called? Pocono something place.
Yeah,
I mean,
Albrightsville, and then it's Pocono Mountains or something like that. Yeah.
So it's right there off 115. So I was like down 115 in like effort, about a mile down, literally right off of one. So if I walked there, it probably would have took me 25 minutes to get to, where I guess they raided his house at. And again, and then like I told you yesterday, I didn't see nothing, dude. I didn't see one cop car. I didn't see one I didn't see nothing. So if they were watching him, they did a pretty damn good job, because again, there was nothing out of the ordinary, in my opinion.
Right. Now, have you been back to that area at all since any of this has gone down?
Well, yeah. I mean, when my daughter goes up to see her grandparents, and then like I go up there and spend a day or two, and
yeah. have you gotten, like maybe local stores and stuff and gotten a feel in the area, like how anybody might be
No,
acting?
I'm not gonna lie, dude. Like us on here, like we care about it more than, the people in the town really do.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie to you.
I get it. And that's kind of what I was thinking too, that it hasn't been made out to be that big of a deal. You know what I mean? So, but I will say that, if it came down to it, he's convicted. I'm sure it's going to change somebody's thoughts and
Oh yeah,
feelings.
yeah. Like I told you, man. If there was something that I could look at and be like, okay, then I just move on to the next, because now I'm in the crime community. Now I just move on to the next case. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's it. That is it. Absolutely.
I don't want to talk like that, but again, I didn't really know him like that, so I'm not going to pretend.
Sure. Absolutely no. And I have you had any conversations with anybody that was close to him recently about any of that, or is that?
Yeah. So,
Okay.
like I said, the people that I were speaking to months ago, because again, when nobody really read the PCA and like dug into it like me, because I just like to read stuff. So
Yeah.
I made a post like 5-6 months ago, and I was like, I think I said something like, remember this post, something like that. And like a whole bunch of people liked it. And then I was talking to a bunch of people and they were like, no, they were like, he might've had the tendencies. And I was like, okay. But like, as of a week or two ago, I'm getting messages like, hey, he might not have done this shit. And I'm like, why didn't you listen to me freaking how many months ago? Like,
Right.
So it's the tide is starting to like turn a little bit as far as his friends go. And, but it's just because of what, it's not making sense to them, and they're not even looking into this like we are.
Yeah. Well, and that's the point right there. I mean, I'm sure you can agree too, Mikey. We've talked about this, I don't know how many times, but everything we've looked at with this, we get this stupid little sheath with this tiny little scraping of shit on it, and that's it. There's nothing else for us to look at. We're all waiting on when the car comes back, let's wait to see what happens with the car. Nothing. There's nothing in the car. There's nothing in his apartment.
Again, I said, way back that once it comes out, if there's blood in the car, then I rest my case. Then it is what it is. But and it came out, and what they find, so I can't.
Right.
They didn't find nothing, dude.
Nothing.
So I don't know.
They didn't even find like a piece of anything, and that's his house, his parents' house, his apartment, his office at work, his car. There's no way. I've said this, I don't know how many times. Mikey and I have talked about this, I don't know how many times either. There's no way that one person could go in, unalive 4 people like this and not have at least a speck of that DNA on something that he owns. Not even remotely. It's not possible. I'm sorry. And that's what I think is starting to change people's minds now. And the things that the defense is dropping, showing on, the documentation and all this, it's crazy. So,
yeah,
I mean, what if I can ask you, what do you think?
Man, of course.
What do you think at this point with this whole thing?
As
far as obviously you're stating that you feel kind of the same way we do. There's no, there's no evidence. There's no.
Well, here's what I feel. I don't know how like people who are actually in true crime can like look at this and like be just on one side and not like at least look at all the holes and all the weird shit going on. That's what I find. Because again, I'm new to true crime. I just find it weird that like there's people that are just stuck on. Like I would hate for those people to be on jury because they're just stuck on guilty, like without any kind of proof.
That is a fact. Yes, sir. I agree. And like I said, I've said this how many times, Mikey? I've been like, if they can prove, they can show me some concrete evidence, they can put it out there, I'll be the first one standing in line with a torch and a pitchfork ready to hang me because it's horrible. But it's not going to happen, I don't think. They have it.
All I want, seriously, because I have I'm a single full-time father, man. I've been raising my daughter since she was 1 year old. So I have a daughter. So the only thing I want out of this is justice for those families. And just in my opinion, I would hate to be in those families' shoes, seeing all this and just even having any sort of like thought that they might not have the right guy or there was somebody else, anything of that nature, that there's not full justice brought to this. And that's why I come on panels and stuff. I don't, you know what
Absolutely.
I mean?
Absolutely. Yes, sir. I do. And we appreciate that too. It's nice to hear, a positive a positive opinion from the opposite side of what's been going on, because we haven't heard anything like that. And like I said, it's known, and I want everybody to know, Willie was not friends with Bryan. They weren't close. They weren't like that. He just knew who he was. Okay, understand that. But even at that, he knew that this kid is just normal like the rest of us in most senses. Okay, and he does know people that know Bryan that are actual friends with him. That's another thing. Okay,
but that's what I mean, and that's why I kind of test the waters to see. Okay, I knew Bryan a little bit. Let's see how I'm treated, and then again, if I get to a point where I'm like, all right, I'm not going to bring people on that I know, and then they're treated like that, and then they hold a grudge against me. You see what I'm saying? So it's like,
no, absolutely.
Again, the media, they're getting bombarded. You got to understand, they're getting bombarded from the media, dude. Like, they do not want to talk to the news because they're being contacted several times a day. So they can come up here and be able to talk about it. Everybody to just gather information from what they say without bashing them. That, yes. Then I, be able to talk to them about that. You know what I mean?
Well, and that's awesome. That is awesome. And we would love to have them. And this channel here, I don't care who it is. I don't care if it was the person that did this. They're not going to be bashed in here because we don't allow that in this channel. There is no harassment. There's none of that kind of crap. They will be booted immediately, anybody that does it. So, we welcome that. So they are absolutely, and I don't blame them. I wouldn't go to the mainstream media anyway. It's a joke. They will make you look and sound like something you are completely not, with no worries whatsoever.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Draw.
Thank you, Draw.
Hooray for single parents, and kudos to Willie for being a saint. Absolutely. Amen to that one. Good for you, brother.
Yeah.
That's a tough job.
I feel really horrible for the reasoning why you're a single dad, and that's horrific. But God bless you. I did the same thing. I did. I raised 3 kids on my own for a while before I got with my current wife, who is an amazing person. And it's not easy. It's not.
No. I mean, because I'll mention again, since I mentioned on panel last night. So like her mother walked out when she was 1, but a year ago she took her own life. So again, that's what kind of really, I started like learning how to like look up stuff, research information, because it's, in my opinion, it's still like an ongoing investigation because of where it happened. So again, that's where I kind of got into looking into stuff, and then this whole thing happened with Bryan, and then I just kind of integrated into the true crime community, and I'm just learning so much and being able to figure out different ways to contact people, figure out who knows what regarding what happened. So again, I do appreciate the true crime community because it has helped me a lot with like what I've been going through.
I want you to know, and I'm sure Mikey will attribute to this as well as anybody else in this community here. We got your back, brother. We're here to help you. If you need our help, my hands are out there for you.
Hey, I appreciate that, man. Like I said, I didn't mean to like disturb the live yesterday. I was just trying to talk to Chick about it because like I've known her for quite a while.
You're not disturbing it at all. I am here. I'm here, and I'm offering myself up to help you with anything you need help with in that situation. I swear and promise you, 1,000,000%, I'm here for that, to help you in any aspect you need with that.
Appreciate that, man. Like I said, I met a lot of good people that I could, obviously, just let them know who I was, and they wouldn't like freak out about it. But that kind of made me more comfortable to just be like, because I have a very distinct voice. I'm not gonna lie to you, So if you hear me on a panel and you compare it to when I called in, obviously you could put 2 and 2 together. But again, I just couldn't take the hundreds of questions and stuff that I couldn't answer, where I couldn't just focus on figuring out what's going on, watch the information. It was everywhere I went was like, oh, I'm like, Jesus mighty. So I just kind of dipped out for a little bit.
Absolutely, buddy. Absolutely.
Hey, Shay.
And welcome, Shay. But good to see you. Thank you for jumping in here with us. I am here at any way, form, or fashion I can be to help you with that part of your, with your child's mother and all that. If we can look into that, try to help figure that out, I'm down for that, brother. I really am. That's a horrible thing.
It's been a hell of a ride, man. I'll tell you that.
I'll bet. I will bet. And it's horrifying. Now, I do want to let you guys...
Sorry to get off topic there.
No. It's all about that, dude. We're about everything in here, so don't worry about that. Now, something else I do want to bring up, too, while Willie's up here, because Willie is close to Darren Duncan, folks. And I went and watched with Mikey. I think me and you watched it, didn't we?
What was that?
The Darren Duncan
Oh
live.
yeah,
Yeah,
yesterday. Yep.
yeah, we watched that yesterday. Okay, now um, Willie talks to Darren on a regular basis. Okay, and I got to tell you guys. Okay, I know not everybody. Darren isn't for everybody. Okay, he's got a certain way about him, and you got to kind of know how to handle and take that, and that is what it is. I don't have issue with that. I've seen worse people. You know, that's just his personality in some senses. Plus, he's been through a lot of crazy shit, I guess, most recently. So he's a little angry a lot of things with a lot of things too. So it is what it is. Now I watched that myself with Mikey, and Willie can, you know, attribute to that as well. He talks to him, so on and so forth. For a lot of you guys that may not know this, um, we can even kind of listen to the story coming from Darren's mouth if you'd like to.
Yeah, I mean, you really should. And everybody, I mean, if you want, because Darren has his own. I'm assuming only like 70 some people saw the lot, like his channel, the one live where he was talking about it. So I figured nobody knows about his channel. He actually has his own channel on here where he goes live all the time, and literally he talks about, you know, what happened that day because he was contacted. Like he was contacted during the incident.
That's a wild story.
It's crazy the way it went down. And like I said, I want to pull this up for you guys to see this and understand, because some things, you know, the whole thing is wrong. The whole thing is wrong. That's all I can say about that. Give me 1 second here, guys. In fact, I'll show you, and I'll cut to the very end of it. In fact, I think Shay Bonet was on there when he was live on this one. So 1 second here.
I don't know
the
if you're
channel is called.
Let me
what's
get
that,
it.
buddy?
Do you know the channel?
It's something collector or something. I think toy collector or something.
Shay will drop it in the chat. I'm sure she's still in here.
Yeah, it's not toy collector. It's some kind of something collector.
I think it's. See, I don't know if I minimize this, if it clicks out. Let me see.
Well, if so, you can come back in.
Let's see.
It was. I agree with you, Shay. It's very. It's a mess. It's bad. What the hell is the channel called? Something collector. Let me see here.
You still there?
Yeah, I'm here, bud.
It is. Where is it? Here it is. I'm bringing it up right now. It is cool. I think it's Cool Kid or.
That's it. Cool Kid Collectors. Yep, that's it. I found it. Yeah, and I'm gonna cut. We're not gonna watch the whole thing. We're gonna go to the end when he tells his story. It's crazy, guys. I was just like, wow, okay, this is insane, and it kind of falls into what we've kind of believed along with the the whole thing with Kopacka.
But it's also fair. But it's also fair if they go watch the whole thing, because, like I told you, I don't think Brent was involved at all, in my opinion. I think what was obviously you're going to hear is kind of off the rocker, which I'm sure Darren agrees. If anybody saw his interview last night, so I just feel Brent's name would have never been brought up into this if he was still alive, and that's what kind of angers me, because he was a veteran. So.
Yeah, well, that's why
he puts Buddy's collar, he puts the machete, he puts whatever other shit that came out to rest. So, but the ending is very, very odd to me. I'm not gonna lie.
And you're talking about the one that we're getting ready to look at?
Yeah, I'm talking when he explains.
How he was that's what I'm saying. Definitely. And I what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have you guys watch this part here, obviously, just to see this and understand what I'm talking about and why this is like what Willie just said, how it's very odd. And I'll show you why here in a minute. It definitely made me think about some things. And I've said from the beginning, you guys, that I'm not comfortable at all even putting Brent's name in anything without some kind of concrete proof, because I just don't feel like he was involved in that. I haven't. Okay. And I think that the reason why, and this is my thought, I've thought this for a long time, that the reason why everybody went to that automatic mindset on that was because, one, the crimes were done in such a way that you would believe somebody that had some kind of a military background would be responsible for. That's my thought on that. But that does not mean just because he's got a military background that he's that person, okay? And then we have other people making comments about this, that, and everything else. And as you'll see, that Darren is a huge horror fan. You know what? So am I. That doesn't make me a killer. That's ridiculous. I have just as not as much as he does. I'm kind of jealous of his collection, as you'll see it. But we all collect these things. That doesn't make us bad people, you know. And the way that people have put these things together like this, it just doesn't make sense to me. Now, when you hear this, you're really going to be like, whoa, hold on, you know, that doesn't make sense. Oh, okay. 1 second here. Which one are we talking about, Mikey? Is it in the chat?
Who are you talking about, Willis?
What you had mentioned?
That was me. You want me to go get it?
Oh, you did that. I'm sorry. I was looking at the wrong thing.
Yeah.
Who was it? Melissa Jade?
Yeah. He was on last night. He answered it was kind of like a Q&A, and he was like,
oh, okay.
So,
well,
and I already knew about the whole phone thing. So I kind of, that was my one question I had was, who does he think wiped it? And, but he answered a bunch of questions last night. He was more relaxed, and, I don't know. I feel like you can get a lot out of that.
Okay. Hold on a minute. Sorry about that. 1 second here. Where is it? No, these are old. Okay, hold on a minute. Oh, here we go. I think we got it now.
Getting it right now for you. There you go.
Oh, that's actually perfect. Thank you, brother. That will save it from there. Okay, we'll do that one then. 1 second here. Can you guys see that okay? Can you see that, Mikey?
Negative.
Yeah, I don't see nothing.
Nothing. Okay, hold on, folks. All right, let's try it this way. All right, that should do it. Now, can you see it?
Yep.
All right, cool. Now we just have to worry about it. Now, what this is, guys, this is Darren Duncan. This is something I wanted to talk about. I wanted you guys to see this, explaining what went on with Kopacka. Okay. I've always questioned this scenario, you know. It's never been something I'm comfortable with. But that didn't mean that he's the one that did this. Okay, so that's what my issue's been with this, about people saying this and that. This man did 2 tours in Iraq, I believe. Earned a Purple Heart. I mean, that is.
Well, yeah, I don't know if you know this, but he was in a Humvee that was blown up, and he watched all of his friends die, and he made it.
Right. Yeah. Like I said, I believed it was an AID that did that, and that definitely causes PTSD. And, you know, God bless him for making it through how he did. You know, that's why I highly believe that our vets do not get treated the way they should and don't get the things they need after coming back from scenarios like that. It's just insane. These people can go fight for our government and for us, and then our government kind of brushes them off to the side and says, thanks, have a great day, bye. You know what I mean? It just blows my mind.
Yeah.
So,
and then they're homeless.
Yeah, a lot of them are. They don't do anything. You know, it's ridiculous.
No, prisoners get treated better. It's amazing.
Yeah. Yes, they do. They absolutely do, and it's disgusting to me. So,
yeah.
All right, let's check this out. Yeah, I know. That's the problem, Alex. That's the problem. Nobody understands what went on with this or why. So, and again, this is care of Melissa Jade, and I want to thank you so very much. For those of you guys, I've been starting to watch her most recently. Jules is over there too a lot. Go check her out. If we can find a link and drop that in chat, I would appreciate that. The channel is called True Crime Discussions, and it's Melissa Jade. So,
yeah, she's awesome. I love her.
Absolutely. All right, let's go ahead.
Houston, we have an incoming message from deep space.
Is it the whole
Yeah, I mean,
stream?
if you want to I don't know if you want to I don't really have the timestamps of all the questions and stuff.
The heads up, I'm not going to be highlighting any comments at the end. I'll acknowledge anybody, but I just want to keep it on topic and our focus to get through the questions. And if you don't know, so basically, Darren is Brent's best friend. And there is a huge conspiracy going around surrounding Brent Kopacka, basically because Bryan Kohberger, at the time that he was pulled over, him and his dad mentioned an alert that had gone off on his phone, and it was regarding the situation with Brent. And ever since then, people have been going wild with speculation, even as going as far as straight up blaming Brent for being responsible for the Idaho 4 murders. And I've even seen people drag your name, Darren, through the dirt in regards to that. And it's just been, it's been difficult. And I watched Darren's podcast recently, and to see the impact that this has had on you. And you said something very moving that stuck with me. And you said that Brent signed up to fight for all of us to have our freedom and have just our rights. And now you have to fight to stick up for his name and to clear his name. And it's just not right.
Yeah, that's a really good way to think about it. Yeah, I have said that in the past, where he fought for us and now I got to fight for him. And I never thought that the roles would be reversed like that. Right.
You also said the other night, and I have it in big bold letters because I loved it. You said there are absolutely no connections, only assumptions.
Right.
And that's pretty much everything I've gathered from every video that I have watched as far as a Brent Kopacka connection. It has only just been wild theories. That's it. There hasn't been anything substantial. And I think that in the true crime community, we need to do better. We need to hold ourselves more accountable because these are real people. And I think it's really easy to sit there and make an entire video which really picks apart every aspect of even your life, Darren, like all of your personal information out there, and people jumping to really wild things. Like, I know that they even said you didn't deserve to have your kids, right?
Yeah, that pissed me off.
As it should. And based off of what, based off of nothing. And so that's what tonight is really in hopes to do, is to stop that misinformation, to realize that we need to hold ourselves accountable. Speculation and theorizing is okay, but to a degree, when you're taking innocent people and literally holding them accountable for a quadruple homicide, there's something seriously wrong.
Yeah, what's funny about the videos about me and the information, if that's what you want to call it, that people have put out there about me, none of it's embarrassing, none of it's crazy. It's all shit that I put on the internet. Like, they're taking stuff from my Facebook, and it's like, if I was hiding these things or if I was ashamed of these things, I wouldn't have posted it on the internet for everybody to see. Like, that's what social media is for, is, hey, look at me, look what I did today, or look what I ate for dinner, or look what I just bought, or look where I'm going on vacation. That's what it's all about. So for someone to take shit that I posted that I already wanted to show the world and then to be like, look what he did, it's just crazy.
Well, and it works.
It doesn't make any sense.
It works. People manage, like, the things that I've seen, which it's very debunkable things too, like Buddy the Caller story. Well, we'll get into that. But if they even took a moment to do the research, they would know it's so easily debunked. But people just so desperately rather believe a conspiracy. And something else you said earlier is, yeah, I may not have seen Brent in 7 years face to face, but he was still my best friend. Let's be real. I have friends who live 10 minutes from me, and I haven't actually seen them face to face in a long time, because it's the age of social media too, right? You have FaceTime, you have all of these abilities where not everybody even does that anymore, but I still call them my close friends.
Oh, 100%. Like Audie, he's my best friend and he lives in Missouri. It's like, and the fact that I haven't seen Brent face to face in 7 years wasn't our fault. It's not like we didn't like to hang out with each other. He lived in Washington State and I lived in Illinois. Like, but before he moved to Washington State, guess where he lived? With me at my house. So just for people to say that we weren't best friends, like, why would I lie about this shit? Like, I don't want the 15 minutes of fame or whatever. It's not like in a cool way. Like, if that makes any sense, I'm trying to find a way to explain it. Like, I don't want to talk about this shit and go live all the time and get hounded by fucking Facebook people that I have no clue who they are. Like, I'm not lying about being his friend. So when people say his alleged best friend, that shit really pisses me off.
Yeah. Well, and before I even ask the questions, I'm so sorry for your loss. I'm sorry for what you have been through. And if you could pick a few words to describe Brent, how would you describe him?
That dude was like, he was so generous, man. He really was. He'd give you his last cigarette or his last beer or whatever. Like, he was just really, really cool. He was really funny. Me and him laughed a ton. Like, I know it's so stupid when you see an obituary. They love to laugh. It's like everybody loves to laugh, but he was just a super duper funny dude, and we had the same kind of sense of humor. He probably loved my kids more than he loved me. He was constantly calling and texting about them, and he was constantly sending them packages in the mail of cool stuff. He was just a really generous dude, and he was super loving. Like, if he loved you, man, he loved you. And another thing too that might be surprising to people is, like, he was really religious. He loved Jesus. Like, he believed that Jesus really was the Son of God and that he died for our sins. Like, he was really into that thing, that kind of stuff. Not in like a weird, freaky, culty way. He was really spiritual. And I guess if I was driving a Humvee in the war and everybody died except me, I would probably get pretty religious too.
Well,
I would think.
I'd love to ask, can you explain a little bit of Brent's situation and what had happened?
The most I know exactly is that he was driving in a Humvee and there was 4 of the people in the Humvee and they hit an IED and everybody died except him.
So Brent was the sole survivor, and
of that vehicle. Yeah, I'm
Wow.
sure there was other vehicles in a line, because I do know he did tell me a story about one of the guys that like hopped onto a flipped over Humvee and was shooting people, and he got like this crazy like award for it. Like, he was a badass. Brent told me about that dude. But yeah, like, I've seen him take off his shirt, man, and he had scars from like the door that blew up, like the metal burning through his uniform and onto his back and shit. Like, he got hurt. He had a brain injury, and he's had I think more than one. I know for a fact one, but I think he had more than one surgery on his spine because of that accident. That's how he got his Purple Heart. I've heard people say that he got a Purple Heart because he was the sole survivor of the Humvee. That's not why they give Purple Hearts. They give Purple Hearts if you're hurt in action, and that's what happened to him. He got hurt.
Right. And so that's kind of the other perspective of what I want this live to be about is Brent's story was tragic in its own, completely not associated with Bryan Kohberger or the Idaho murders. And if it should be in the spotlight, it should be that our veterans need better care, better service, anybody struggling with PTSD, because really they put their lives on the line. They come back and they're left to fend for themselves. And I think that that's on us, and that should be more of the spotlight, is that our veterans need help.
Yeah, 100%. And the VA isn't really there so much for the support. I think us as citizens should try to support them. I'm not saying bring them into your home and let them live with you rent free, but I'm just saying whatever you can do to help. Right. For example, like me and my wife, our pipe dream is to like open a drive-through movie theater. And we were like, we would hire like ex-veterans as like our security and shit. Like we would try to keep our staff to like high school kids in the summer so they can have money, and like ex-veterans. I think schools should do it too. I know it's a whole different subject, but I would love it if like a school would hire an ex-army dude or ex-marine to patrol the hallways and keep the kids safe from the fucking crazy people that come in with guns and shit.
Right.
I'd feel way better.
They're on the street. They're on the street. They're homeless. They cannot get medical care. And it's like, this is what we owe back to the people who gave their lives for us.
Right.
It's a shame. All right. So I compiled these questions. Again, these are not my questions. I
that's
put
cool.
out a post. These are the questions people had. I went over and I looked at videos that were accusatory of Brent or implied Brent had a connection, and we tried to pick up any consistencies just so we could clear it up. If you don't know the answer, awesome. If you think you know the answer, awesome. If you know the answer, great. Either way, we're going to just ask it, answer it, and move on. So
All right.
we have, was Brent Kopacka part of the 325 Airborne Infantry Regiment from 2005 to 2006, based in Vicenza, Italy, prior to his service with the 2508 4th VCT, 82nd Airborne, as shown in the obituary picture? Sorry, that was a lot, all at once.
None of that sounds familiar to me at all, except for 82nd Airborne. I'm like 99% sure he's never been to Italy. I'm pretty sure he's never been to Italy. That's weird. I've never heard anything that you said, but
3/325 Airborne.
Yeah, no, he was in he was 100% 82nd Airborne. That's 100% true. He did his basic training in Georgia. He was in Fort Bragg. Those are the two like bases that I know of that he was on, but he's never been. The only time he ever went overseas was to go to Afghanistan.
Okay.
I don't know what the hell all that other shit was.
It was a long comment, and I probably should have worded it better, but yeah, it was a bit confusing.
No, that's cool. And I'm not 100% like I'm not up to date on the like military terms and shit. So like if any of that stuff made sense to something else and like I'm just unaware of, like maybe.
Right.
But I know he's never been to Italy. And to me, I also don't know exactly what year he signed up. I don't know what year. So like if someone's like from 2000 this to two, I don't know the years, man.
Yeah. Fair enough. Thank you. The next question is, did you live near Bryan around 2022? And again, I know that you may have answered it, but let's
Me or Brent? Because I've never lived anywhere but the state of Illinois in my whole life.
Okay.
I've heard people say that Brent lived in Pennsylvania, and I'm like 99% sure that's not true either. I know he lived in the Fort Bragg area, Myrtle Beach area, like North Carolina. That's the only place I'm ever aware of him ever being on the East Coast. I don't think he's ever lived in Pennsylvania. And I've seen like on a background check, somebody was saying that he lived there, but like there was no proof of that. He didn't show the background check that showed that shit. He just said, I did a background check. He lived here, and he showed like a $100,000 house. And it's like, there's no fucking way Brent lived there. Like maybe the only thing I think of is maybe his parents did or something, but I really have never heard Brent ever even talk about the state of Pennsylvania, man. I only know about North Carolina.
And that was one of the questions. Have you known Brent to live in Pennsylvania? No,
never. Another thing too with like the way background checks are, they're not 100% accurate. I don't give a fuck if you paid for it or not. And like LinkedIn, like people were talking about me being on LinkedIn and saying that I had a job somewhere. I've never even made a goddamn LinkedIn account. So I don't know where any of that shit came from either. And I've heard from other people, like buddies of mine, say, yeah, I never made one either. Or they'll tell me that they did have a LinkedIn. It's like, yeah, they said that I fucking worked at Chuck E. Cheese or whatever. I've never worked there. You're like, so none of the shit's accurate, you know?
Right. And the house that was shown was huge. It was gorgeous. And they implied maybe Bryan Kohberger was one of his roommates, you know?
Yeah, I saw that shit.
When you try to say, like, prove it, they'll say, well, you prove he didn't. And then you get stuck in this endless
I fucking
loop.
hate people like that. It's like saying like, it's like the God thing, like prove God doesn't exist, prove he does exist. Like you're both just acting like children right now in an argument. You know?
I thought it was because majority because I went to confirm the information myself, and no background report pulled up any information regarding Pennsylvania, but people did, because he ended up showing the report that he did, but a bunch of people came out and basically debunked it because that was a very unreliable source. Even if you use the paid edition, there's other people's information sometimes mixes in a background check. So you can get half of your information, half of somebody else's information.
Right.
So you have to have something else to really back it up.
And I don't know how this shit works. Like, I doubt he used a social security number for a background check, but he's probably not the only Brent Kopacka in America either. So they probably get cross-connected at some point. I don't know. I'm not for sure. I did see someone in the comment asked if he ever lived in Nashville. not to my knowledge. I don't ever remember him living in Nashville either. So just to answer that person's question.
Thank you. Okay. So the next question is, did you stay in close communication with Brent during that time, like his close social group?
Me and
when
him
they say
were,
at that time, I'm assuming at the time of his death.
yeah, I talked to him almost every single day. As far as social group goes, I was his social group. Like, he didn't have very many friends. I know he had like some buddies that he was in the military with that he served with. I'm sure that he still stayed in contact with, but like I didn't even know his damn roommates' names because I don't think he was very close to them. He didn't have like a ton of friends and shit. So like I was pretty much his only social group. Me, my
Right.
wife, and kids, you know. But yeah, I talked to him almost every single day, at least, if not a phone call, at least text messages and shit. I say almost every single day, you know. I'm sure there was days where we didn't text each other or didn't call each other, but for the most part, we were in contact just about every damn day.
Awesome. Okay. And again, I apologize for anything that's sensitive, but do you know if Brent has ever threatened any of his friends or roommates prior to the incident?
No, and as a matter of fact, Brent was not a tough guy. He was not a meathead. Like some people are like, oh, he was in the military. He had to be a tough guy. Like, but as far as like fist fighting goes and being violent, like the dude did not like confrontation. Most of the time, I fought his battles for him. Like I've actually gotten into fist fights because people fucking with Brent and Brent being like, this dude won't fucking leave me alone. He wasn't like that. He was not a meathead. He wasn't a badass. He hated that shit. He wouldn't even like argue with people. He wasn't fucking like that, man. And yeah, I've gotten a few fist fights in school, even as an adult, because of people fucking with him at a bar or whatever. So he and like if he did threaten to kill his roommates that night, I don't think it was like a serious thing. It was probably like a get out of my room. I don't know if they just didn't like him and they're like, we got to get this fucking guy out of here. And this is a good way to fucking get him evicted or whatever, call the cops. And I'm sure he did have a gun. He's a veteran. This is America. We all have fucking guns. And it's for protection or hunting. You know, if he had a gun, I assume it would be for protection. But I doubt that he like waved a gun around at his roommates and was like, I'm gonna fucking kill all of you, because why wouldn't he have just done it?
Right.
And I think it was a stupid argument that happened that night, and he was probably like, get out of my room or I'll fucking kill you or something stupid. I see a question here. Darren, was the weekend of these crimes Veterans Day weekend? Wouldn't Brett be with family? Not necessarily. He didn't really hang out with his family a whole ton. He was a kind of a loner, man. Veterans Day, I would always like text him and I'd be like, happy Veterans Day, dude. What do you, and a lot of times he didn't like celebrate that shit, or Memorial Day. He's for the most part pretty bummed out around those kind of holidays. And he just, yeah, man, I'm just gonna sit at home and watch some TV, you know, like he was always kind of bummed out around those days. So no, it wasn't like we're gonna have a big cookout and celebrate. It really wasn't like that. And he didn't see his family a ton. I know we talked to his mom a lot on the phone and shit, but he didn't like I don't know, he just didn't see them a lot and hang out with them and go visit and all that shit. So no. And I didn't even know that was on the Veterans Day weekend. I didn't even know that. I didn't even put that together. So that's my first time I've ever been asked that question.
Awesome. And what age did you become friends with Brent?
We're like 13 or 14. I don't know exactly, but I know we were in 7th grade. So whatever age you are in 7th grade, like 13, 14. Yeah, like 22 years or so. I've known him longer than I didn't, if that makes sense. Like I've known her. Yeah, I've known him longer than I've been alive than I didn't. So
you guys grew up together.
Yeah, 100%. We totally did. And he was always my family, like from the beginning. Like he would call my dad and my mom, and my nieces and nephews would call him Uncle Brent, and my dad would call him son. They were like just really, really close. When he would come home from the army and like to visit and shit, like yeah, he'd see his family on Christmas and Thanksgiving and shit, but he would always, like, if he was home for a week or two or whatever, he would always make sure he came and stayed with me too, at least for a couple of days. Like every chance he got, he would come and spend his holidays or his free time or whatever with us, because he was our family.
And you mentioned that that's one of the reasons you actually suggested he create a Facebook, right? So you could
keep in
touch and see the photos and stuff that you post.
Yeah, I've been telling him for a long time, like, get a Facebook, dude. But he was super private, and he was kind of paranoid about his privacy. He didn't like that shit, and he has made a couple of Facebooks throughout the years, and like a lot of times it would be to like get a hold of his ex-girlfriend or something because he didn't have her phone number anymore. So he'd make a Facebook and be like, hey, whatever, you know. I know that a couple of times, but he'd like delete them right away. Or if he would like try to get in touch with somebody, he didn't have their phone number, he would like make a Facebook account, like search their name, message them, be like, hey, here's my number, dude. And then he would delete the Facebook. But like a couple, I don't know exactly how long it was, but like the last one that he made before he died, I would tell him, like, make a Facebook page and just add me. You don't have to add anybody. You don't got to put up a bio or nothing.
Right.
It's just that, like, I'm a Facebook whore, man. I'm always posting on there like every
You have
day
a lot
about
of posts.
yeah. Like I sometimes I'll post like multiple times a day, you know, and I get made fun of quite a bit for it. But so I was like, if you make a Facebook, you can see like all the shit that I post about with my kids and like the music videos that I make or links to my bands and all that shit. And he's like, all right, fuck it, I'll make one. And he made one. And then he ended up dying like shortly after that. And I feel kind of responsible for all the bullshit because my dumbass would tag him and shit after he died. And I'd be like, miss you, dude. And I'd post like a fucking Marilyn Manson music video or some shit because me and him used to jam the shit out of that when we were young. And I think that brought the shit like to attention or even like linked me in somehow because then they're like, oh, who's this fucking guy? And then they're like, oh, he's obsessed with horror movies, I bet. And then like the stupid fucking machete post, man. In hindsight, I realized how dumb that was. And we can get into that whenever the question comes up or whatever. But yeah, it's like I kind of feel like I caused some of this shit.
You
and
didn't. It was Bryan Kohberger. It was the proximity that it happened in relation to the Idaho murders, the timing, and it was the fact that it was mentioned out of Bryan Kohberger's mouth. So there was nothing you could do to prevent it. You just miss your friend, and it's very normal during grief to call your loved one that may have passed and even leave a voice message or tag them or do what you normally would do as if they were here. So I don't want you to feel responsible or accountable just because there's a bunch of assholes out here who are trying to make connections. They would have made the connections whether you made those posts or not.
Well, thank you. That honestly makes me feel a little bit better about it because I kind of been battling with myself about that for quite a while now. So I appreciate that.
Well, how are you supposed to determine, hey, like there was a quadruple homicide that's occurred and I got to be careful of these posts because one day someone may pull it up and make a connection to, and I remember there was a video I watched where it was you communicating with someone and clarifying the post that Brent had made. It was a band that he had liked. And so a lot of them, I forgot what was the name of the band. It was a band that you
Probably
were like,
Tool.
yeah. And they talk in code. And then there was a lot of posts about God, and relation to religion and things like that. But when people want to see something, they'll see it. Whether,
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. Thank you for saying that. That makes me feel better about it. So I appreciate that.
No, absolutely. Okay. And the questions are a little out of order. I wish I kind of structured them, to keep
That's
them
fine. I have
all-
severe adult ADHD, so that's how my brain works
I
anyway. In fact, I'm considering turning the comments off because I keep reading and then I'm like, shit, I should be listening to her.
Well, and I'm trying to not acknowledge them, but you do whatever you want, like it's totally up to you. But okay. So has Brent ever acted violently towards anyone before that you know of?
Fuck no, man. Absolutely not. Like I said, he wasn't a tough guy. He wasn't a badass, man. Never once. He would like me and him would get in arguments and he would just shut down. Like he did not like confrontation. And I don't know why he was like that. I don't know. I know a lot of people will shut down when someone raises their voice due to like trauma because like I don't know, maybe their parent was a dick or whatever. I don't know why. I'm not saying that. I'm not fucking saying that, but I'm just saying that like he would straight up shut down if he got into an argument with someone or like I got damn near into a fist fight with my own nephew over it because Brent was living with my nephew and my nephew was being a total fucking asshole and was screaming at him and Brent was just like on the couch just like kind of cowering like a kid getting yelled at by his fucking stepdad. And then I stepped in, and me and my nephew damn near fucking fist fought over it. He wasn't like that, man.
I think people make the association, right, with a veteran as someone who's maybe had that mentality, but you had explained, and it really hit me, that you and Brent were freshmen in high school when 9/11 happened.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And that is when Brent made the decision to sign up for service. And you were like, no, dude, don't do it.
Yeah,
And he
like, fuck
basically
that.
took those 4 years
Yeah.
and then decided, nope, I'm going to follow through with it.
Yeah. Yep, that definitely is true. Yeah, it was crazy. I remember him telling me about 9/11 because I was suspended from school that day. And
Really?
oh dude, I was always fucking kicked out of school. I was an asshole when I was young. Like my brother died when I was 14, so I just had like a
I'm so
fuck it
sorry for
attitude
the
after
loss.
that, and then I just always got in trouble and shit. But I remember him telling me about 9/11 the day of, and I don't know why I remember this, but he was like, dude, the date is like 9/11, and he was like the first person to ever bring that to my attention.
Yep.
I don't know why I remember that, but he's like, I'm fucking joining the army. I'm like, fuck that. No, you're not. And he would talk about it every once in a while for a few years, and then he did it. And I don't even think he like told anybody like, hey, I'm gonna go sign up this week or anything. I think he just did it. And it was just like, fuck, man, really? You did? And like, I was so terrified for him because it was during wartime too,
Yes, it
like
was.
that takes balls to sign up
Mhm.
for the military during wartime because you're going to get deployed. And he signed up for 82nd Division on purpose, he told me, because he knew that he would see action. And that's what he wanted to do. And I know it kind of contradicts with me saying he's not a badass. He wasn't a tough guy. He didn't like contradiction. But I don't know. There's people that are capable of being a soldier, and there's people that's not. Like, there's big bad motherfuckers that get in fist fights and kick ass. There's fucking MMA fighters, some of the most deadliest dudes on the planet. They didn't fucking sign up for the military. There's the difference between a soldier and a fighter or a badass or whatever. He wanted to fight for his country. He didn't want to go over there to like, I'm gonna go fucking kill people. That's not what it was. I don't know. He's something about him. He's always been real godly and real patriotic, man. He always has been.
Well, and that stuck out with me because, like I told you, my uncle had passed in 9/11, and to just hear that was what, because along with a lot of people, it was that triggered them to sign up, and so I wish. It just makes me upset. It circles me back around to what you said in the beginning, is that he fought for us, and now you have to fight for him, and I wish that wasn't the case.
Right.
Okay. So
I don't know what this comment section means by sniper, but he definitely was not a sniper. I've heard that too. And I've also heard
sniper is the name of another veteran in the chat.
Because I've heard people say that he was a sniper, and I've heard people say he was a ranger. That's not true. He was not in special forces. He wasn't a Green Beret.
Mm-hmm.
That none of that fucking shit's true. And I'll say this too. I've said this before, but when that fucking dude was, he literally said, I think because the YouTubers do this so they don't get in trouble or whatever, their videos don't get demonetized, like they'll spell killing instead of saying it.
Yes.
He's like, I'm sure you went over there, did a bunch of KILLING. I'm like, soldiers don't always come home and say whether they did or didn't. And most of the time, if they do say that they did it, they're full of shit. And I forgot the fuck I was gonna say because I'm getting a little angry, but he wasn't this trained assassin, this bad motherfucker. Like, but all of our soldiers are taught to kill. They're taught how to shoot guns. They're taught GFT, ground fighting techniques. They're taught how to use a fucking knife. And I want them to know that as a soldier, because if they don't, what are they supposed to fucking do over there? Go to Afghanistan and talk it out and or do a fucking breakdance competition? That's not how wars are won. They're not won with fucking shadow puppet contests,
And that's
so
what
I just wanted to fucking say that.
No, absolutely. And Avery, thank you so much. And I see your question and I have it screenshotted. Okay. So the next question is did Brent have a stable work history since his expiration terms of service from the Army?
No, because he's a wounded veteran. He got paid by the VA. He didn't have to have a job. So no, he didn't work. He wasn't a security guard at the goddamn college that a lot of people say. That's not true. The last job I know of him having was like at Menards when we were like before he signed up for the military.
Oh wow.
That's the last job that I've ever known of him having. He did tell me that he got like I don't know if it was a forklift operator license or a crane operator license or something. He said he was gonna do that, or he did do that in Nevada, but I don't know if that ever actually did happen. But something in my brain does like kind of like vaguely remember him talking about something like that in Nevada. But other than that, no, I'm trying to think real hard about a job that he had after the army, and there's none that I can think of. Because I think if he did get a job, wouldn't he like lose his benefits? Isn't that how that shit works?
To
Because
a certain extent, you could make a certain amount of money while still collecting, as far as I know.
yeah, because if he was like on disability and shit, because he's got a brain injury and a spine injury, if the VA, I would assume, would be like, well, if you can fucking work, like then your back's not fucked up and we're not going to pay you. I'm pretty sure like that's how that would work, you know?
Right. Okay. So the next question is, who were Brent's roommates?
I don't know. I don't know their names. I do not know their names. The only friend that I remember him talking about, I don't even have a name. In fact, because I've seen this before and I've had people ask me this before. And you know how you can like search in your conversations, like through text message, you could put in like keywords and it'll bring it up and shit. I've done that like with the word roommate, and like nothing comes up with names. Right. He's never said anything like that to me. I remember him saying something about one time he's like, I'm gonna go to my buddy's band practice, I'm gonna watch his band play. He told me that like once or twice, but I don't know if that was a roommate or if that was just some dude he knew in Washington or wherever. Right. But I remember him saying that. But as far as I know, he didn't have like a bunch of friends and shit. He was kind of a lonely dude, and it's kind of sad if you think about it. He didn't really have anybody.
Yeah. Okay. What kind of vehicle did Brent drive around the time of his passing?
Didn't have one. He got a DUI in the state of Nevada, I believe. I think it was in the state of Nevada, and he didn't have a vehicle ever since then. So fuck all you guys that say he had a fucking white Elantra. Mm-hmm. Fuck you. He didn't even have a goddamn car, and I've been saying that shit forever. The last vehicle he had a big white truck, and he crashed it, and this was way before the murders ever even happened. So, and he's never even owned a car, to my knowledge. The whole time I've known him, he was a pickup truck man. He always had a pickup truck.
So you're
saying another thing too, I would like to address is this dude. I'm trying not to fucking. All right, let me calm down a little bit. This dude who made a YouTube video about, and he was like, oh, this is his parents' house. When he showed that photo, that's an old photo of the people who lived in that house before Brent's family bought it. And it's a crazy coincidence that there was like a white Elantra and a big white truck. And for people that say they don't believe in coincidences, that pisses me off. It's a real word. It's a real thing. Fucking look it up in the dictionary. It is a real event. Coincidences do happen. But no, that house was, when they showed it, because I've done this before too, dude. I think even to this day, it's not updated. When I Google map my house that I lived in the last 2 years, it still shows the people's vehicles in the driveway who had it before me. So fuck off with that shit.
And I'm just going to pull it up just so we could debunk it right here. So this is an old photo of the home, and these are not current vehicles. And it just so happens to be coincidence. Coincidences do happen, or else there wouldn't be, you know what I mean? Like, and Brent did not drive at the time of these murders. He did not drive at the time of his passing. As far as you know, it was at least a year, right, that he had last driven. So these vehicles are not even associated with Brent.
No, that's not. No, and they didn't have like little kids, so I don't even know why they'd have a basketball hoop either. That is definitely the people who lived in the house before Brent's mom and stepdad bought it.
Okay, so thank you for clearing that up. But that doesn't go with the narrative people are trying to push.
Nope, I know. And like I told you off camera, it's like, I think you said it. You're like, we're not here to convince anybody.
Yep. And
I told you I'll answer any question to the best of my knowledge, but I'm not going to be dealt with calling a liar. And the reason why I say that is because there's been positive videos about me on YouTube, and I still see the comment section. That dude's fucking lying. He's full of shit. And it's like, well, then I can't convince you, man. And I'm not here to. I don't give a shit.
Yep.
I can't say I don't give a shit because I kind of do. And I just got to stop watching these people's videos because if I don't see it, it can't hurt me, you know?
Right. Well, and that's why I'm saying, like, people, we all, you know, even myself, part of the true crime community, need to do better, because when you're speculating and you're being accusatory, this damage doesn't just go away once the next person comes along. Because if it's not, you know, before Brent, it was someone else. After Brent, it's other people, yourself included. But the damage is there, and it's a real impact that we're having on these people. They're real people. They're not just imaginary. And so I was just personally really upset by an entire video, not just made about Brent on such a large platform, but about you as well, making connections that clearly are not there, saying things that are very easily debunkable. And even when you debunk it, though, everybody in the comment section, and I hate to say people are stupid, but people are stupid. They will just take things at face value and then they run with it. And then they take that misinformation and spread it elsewhere. And so it's like bacteria, you know, like it just keeps growing and it's everywhere. And once you like whack one, another one pops up another place. And so, and when I spoke to you, that's what you told me. You said, listen, I will answer any questions. I specifically asked Darren if he had any boundaries, if there was any territory he didn't want me to go in. You told me you would answer anything, but my answers are my answers, right? Some answers I don't know. I could only be honest, and that's it. If people want to take it, they take it. If you don't, you don't. But this is the truth, and that's all I'm here for, is to get the truth.
Yeah, and it's funny too, like the people in the comment sections, like they think they're doing their research, but their research are these stupid ass videos.
Yep.
If they really did their research, they would see that the owner of Buddy clearly states on video in an interview that the collar was found 6 feet away. And it's like, you can do that with a goddamn Google search. It's like,
it took us 4 seconds to debunk it.
Yeah, dude. It's just, it's crazy. Whatever. I don't know. Yeah, stupid people. Like you said, I'm not scared to say it. They're just stupid.
Yep. Well, but that's what I say. We as creators do hold a level of responsibility, because a lot of subscribers just believe that if a creator puts it out, it's fact. That's not the case. A creator will be the first one to lie to you if it brings in the views.
I'll tell you right now, in my honest opinion, the dude, that fucking clown boy that made that video, he knows what he's saying is full of shit. I believe in his heart of hearts, he doesn't fucking believe that shit, but he knows that video is going to get 100,000 views, and that's money in his pocket because YouTube fucking pays him for having videos and a big audience, and that's why they make those videos. And they know they're full of shit. And that dude, I commented several times and he would delete all my shit. And finally, I guess I got annoying enough to where he finally commented back. We exchanged emails and he asked me, do you care if I go over this or what? Since I'm on topic,
You're good.
He's asking me, like, the first question out of his, I'm like, look, dude, I'm an open book. I got nothing to hide. You can ask me whatever you want. The first goddamn question this kid asks me is, what's your top 3 favorite horror movies that came out in the last 2 years? I'm like, okay. It's a Barbarian, Smile, and fucking, I forgot what I told him, Black Phone or some shit. Next, you know, like, why are you fucking asking me this, dude? But, and then, so we exchange phone numbers, we text each other, and then I'm trying to talk to this dude, and he's like, I've been awake for 30 hours. I don't want to talk to you right now. Let's do it tomorrow. And I'm like, no, if we're going to do this, we're going to do it on my fucking time, because you're the one seeking me out. I'm not going to drop. I'm busy tomorrow. I'm busy all weekend, as a matter of fact. Let's do it now. And he didn't want nothing to do with it. He ignored me. And then the next day, this fucking kid he's like, quit jerking off and answer my questions about Brent. I was like, bitch, you haven't even asked me a single question about Brent yet. And now I'm jerking off and not answering your questions. And then he's saying, like, let's put this shit to rest. And you accepted a challenge. I'm like, this is when it pissed me off, because I was open to talking to this dude and hopefully having his audience be like, oh shit, I guess Darren is a real nice guy and Brent wasn't involved. But when he talked to me like that, I'm like, fuck this kid. I don't owe him shit. I don't owe anybody anything. Nobody like has these answers. It's none of your fucking business. Just because it's in the news doesn't mean it's your business and you need to know. I don't owe shit to anyone. So fuck you. I'm not going to help him with the views by coming on his show and talking to him or even answering questions or whatever, because I don't know him shit. I don't know JLR shit. I don't know anybody's shit.
Right.
I'm here talking to you because you're supportive. And
But you don't know me shit either.
No, I know, but I'm not scared of the combat. Like if someone's like, oh, fucking, what about this and what about that? I'll answer any goddamn thing. And I'm not scared to have somebody ask me some crazy off the wall shit or be combative with me. I'm not worried about that. If I was, I wouldn't go fucking live with you. You know, I would have been like, email me your questions, and then I could sit for a half an hour and think of my answer. You know what I mean? So fuck those guys.
No, absolutely. And I think that it speaks volumes that if his concerns were legitimate, you would think that he would be thrilled at the opportunity to ask you any questions, right?
Oh, yeah.
To clear this up. Yet instead that he asks, what's your favorite? How is that relevant to what you're putting out? And it's dangerous. You're sending a pretty large audience and following in the direction thinking, and I hate all the people who are like, he didn't say it as fact. You know what he's doing. He's only doing that to make sure, you know, liability wise, you know, he's covered so he can't get sued, but you're still sending the swarm and the masses of people at innocent people, you know, and it's just not right.
I'll tell you why I think he asked me the top 3 horror movies in the last 2 years. He could have asked me favorite horror movie of all time, top 10 horror movies of all time. I think he asked me the top 3 horror movies in the last 2 years. I could be wrong about this. People have to Google this and do their own research on this. But I think like the top 3 biggest movies at the box office, like horror movie wise in the last couple of years, was like Halloween Ends, Scream 5, and Scream 6. And he was trying to tie me. So he would probably assume that I would say those movies because they were like the biggest ones at the box office. And I'm always posting about Scream on my Facebook page because I fucking love that franchise. It's my favorite. I got a fucking Scream tattoo right here.
By the way, guys, my apologies for the language. You know, that's
why I told you to play this one, because like I said, the one that if you played his podcast, he's way worse. So
yeah, I know, and I was hoping that he was maybe not even as bad with this, but it is what it is.
I mean, he's still a little pissed off, obviously, you know.
I get it. So, like, does he explain the
Yeah, I mean, if you just want to, like, I mean, you could just play that part if you just want to get to, you know.
Yeah, that's what I want them to really hear.
Yeah, it's more like again, I don't know the timestamp on that one. I think it's 150. I have to go back and check the one where he explains it when Shay was up on panel with him. I'm sure Shay would know too. I think it's like 1 hour and 58 minutes.
On the other one or on this one?
No. On the other, I don't know about this one. On his podcast one, when Shay was on panel and he was talking about, you know, when he was contacted and kind of what happened that day.
Yeah, no, and that's fine. Yeah, let me pull that up instead, because like I said, we don't really do that kind of language in here too often. You know, here and there it's okay, and a lot of people get uncomfortable with it. I have, you know, some people.
What I mean, so well, just to warn you, like the one you're going to play, he's going to curse as well.
I know, okay. He does. It's just it's only going to be for a couple minutes to hear to explain that part of it. You know what I mean? And I think I'd rather just do it that way with that. So, one moment, guys. My apologies again for that. I thought he'd be a little calmer in that one, maybe, but I mean, I get it. You know, the guy's got. Yeah. He's angry about certain things. And
I guess here's why I can never get on board with it. I guess here's why I can never get on board with it, because it's like, okay, if you want LE like this, I just feel like why would LE want this much public doubt and this much bullshit they're going through when they, you know, if they, okay, so now they have 2 issues. They have Bryan and they have Brent. And with Brent, they did something, and as you'll hear, they kind of tried to, you know, in my opinion, cover it up a little bit.
Yeah.
And now you have 2 issues, or you could have combined both issues and say, yeah, you know, we had a standoff with him, we shot him, he was the one that did it, and then everybody goes away. So like, why create more problems for yourself as law enforcement if, you know, people think actually Brent did it? That's why I can't get on that train, because it doesn't make sense from their standpoint to put more problems in their pocket, you know?
For sure. I agree with that 100%.
That's just my opinion. No, I don't know.
No, I can agree with you on that for sure. Give me 1 second, guys. I have this side of it. 1 second here. And yeah, I think we're right about here. Okay. Hold on a second.
Happen all the time. And that's what.
All right. This is just going to be explaining what I really wanted you guys to see, which was the scenario that happened with Brent Kopacka that day at his apartment. And that's what I really want you guys to understand. This is what I have a huge problem with. The way this was handled, the way that this went down, and the things that are not right about this. Okay. So here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
It's what? Yeah, 158, my man.
Yep. I'm a couple of seconds ahead of it, so
Cool.
that'll give us. That way we can just flow right into it.
Right. I mean,
All right. Here we go. Let me know how it sounds.
People need to understand is that the shit takes a long time for them to just like, okay, we're done,
It's
done
echoing a
deal.
little bit.
We're not going to talk about it
you're
anymore.
good
Like
now.
open investigations last decades. Like for example, when my stepdad got murdered, they put his body in a freezer for over a year before he even talked to a coroner or anything. Like, so with Brent, it's my guess is it's probably still an open investigation because the cop that shot him is still an employee of law enforcement, and they're still gotta fucking give him like mental evaluations and make sure that everything's cool. And like Brent's all
By the way, that officer is back to work. He was back to work the first week of January, I believe, just so you guys know.
Wow.
Which kind of is still off for me. It doesn't make sense to me, but that's okay. This is from Darren Duncan's live stream, his own podcast called Cool Kid Collector. And this is what he's explaining is what happened to Brent that night in that apartment. And that's what I really want you guys to see and hear, because it really blew my mind hearing a couple of things that I heard, and I want to know why. So here we go.
already been cremated. He's already in an urn in his mom's house. Like that, the dead body thing is gone. But as far as investigation goes, I think it's probably an open investigation, like inside wise, because they still got to talk to the cop that killed him and everything. And like, there's probably like the roommates and stuff that they got to talk to. Like, open investigations can be, I mean, that shit can last forever and ever. Like, it's fucking. There's probably open and get investigations from the goddamn 40s that's happened, you know. But no, I'm not trying to be funny, but I think a lot of people need to understand and they need to respect the job that the authorities have, and you people need to understand that you don't deserve answers right now. Like, it's not up to you. It's who are these people to demand answers? Like, it doesn't fucking work that way. You can't just be like, well, what happened? It's an open investigation. I want to know what happened. It's who the fuck are you to be told that? Like Brent's mom and dad probably know more than I do. I'm sure as far as law enforcement goes, like with that. But yeah, if it's an open investigation, it doesn't mean that he's involved with the Idaho 4 thing. Because like the Idaho 4 is an open investigation, and like Brent's thing was a whole separate thing, and it's probably an open investigation. Like I don't know, fucking my DUI from 15 years ago might be an open investigation. I don't know, fucking do a background check on me. I don't know. I'm just saying. Open investigation doesn't mean shit.
So just Amber said, I feel like there should have been like more of a non-lethal measure should have been taken. So I can speak on that behalf on why there wasn't a non-lethal.
Well, I heard that there was, but I don't know how true it is. I heard that they shot gas into Brent's room, and I also heard that they tried to shoot him with beanbags. And I don't see how they could have shot him with beanbags when he was in his room and they were outside. Like, if he's in a fucking apartment building up top, how could they have shot him with a beanbag? And like, I don't know, unless they had a fucking sniper shooting with beanbags. But
so
I did hear that they tear gassed him. But I heard that they tear gassed him like pretty soon into the whole standoff thing, if that's what you want to call it, for a lack of a better term. But he was in the room for about 8 hours before they decided to kill him. And I did hear that they tear gassed him first, and it's like, okay, like why didn't how would he have shot at the police after he got tear gassed in his little fucking tiny bedroom? And when his brother went into, like, after Brent was killed, when the family was allowed to go into the room, there was no, his whole room was empty. There was nothing in there. The cops already cleared out everything. The only thing that was in Brent's room was Audie, what's the paperwork, like the main paperwork when you get discharged from the army? What's it called?
It's a DD 214.
Yeah, that was in his room and it had his blood splatter on it. And there was some electronics in the room, like a DVD player, a TV, a PlayStation, things like that. But there was no bullet holes anywhere, and there was no clothes, no bed, no dresser. The fucking bedroom was 100% empty,
Oh my
except for
gosh.
that army discharge folder and some electronics. And then his cell phone was sitting face down on the kitchen counter, and it was wiped clean. The cell phone was fucking factory reset, which is weird
What?
because yeah. So if he was killed, and like I'm not trying to, because I know that there's people thinking that he was a patsy in the government and all this stuff, and what I'm telling you right now kind of makes it sound like that. I could see why people would think that, but
Yeah,
his
my brain's not going there, I promise you.
well, I'm glad, because like, dude, if I thought that, then I wouldn't even bring it up. I'd be like, I don't know what happened to him. But I'm just telling you the
Yeah.
facts of what I know of what happened. But his cell phone was face down on the kitchen counter when the brother went in, when Brent's bloodline brother went in, the next day or a couple days later or whatever, to gather his belongings, which he fucking had none in the room. All the shit was in the fucking storage unit. And guess what?
Mm.
I got a lot of it. So fucking tell the FBI that. They can come and fucking look at the shit that I got from his fucking storage unit that his mother mailed me. It was mostly like toys and clothes and shit like that. I have his goddamn hat right here, like
Aw.
yeah, I
Yeah.
know. I love that dude and I miss him. But it was weird that his phone was wiped clean, because I was at work, dude. I was working at General Mills at the time, and I was working 12-hour shifts at night. And it was around, I think, 4 o'clock in the morning when I got a phone call. And they just kept calling. And I'm like, I'm at work. And I just kept like turning it off, like sending it to voicemail or whatever. And the person kept calling. And I'm like, all right, whoever this is, it must be important. Like, I hope one of my kids aren't in the hospital and this is like an EMT calling me or something. So I finally fucking answered it. And she's like, this is the fucking detective, whatever. I still have her fucking phone number. And she's like, this is fucking whoever so and so. Do you know Brent Kopacka? I'm like, yeah, he's my best friend. Why? What's going on? And then she's like, is he violent? And I'm like, who are you again? I thought somebody was fucking with me. And I'm like, no, he's not violent. What do you mean? And she's like, well, he's in his bedroom and he won't come out. He got into an argument with his roommates, and we're the cops and we're here at his house and he won't come out of his bedroom. And I'm like, okay, like, is he okay? Like, is he alive and shit? Like, what's going on? She's like, yeah, he's okay, but we just want to ask you some questions. I'm like, well, what's up then? And then she asked me if he was violent, if he owned a gun, and if he was in the army. And I'm like, yeah, he was in the army a long time ago. And I'm like, he probably has a gun. Like, this is America. We all have guns. I'm like, but
Right.
it doesn't mean that like he's gonna use it. Like, what's going on? Let me talk to him. And she's like, no, I can't let you talk to him, but if I have any more questions, can I call you back? And I'm like, yeah, of course you can. We hung up and I immediately started texting him and calling him, like, what's going on? And then I'm not getting any fucking anything from Brent. And then the next, so I got off at 6 o'clock in the morning, and I'm like hitting up friends and shit. And I'm like, what's going on with Brent? Does anybody know what the fuck is going on? And I finally got a hold of his ex-girlfriend from like years ago. And she's like, well, I'm friends with his stepmom on Facebook. I can contact her. And I'm like, yeah, fucking give me your shit. And so she told me the name, and I messaged his stepmom, and she's like, Brent died. He got killed by the cops. And I'm like,
oh my
I'm like,
god.
yeah, I'm like, I knew it wasn't a joke because you don't fucking joke with somebody like that, you know? Like,
Yeah.
so I called her right away, like I'm a Facebook caller, and I'm like, what happened? And she's like, we don't know yet. He got into an argument with his roommates, and the cops came and killed him. And I'm like, it's fucking weird because the cops called me last night. And she's like, well, I don't know why they didn't call us. Like, we're his parents. Why'd they call you? And I'm like, I don't know. Why did they call me? But it makes me wonder if he was in this standoff situation with the cops and they were like, call my friend Darren or something. Like,
Yeah.
I want to talk to, like, I don't know. I can't speculate on that. But that shit blows my mind because I wish I was there with him. Because I guarantee that I could have talked them down or whatever. Like, I could have been like, whatever's on the other end of that door, like, you and I are going to face it together and we're going to get through it. And, like, you might be in trouble. You might go to jail for fucking telling your roommate you was going to beat him up or shoot him or whatever, but you'll be alive. And we didn't have that option. The cops just showed up and fucking killed him. And it's fucking wild to me. So like, that's the story. And like,
No.
we're saying it. I think this is the first time I've ever actually said what.
Okay.
Well,
Oops. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to do that there. Let me move that. Okay. Sorry there. Sorry, Gina. We're back. And what was I going to say? Sorry about that. So that is the story that I wanted you guys to hear about. What's up, Anna? And I just find it kind of crazy, in my opinion. His brother goes to the apartment after the scenario, walks in, there's no bullet holes anywhere. So based on what we were told about that whole scenario, the reason why he was shot at in the first place was because he was shooting at them. Discharging his firearm in the apartment, so on and so forth. How are there no bullet holes then? See, that's a problem for me. Now, not to mention, they go in, his brother goes in, there's nothing left in there. I'm working on it, Gina. There's nothing left in there, okay? Where's all his stuff and why? Why? And then his phone was completely wiped. I mean, come on, you guys. This stuff is crazy, okay? It makes no sense to me.
yeah. And I had asked him one question last night, was how the hell did they get Darren Duncan's phone number? And why would they call him?
That's what I wanted to know. Yep, same question, bro.
So if his phone's wiped clean, okay, and that means they didn't have Brent's phone to contact Darren to get his number from, then you're telling me that Brent screamed the number through the door? But yet they call Darren and they don't let Darren talk to him? I don't know. It doesn't sound right. Hell no.
You know, protocol, and I read SWAT protocol a while back. It does vary a little bit from place to place. But, you know, when you're doing negotiations in a sense like this, they use situations like that. Like Darren Duncan, for instance, that's his best friend. That's one of the persons that can get to him, that can talk to him, that could talk him down. You know what I'm saying? I don't understand that. It makes no sense to me. If they were to contact him, it would be, in my opinion, to talk to him, to bring the situation down, to cool it off. So why didn't they let him talk to him? Okay, that doesn't make sense to me. How did they get his number? And did Brent say, I want to talk to Darren? And if that's the case, why didn't he talk to Darren? You know what I mean? It's just weird.
Exactly. And he did mention in Melissa's, but not on this one. He actually called that person back and they didn't answer. And then he texted them like, hey, you know, thanks for killing my friend, and never like explaining yourself. And he hasn't got a response at all. I just wanted to throw that in there because we didn't see that part.
Yeah, I'm sure they're not going to say anything to him, but that's pretty ridiculous.
Can you imagine the feeling of that, like going in and that phone's wiped clean?
No. That's the biggest thing right there. I'll be honest with you. That kind of weirds me out.
Yeah, it weirds me out about
Well,
LE, in my opinion.
what was in that phone that it had to be wiped clean?
Something that they didn't. I don't know.
That's what I want to know. That's what doesn't make sense to me at all. Okay. There was something in that phone that for whatever reason they wanted it wiped clean. It makes no sense to me. I'm sorry. None at all. It's weird. And that is what my issue has been with the Brent Kopacka situation the whole time, because you can't get any information. You can't FOIA any information. It's still an open investigation. Why? What is it still open for? Does that make sense? How he's deceased, he's gone, he's been cremated, so on and so forth. Why is it still an open investigation? It's very weird to me.
Yeah,
very weird. I'll be honest with you. And I can't seem to find any kind of an answer for that. The officer that did this was back to work the first week of January.
Mm-hmm.
That's not a reason. Which still blows my mind that it didn't take longer.
I also found odd because, obviously, we have all seen situations like that. And when there's when somebody raises a gun or when somebody is a threat and they're a direct threat, then there's 4, 5, 6 people that let off at that person. And you're telling me there's not one bullet hole anywhere in any of the walls, nowhere?
Eddie,
you know what I mean?
One made nut. Eddie, he came in here and talked about one time that, there was 20 or so rounds on the ground outside, shells, you know what I mean? And so on and so forth. There's no bullet holes inside the apartment. So the man did not discharge his firearm, or there would have been holes somewhere. What's going on? It's just, it doesn't make any sense at all. You know what I mean? None at all, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah. And in my opinion, like I said, I believe Darren because I don't think he has a reason to lie. And if he were to lie about that, he's not going to tell us that information. He's not going to say his phone was wiped clean, there was no bullet holes, because that just creates more conspiracy. He was just saying what he knew, in my opinion.
Right. No, I can agree with that.
Because he thinks that's odd. Because he thinks that's odd as hell too. I mean, he's not, okay with that. Trust me.
Yeah, that's very, very, very weird in my opinion, and I would really like somebody to be able to explain why this happened. And here's the other side. The other side of this that I've talked about multiple times in here. And it was the point that they had the roommates out of the house, out of the apartment. There was nobody in danger in there. Why did they have to use lethal force? That makes no sense to me. They were using beanbags.
Somebody said there was no press conference or anything about it.
Yeah, I didn't see one. We looked for it.
Jesus mighty.
That's typically standard for something like that. Why is all this furniture gone? And that's the thing. If there was tear gas used, who just said that? Hold on a minute. Montez said there was tear gas used. He said so. A lot of smoke, no bullet holes, but there was blood splatters. Yeah, it's weird. It's very weird. Makes no sense. None at all. Yeah, I'd like to know, because obviously we're not getting any truth from this, and you can't get anything. We're not going to get anything. PTSD is a real thing, folks. It does cause people to have these issues. I get it. What Jules said something about, no, there wasn't. We didn't even know about this till after Bryan was arrested, and we all found out about this. And yeah, in a traffic stop.
Mm-hmm.
Kept under wraps for weeks. That's how everybody found out about it, mostly, because there was nothing.
I mean, in my opinion, if you wipe a phone clean and you take everything out, I mean, just in a common sense factor, you're trying to cover something.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. That alone in itself says, why did you wipe that man's phone clean? No, Dago, the 911 call came from a different location, not that apartment. Yeah, I had heard that before too. That was something else. That was odd to me too. That the 911 call itself came from a completely different apartment. So, I mean, maybe they left that apartment and ran next door or down the hall or whatever you want to call it to call 911. But I don't know, man. This is all weird, and it makes zero sense to me at all. At all.
Yeah, I'm never going to Idaho, I'll tell you that.
Hell no. No. Or Washington, for that matter.
Jesus mighty.
Yeah. What did you say, Mikey?
I don't think we've really gone down this hole.
One more time.
We haven't really gone down this hole.
Oh, that part of it. No, not too
Yeah.
much. I'm not real comfortable with bringing
Yeah.
Brent into this
No.
investigation at all. That's why I've kind of not. But I do have issue with Brent's issue itself. That as a true crime person, it really bothers me that way. Jules said that they said it was from a completely different complex, not just apartments. So see, that again doesn't make sense.
What the heck?
Yeah. There's a lot of this, dude. There's a lot more to this that I already know about that hasn't come out, that won't come out, that we've been looked into that doesn't make any sense at all.
Jeez.
It's come out that supposedly the roommate doesn't even live there. Okay. Now, how true that is, we don't know.
Yeah.
We get things all the time, but where's the body cam footage of that stuff that day, that night? 8 hours? There's no body cam footage? Come on.
That's insane.
No sense at all. Keith A. Dago, where's the body cam of the first stop? BK and his dad. Nobody knows what was said to them by the FBI. Not that's a good point, Keith. I'm not sure. And what did you say, Jules? Now, 1 second to catch up. Under review, the roommates that called didn't even know Brent's last name. That's another one. I'm sorry, but if you live with me, okay, Mikey, if he's living with me, he's going to know my full name and I'm going to know his. You're not going to live in the same house with me without knowing at least that much about you.
Yes,
Makes no
I
sense
know.
to me. We know, seems like we know more about this guy than they did. And it makes you wonder, were they really roommates? It's weird, dude. None of this makes any fucking sense. Excuse my language. It really irritates me how this shit's been going on. To no end, it really does. It's insane.
I find it odd because if he's in his room, he obviously has his phone, right? So
Yeah.
why wouldn't he have called? Like, why wouldn't he have called his parents, Darren, himself, if he was able to? You see what I'm saying?
Did they allow that though? That's what I'm saying.
I mean,
it almost seems like a different situation.
Well, I guess imagine a standoff, right? Okay, and somebody's in their room and they won't come out. Okay, and they're in their room with their phone for 8 hours, and you're telling them to come out, they're not complying, whatever. That person is in there with their telephone, if they have their phone on them. So you figure he would be contacting people that he knew while he was going through this for 8 hours, but yet nobody was contacted until Darren was contacted by the person, whoever that person was from law enforcement, and then that's it. And then they go there and his phone's completely wiped clean, but obviously he was texting and calling Darren the day before. That's what I find very suspicious.
Yeah, I can agree with that for sure. For absolute sure. And like I said, if somebody comes to me and says, okay, or they bring something out that shows bing, bang, boom about Brent Kopacka and the Idaho house, okay, then we'll start talking about that. Then we'll put it out. Then we'll start looking into this, that, and everything else. There is nothing. There's nothing at all. So there's no point in it. I'm not going to degrade me personally. That doesn't mean other people can't have their opinions, theories, or thoughts on that. Okay. But me personally, I'm not going to downgrade or not, I can't even think the right words today. Talk down about a soldier that earned Purple Heart and did 2 tours. I just can't. I can't do that. Okay. And that's all I can say as far as that goes. Now, like I said, show me the proof. I'll be all over that. I have no problem with that. Same goes with Bryan Kohberger. Show me the proof. I'll be all over it. We haven't seen it. We've been trying to find it. They won't give it to us. So I don't know. I do not know at all. Yeah, it seems to be. That's a good point there, D Smalls. Says we have a pattern of behavior here with law enforcement. That's a good point.
That's what I took from this is something's not right over there.
And they're very close. We had 2 officers from Moscow, Idaho, that were at that scene as well. For what? If you got SWAT there and you got Washington there, why do you need Idaho's police as well? I don't understand that, especially 2 high-ranking officers. If you need backup, you could send over patrol officers to help with that for traffic control, whatever you're doing, right? No, they had the chief and the Tootsie Roll over there. I can't stand him. I'm sorry. I know it's disrespectful. I shouldn't say things like that. I just don't like him. He's
Could be
3'2", and he just thinks he's a big man, and I don't like him.
Who are you talking
I
about?
don't like. It is what it is. So, Gina, I'm still working on this, dear. I can't figure out how to get it to. I don't even see you in there now. It shouldn't be there. But anyway, moving forward, it is definitely a pattern, and it's something I don't like. I don't even live there, and I don't like it. Okay, it makes me nervous, and I feel bad for anybody that does live there. I really do. Amy Terry, thank you very much, dear. Where'd it go? Damn, it jumped all the way up there. 1 second, everyone. I didn't see it till just now. Amy, where did it go? Or is it at the bottom?
3-2.
There it is, right there. Okay. Thank you, Amy. Again, DD posted over the top memorials on Facebook, cryptic items, then inserted himself and perpetuates his involvement, and then contradicts himself. I mean, everybody sees this in different ways. I can understand how you're seeing it that way too. I don't know. I really don't know how to say what to say to that. You know, I don't know this man personally. None of us do. We don't know him personally. Okay. You know, we have not shook hands with him, been at his home with him. We don't know him personally. We don't know what goes on with him. And everybody has their own variation as to how they receive people and the way that they present themselves. Okay. So, the over-the-top memorials on Facebook could be, you know, they were friends since they were 13, 14 years old. That's pretty traumatic. I'll give it that. And the cryptic things, I don't know anything about that. And then inserted himself and perpetuates his involvement. Okay. I don't know. I just don't really know how to approach that, Amy. You are right about some of those things, in my opinion, but there could be reasons behind them. I don't know. And at this point, you know, I think that's why he's doing what he's doing, is he's trying to explain certain situations for this. Again, I haven't really had a personal conversation with him, nor have I talked about anything else with him. So I don't know. I can't give you I guess, logical explanation to that. So my apologies, but thank you very much for the super chat. 1 second here, guys. I'm trying to, Heather. Let me see. And then I would definitely like, by the way, you guys, the link is pinned. Was there anything else specific that you wanted to talk in general to today? Willie, on your thing, anything in particular specifically you wanted to talk about today?
Oh no, I was just, like I said, I just came up on, I usually come up on open panels and stuff. So.
Oh yeah. No, that's fine. That's fine. I just wanted to make sure we weren't skipping.
Oh no, and then whatever you cover, then like if you want my opinion on it, then it is, you know. Sure thing.
Absolutely. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that we were covering everything you wanted to cover for sure. That was
no. Like I said, I just again, obviously everybody's gonna have their own opinion. I just think it's too easy. You know, it's very easy for them to just say, yeah, you know, we shot the guy that did it. He's connected to this, and then everybody takes it for face value. And so now they have two problems. You know what I mean? Right. So it's like they created more problems for themselves when they obviously are trying to, in my opinion, you know, make stuff go away. So I don't know. It's just, it doesn't really make sense. If he was involved, why not just say he was involved? We shot him, and then everybody moves forward, and two cases are now closed, not, you know, two open investigations.
Yeah. No, I understand completely. Rollermoto says that Jordan Baker was somewhere else, saying his buddies' roommates were being threatened by their roommate, walking back and forth, saying, I unalived the roommates, and kept saying that before they shot him. Where did that info come from, Rolo? I've never seen nor heard that part of that. I heard the other part of it, yes, but
yeah, they haven't really released anything. How would
no, that's what I mean. How did you get that info? You know, if you have it, that's damn okay. You know what I mean? That's damning, but I have never heard that. Brandy says There was still someone who was arrested on January 12th in 2023 in King County, Washington on the scanner. His girl, oh yeah, I remember that. His girlfriend said he was the Idaho killer. They found him stuck in an air duct with a bag of dope. Imagine that. Not heard another word about that. Who knows? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And
who knows what else in the past that we don't even know about?
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Too.
That's the freaky thing to think about.
Yeah, Joanne says, and that's true too. If you listen to the scanner audio, it says that Brent Kopacka is aware that he's being arrested. Absolutely. I don't know, guys. I don't know. This is just this whole side of everything is so weird. Like I said, I feel like that it got linked together because somebody had asked me that. You know, how did this come together, Dago? Why do you think this got linked up like this? And I think it's truly, when we first looked at this Idaho case, guys, we were all appalled. It's insane, okay? And I think most of us looked at this and said, wow, like this looks like something that was military based, or somebody that with military training did this to be able to get in 9 minutes, get out with a handheld weapon to handle 4 people like that and to do it. That's why everybody, I think, thought that. Well, then when this scenario went down, everybody said, whoa, that's awful close. That's awful close to where this happened. And look, so I think that's how those two got linked together. I'll be honest with you. It doesn't mean that it's true, but you know,
well, I think
a lot of people did.
I don't even think people would like consider Brent a suspect if he was still alive, in my opinion.
Probably not. If anybody knew him, if what, you know, Darren has said and everything like that about him being the person he was, and if he could have done a live stream himself, people probably would have looked at him in a completely different light because he never had a chance to voice who he was. Nobody got to know who he was. You know what I mean? And that could change things 1,000,000%. We don't have that option now.
Because usually people hide when they have something to hide, but he's like, yeah, you know, I'm going to go live and talk about it. So obviously,
yeah,
you know, who does that? You know what I mean?
I agree. John Rambo. That makes sense. All right, now let me see here. All right. Now, there was something else that dropped last night, you guys. I don't know how often, how many. Did anybody have any other questions, thoughts, theories about this, what I just showed you guys, scenario with Kopacka? Right, Princess Chelly. Anybody in chat have any questions, thoughts, theories, or anything else on it before we kind of move forward a little bit? Welcome, Southern Logic. Good to see you. Good to have you in here. Hope you're having a good day today. Roll Tide. That's right. What's going on, brother?
Wait, are you an Alabama fan?
Yes, sir. 1,000%.
Jesus mighty. Now I got to stay here forever. No shit, man. Are you serious?
Absolutely.
Oh, man, dude.
Hold on 1 second. I'll show you something real quick.
That's awesome. Wow. Yeah, I have all my Alabama player rookie cards stashed away. Or else I'll show you some stuff. I'll send you some pictures later on. Chick. I didn't know he was a Bama fan. Shit. I would have been here a long time ago.
I don't know if you guys can see that,
Yeah.
but if she picked this up, I collect toys too. She just got this thing's worth a lot of money. I didn't even realize it.
Where'd you get that at?
Holy Christmas.
I can't even remember where she got it at, but she got lucky on it.
Wow. I never seen it. I never seen it out anywhere.
Yeah.
I even went down to Tuscaloosa to the Walmarts and stuff. I didn't see it. That's right, buddy.
Yeah, she got super lucky when she found it, and I guess it's worth something. I didn't know that, but yeah. And of course, there's my hat. We got everything, Alabama, bro.
That's awesome, man. Yeah. So,
So, yeah.
I mean, my profile picture, my avatar here, I bleed crimson, man.
There you go. Absolutely. Good
Anyway,
stuff.
sorry to get off topic. I didn't know you
That's
were
all
a
right.
fan.
That's all right. Absolutely. No problem. Yeah, I'm a Cleveland Browns fan because I live in Ohio. I've been born, bred, raised a Browns fan. I'm a Bama fan as far as college goes. I don't really follow baseball anymore. I used to be what they were called the Indians, Cleveland Indians fan, and I was a Cavs fan for a while too. But I don't follow either one again. I'm just mostly football now. So
Yeah, me too. I mean, I watch baseball now because of the pitch clock, because it's more of a upbeat, up tempo game. But
right. Absolutely. Anyway. Yeah. Roll Tide, roll for real. We are hardcore here. I'll put it this way: my mother-in-law lives with me, and her bedroom is nothing but my dad. And I'm working on now is nothing but she has a play clock, bro. It's like this big. Okay, it's huge, and it's a regular clock, but it looks like a play clock.
Jesus.
Yeah, we have.
Check out, like I said, check your inboxes. I'm gonna send you some stuff I have. I have like rookie cards of players that played at Bama that literally are the only ones in the world and stuff like that. So I'll send you some pretty cool shit since it looks like you're into it.
Absolutely, for real. Sounds good. I appreciate that.
Of course, man.
Yeah, it's far few in between. I get beat up over this, like verbally, you wouldn't believe, because I live in Ohio. I'm supposed to be a Buckeyes fan regardless. Ohio State it is. Nope. And as soon as I mention who I do like, I'm surprised I haven't been shot over it. It's crazy. These people around here are nuts with that.
Well, to me, I like everybody. I like all walks of life. Everybody, and I don't care who you are, whatever, unless you're an Auburn fan. Like if you're an Auburn fan, we're not gonna.
We got one in here.
here. I know who they are already.
It's all right. I got a couple. My wife's relatives. Her whole family's from Alabama. A couple of her relatives are Auburn fans, and it's just one of them things. You know how it goes.
Yeah. You can't even say that word around my family.
That's how. Yeah, they get real. Couple of their family members are actually Auburn fans, and they still kind of have a bit of a rivalry going on. It's kind of funny, but it is what it is. So, all right, it doesn't look like anybody else had anything to add to that at that point. So, as you all saw, I'm sure, Columbus born and bred here, Ohio is awesome. Thank you. That's a fact, Cryptic. In its own ways, it is. There's some things about Ohio I absolutely do not like, but what are you going to do about it? So, thank you, Kelly. Yeah, it is. And so, Ohio, I'll tell you right now, Ohio is the best place to be in the fall. It's the most beautiful thing you've ever seen in your life. It's great. I love it.
I don't know, man. I'll give you a run for your money with Pennsylvania here, man.
Well, I mean, we pretty much have the same stuff.
Yeah, I know.
You know what I mean? It's pretty, yeah. So, PA is better in some ways because there's a lot more of the. I enjoy the Amish.
Oh yeah. Dude, they can build a barn. They can build a barn in literally 30 minutes. It's amazing.
Pretty much, yeah, absolutely. They'll put a roof on. They did my neighbor's roof last summer. They were over there for 6 hours, and it's one of those tin roofs too. They had the old thing ripped off and the new one put on in 6 hours.
Yeah, and the kids, and it's funny because I actually sold roofs for an Amish roofing company, and dude, they're like 14, 15-year-old kids, and they know how to do stuff better than 30, 40-year-old adults. It's amazing.
Yep, exactly. And these guys, I've watched some of these guys doing their barn raising, building houses. These guys are insane. They're crazy. They'll walk the beams of the house on the frame at the top, the very top of the building or whatever. They don't care. They walk right around it. No kind of
Dago, listen to me.
Net or anything on. They're crazy.
I saw a 30, maybe 40, maybe mid-age 40-year-old woman riding a bicycle up a hill with absolutely no issue with the dress on. Like it was like it was butter.
Yep, they're hardcore, man. They are hardcore,
yeah, man.
Hardcore. They got the best foods around here. The best shops.
Some of their markets and shops are amazing.
Yep.
Yeah, the markets and the shops around here are amazing, guys. Seriously, you would not believe some of the things they have. We do have some of the best haunted houses too, Mike. I agree.
Yeah.
Haunted facilities, period. Mm-hmm. Tracy says, let me see, where did it go, Tracy? I'm trying. We got 518 peeps in here. I'm trying to keep up with you guys. Let me see. Hold on. Wait a minute. Hold on 1 second. Where did it go? You might have to drop it again, Tracy, if it rolled back too far. I'm sorry. I didn't see it. Oh, wait a minute. Is it this one? Can I ask what level of PO person? I keep asking exit. I'm confused on
What level of
P
I'm trying to put a different word in there to figure it out.
people person.
Yeah. Well, there's already person next to the PEO.
Drop that question one more time, Tracy. I'm not positive what you meant by that, hon. Protected. What level of protected person? Ah, there we go. Gotcha. I have no idea. No idea. That's definitely a good question, though. What level of protected person is was Brent Kopacka? I don't think we can get that kind of information. If it's military based, it's probably considered classified. You know what I mean?
Yep.
I don't know. If we know somebody that is military that can answer that question, possibly. I don't know that either. Anybody out there that does know that kind of thing, if you'd like to be able to answer that, please feel free. Please feel free. All right. You guys.
Listen, my man, StreamYard is absolutely killing my phone right now, but I appreciate you having me up.
No. Thank you. I appreciate
my man. It was nice to meet you up here as well.
Yes, sir. Pleasure.
I'll see you guys down.
If you will, buddy, please get a hold of me when you talk to some other peeps, and you're always welcome in here. Anything you need from me on other sides, please let me know. I'm always available to you. Okay?
Yeah, I'll shoot you a text later after I'm done watering my tumors trees I have out in my backyard. All right.
Okay. Yes, sir. Sounds great. Thank you once again.
All right, man. Have a good day, man. See you soon.
All right, bud. Take care.
Willy.
All right, guys. And again, Willie, thank you for that info. I appreciate you. And I'm looking forward to speaking with these other people in regards to who was Bryan Kohberger, in that sense. Due to his injury, he was protected. Okay. In that sense, yeah, I can see that. So the next step, folks, that I wanted to talk about with you guys, and again, you guys have that option. Gina, by the way, I can't figure out how to fix this. Mikey, do you know? No, you don't.
Oh, no.
I know you don't. Damn it. I just don't know how to fix this. I'm sorry. I will figure it out, though. I promise. I just sent Brandy a video of the channel that shows a replica of the Jeep and Lynn. Yeah. Okay. And that's perfect. Thank you, Robin. Brandy, send that to my email because that's what I'm about to show you guys. There was some more, as much as I don't want to do this, but I'm going to show you a quick shot of this because it was kind of interesting to me. There was some more footage dropped yesterday on the Linda Lane scenario. It's a lot clearer. There's a lot more involved with it. It's not a long clip, but it's interesting in a little bit of a way. Absolutely commercial. Thank you, Brandy. So you don't speak a whole lot, do you, bro?
Oh, it's this topic, man. I just
yeah, I get it. I get it. Absolutely. I'm just messing.
All or nothing.
All right, where are we at here? Move this over here. Boom.
It's like we just kind of like skirted around the edges.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Thank you so very much, Willie, for jumping up here with us today. Again, guys, oh my gosh, I can't even think right now. The link is pinned in the chat. Once we get rolling on this, you guys are welcome to jump up here, voice your opinions, your thoughts, your theories, whatever it is. Please do it. All right. This footage, Jeff H. put this together after he grabbed a hold of it. So that's where I'm pulling this to look at. We looked at it last night, too. And
you were trying to get something fixed. Does Molly know how to do that? She was just asking.
I was just trying to figure out how to unblock somebody because I can't find them in my spot where they typically would be if they're blocked to bring them back in here. That's all. It's the name's not showing up in there like it's supposed to. I don't know what happened. I couldn't tell you. So I will figure it out one way or another and make sure it's working. All right, guys. Let me know how the audio is on this. Like I said, this came out last night sometime. It's kind of interesting, and I wanted you guys to see it if you haven't seen it. I'm not going to get all head over heels involved in this, by the way. I'm just letting you know. But it is definitely a lot more interesting than the other stuff was, because we can see something that we've already seen, and I'm curious as to why we're getting these. That's what my biggest thing with this. No, Candy, you're fine, hon. I want to know why we keep getting these, why they're releasing these, what they're trying to do with these, and what they're trying to show us. That's why I'm looking at it. Not because I want to see who's running around, who's this or that. I want to know why they're dropping these videos right now. I want to know what their point is and what they want from us, knowing where they're dropping these and that we're going to be doing stuff with it. That's what I want to know. So, here we go.
You shouldn't park anywhere. It's only the park at the bottom part of the lot.
Am I dreaming? Does this camera angle look slightly different than the other ones?
Yeah, it is. It's definitely a little bit different. So there's that. We're gonna watch it again. Don't worry. You can hear in the audio. 5 people in a Jeep. That's correct. The first guy that was walking in. Hold on a minute, guys. Let me move this. 1 second. Okay. The first guy that walks in, as he's walking up to the door to walk into the apartment, tips his hat down so you can't see his face as he walks off. Okay. And it's definitely not an Uber drop off, because there's 2 other guys and a girl that walk out as well. So as they're walking up, he says, and I can't give you a clear name, but he says a name, and he says, I told such and such that she shouldn't park anywhere up here. She should park down in that lower lot, which is where she went when she backed out. And she went to the right there of the screen and made a left down into that bottom parking lot. Thank you, Heather, very much for that, guys. I appreciate anyone that has donated to the 1 second. Anyone that had donated to the Venmo, Cash App, or PayPal. I know I'm getting little donations here and there from you guys. It's absolutely amazing. Thank you all so very much from my heart, because that helps me to come out here to you guys every single day. Right. A lot of people are hearing Allie. A lot of people are hearing Abby. What's up, Truth and Transparency? Miss Lana, good to see you. What was I saying here? Allie, Abby.
Yeah.
You know, it's what it sounded like to me. We're going to play it again, and I'm going to do it a little different when I do it this time. But thank you again for all of you that have donated to the channel to support it that way. All right, let's do this one more time, guys. If you got headphones, put them in if you want to. It's kind of interesting to me, because that's the same vehicle, in my opinion, that we were looking at 2 weeks ago, that's down in the bottom parking lot, parked there for however many hours, and then somebody runs out, jumps in it, and takes off. Thank you much, Lana. I appreciate you, sis. Hope you're having a great day today. 1 second here. 1 second. Sorry about that, guys. I'm going to slow it down, too. I did that last night. Me and Mikey watched last night when it first dropped. Slowed it down a little bit. And it's pretty clear when you hear it when they say. But I'm still a little bit leery about the name itself. The actual name that was said. That's the only problem I have with it. Here we go. Thank you so much, Lana. Okay. Excuse me. Now what I'm going to do is move this there. See if this will work for this. And it does not. Okay, so we're going to slow that down to about right there the first time and move on with it. Let me do it. All right. Now, right there is where he tips his hat down so that the camera can't see him, as if he knows that. Okay.
You shouldn't park anywhere.
And you hear that clear as day. She shouldn't park anywhere up here. I told her to park down in the lower parking lot. That's clear. Fast or slow, you can hear it. So, I don't know. What do you think, Mike?
The piece for the stocking. I don't know. I don't think it has anything to do with anything, but
You think it's completely detached from it?
yeah.
Because if you look at the timestamp, it's 12:28. It's that same night, but it's over here. And as we had talked about before, there were people parked there. Now, the only thing, like I said about it, that I had an issue with was that it looks like the same vehicle that we looked at down here. Or, it kind of resembles that.
Yeah.
Which again, but it changed up in the camera. It didn't actually change. We were watching this last night.
Yeah, I think it looks way different right now than last night. It looks
different completely, right.
Oh, that was
I
late.
just see people going up to someone's apartment. I don't see what. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It looks like somebody, they all got out, jumped out of the car, went into the apartment, and we know people live here. It's a Saturday night. They're all hanging out. So I don't know what's going on about that. I'd like to see. That's right. There we go. This literally looks like nothing. A group of people going to their apartment. There's so many apartments and so many people there. That looks like a car to me. No, it's definitely some sort of an SUV, hun. When I slowed it, watch this. I'll show you. We figured it actually looks bigger than a Jeep at some point. Almost like an Excursion or something. It's so weird. I don't know if the camera angles make it change up or what, but hold on a minute here. Let's go back here and do it like this. And I'll slow it down when we get closer. So just watch the vehicle as it comes in. That's really the only issue I have is the vehicle. Nothing else. These are just kids going to somebody's apartment or going to their own apartments. Who knows? Okay. You can see that you see here is the wheel well things, the wheels. It kind of resembles a Jeep here, but then and there. Okay, you can see the front end of it. It does to an extent, but and it kind of has that same sound. Okay, and when it turns around, you get a glimpse of the front end, and it's got the round headlights that looks like it does. Okay, I'll show you. Now, when it's leaving and it's going back past, it looked weird. I don't know what happened to it with the lights or something. It changed it up. Not saying that it actually changed. It just looks different. That's all. Yeah, it's definitely not just a car. It's some sort of an SUV or a truck of some sort type thing. And you guys, I've never seen a 4-door Mustang. I don't know. I haven't, but
Point.
there's 4 doors. There's definitely 4 doors on it. And it does have that same sound as what was started down on the other side. So I don't know. Exactly, Marcy. 4 college kids.
We shouldn't park anywhere.
That's one thing that I do have to say. I don't know anybody else, any of these kids getting out of this vehicle. I don't recognize them. I can't really see them clearly. I did notice the kid tip his hat down. Maybe he just doesn't want to be seen. Who knows? I don't know. It may not be anything. Okay. That's the one thing I did notice about them that kind of made me go, why are you doing that? You know what I mean? That's all. So now, as this is turning around, watch this.
I wonder if a lot of these same cars that we're seeing are the same cars because they're part of this rideshare stuff.
Yeah, it's possible too. That's exactly what that. But if they're parking down here in a parking lot,
Yeah.
you know what I mean. I don't know.
Yeah.
That's the thing. You can see the square body to it as it moves back a little bit. Right there, you can see it. You can see the wheels on it. And now when it gets to right about you can see the wheel wells on it there too. Kind of, oh shit, I went too far. 1 second. See the roundness of the headlight, which is typically standard for Jeep. And then it goes blurry. Then they take their brakes off. All right. And there, it's so blurred because of the lighting. It's an SUV of some sort. Okay, I can see that. I can see the wheels. We need to change the colorization in it or something like that. But there, like I said, the way the lighting is, it looked like it made it longer. It's so weird. I don't know. It's some form of a SUV. I do know that. I can't tell you exactly what it is. But and then it goes down, goes to the left, and it parks right here over here on this parking lot. So crossover 4-door Mustang. Okay, I didn't know that. But again, like I said, I don't think this has anything to do with anything either. I agree with Mikey. I might be wrong, guys. I don't know. I don't know how is this angle so much different than the rest of the footage we've seen. Does this angle look off to you? Well, I mean, it looks.
It almost seems like the other one was over closer to that silver 4-door car, like one parking spot over.
Yeah, I don't know. It looks wider to me. You know what I mean? Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. I don't know, but it does look a little wider. What was I going to say? And it looks a little bit brighter than the other one. I don't know. I know Jeff had this. He may have brightened it up a little bit. He may not. I don't know what he did. But it's definitely some form of an SUV again. But I can agree with Mikey. I don't think, and I may be wrong. I just don't think it has anything. I think these are just kids. It's a Saturday night. they're coming back from something and they're all going to hang out in this apartment, whoever lives there. I don't know. That's just my opinion.
It is the same camera angle
Yeah.
as all the others. Yeah.
Okay, so it's exactly the same.
Yeah, I'm just delirious.
All right, Lana says the vehicle on my community post that was from my deep dive of Bridget and Dylan. Okay. So that's what this vehicle is, then she's saying. I got you. Okay. I didn't get to look at that, Lana. I'm sorry. Is it a Jeep? Is it something else? I don't know. It's an open panel today, Rolo. You're allowed to jump up here anytime you want, bro, or anybody for that matter. That's what we're doing here. I just put it up for you on your community. Okay, Lana, hang on a second here. Let me bring this off of here for a second. Like I said, the link's in pinned to the chat. You can jump up here, Rolo, if you want to. Move that. I am receiving your guys' roommates. Thank you, roommates. Jesus, emails. Good God, too much stuff going through my head. Way too much stuff going through my head. I appreciate that too. I'm gonna get to them all. Be going through them all, and we'll be covering them all best I can. Okay, hold on 1 second. Where is it? Where is it? Hold on, guys. Ripped jeans. All right. Well, I'll see this here in a second, man. I'm going to it now. Oh. Oh, wow. Okay, so this is what Lana has on her community post, and I can definitely see that vehicle being that color in the dark. It definitely could be that same vehicle. Is that a Range Rover or? Yeah, it definitely looks like a Range Rover.
Yeah, it's one of those Mercedes fucking things.
Is that what it is? Mercedes, yeah.
That G-Wagon or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Yep. You are right. Interesting. Interesting. I'd like to know who actually owns that. Or owns one of those. Interesting. G-Wagon. Yeah, I wish I could afford one of those. Yeah, like I said, I wish I could afford one of those. Those are nice. Damn, that's a lot of money right there. Thank you, Lana. Yeah, it very well could be that same type of vehicle. What fire are we talking about in here, you guys? Well, I looked at it. I don't have a different vibe at all. I looked at this last night after that for quite a while, and I just don't see. I personally don't see anything that made me get nervous. But I don't know anybody, and I picked those pictures. Zoom in on those girls. I don't know if I can. Hold on. It won't let me do that, Lana. 1 second.
Oh, the fire thing that somebody was talking about, that somebody's Jeep caught on fire.
Was it this one?
Oh, what's this? Somebody put in here. When was Bridget's Jeep set on fire?
Bridget, okay. Well, at some point, guys, I will have to argue that point where they said it wasn't red. I even told, I think it was you I told, wasn't it? When it gets under that light, it looks like it could have like a burgundy look to it. Or maybe it's somebody else. I could show you that again, but either way, I'm probably wrong. Okay, so I know that that's Dylan. I don't know who these are. These three are. I don't know who these two are back here. And I can't zoom in on any further. It won't even let me download it. Shit. I don't know. That's the biggest I can go with it.
Lana just said Bridget's next to Dylan.
Right here?
Yeah, I'm guessing to the right then.
Okay. That's interesting, though. Is this the thing that they're saying caught on fire, or was something else?
Somebody was saying a Jeep.
Okay, so maybe it was the black Jeep we were talking about before.
And then they were wondering when it caught on fire in reference to the murders.
Yeah, I'm sure. That's a good question. QBH. Well, this thing here, if this is Mercedes, would have that motor, so that's that too.
Yeah.
It's interesting. Very interesting. This girl right here, she said might be in the video. Okay.
Yeah, I saw that.
Ethan is pretty tall. I don't know if that was actually this girl is Riley. Yeah, a couple of those kids were pretty tall. That's true too. All right, hold on a minute, guys. Sorry.
Before I worked for Shield, I made a name for myself. I have a very specific skill set. I didn't care what I used to do. I made a name for myself. Because the Shield's radar that way. Agent Morgan was sent to kill me. He made a different call.
I still think it's weird that these are being dropped the way they are.
Diversion.
What's that?
Diversion. Makes you wonder.
Yeah, it's definitely something. For sure. Turn that down. Okay. All right, one more time here.
Almost looks like the girl in the video has glasses. I don't know.
Yeah.
They all
Where's
look
he
like they
crying?
have glasses right about now.
Got you. Honestly, that's an interesting comment. The stream link was pinned, Heather. Hold on. It's not pinned anymore. How'd that happen? 1 second, guys. Really, the chat's not even moving. There it goes. Okay. All right.
You shouldn't park anywhere.
So is this what everybody's talking about, thinking that's Ethan? It's probably the tallest one there.
I don't know. Do you really have big hair like that? Looks like a lot of hair.
Yeah,
I guess so.
I don't know. I don't know.
Park anywhere.
It's hard to tell. That's why I don't like these black.
You shouldn't park anywhere. It's older than park. You're scared. I see that guy. You shouldn't park anywhere. You're scared.
Abby? That's the name it sounds like he's saying is Abby.
No, I'm not. You're scared. I see that guy. You shouldn't park anywhere.
Do you hear that? Abby?
You shouldn't park.
Yeah.
You shouldn't park.
I don't recognize that name. It's not Abby. Okay. We don't know who's driving the vehicle either, so I don't know. Yeah, it could be Hunter. It does look kind of like Hunter, Ethan's brother.
I shouldn't park anywhere.
I think the hair's too light to be Emma's hair, guys. It looks more like a blonde. She looks more like a blonde, doesn't she, Mike? Or what? Wouldn't you think? Or am I wrong?
Or brown or something. I
Right.
don't know. I mean, you can kind of tell between the guys that are there too. Like the one clear to the right. I mean, that's like, in my opinion, Emma's color hair.
Hey, what's up, fellas?
What's going on, Rolo?
Just right here, chilling. Hey, I'm off the top. I want to send my respects to everybody. You know, their opinions, and I understand we all don't have that the same point of views, that knowledge or the experiences that makes us the other way. But as far as the kids on the video, the one in the middle, to me, it's number 9 at the Grubhub, the Grub truck, Katovich.
No, Jack Katovich. Okay,
that's the one in the middle. The girl on the left is the one where, like, when they roll up, she says hi to him. Remember, like, Maddie was trying to talk to him, and then she sees the girl like pull up, and then she just looks the other way, and then she waits for her to leave, and then she like walks up. All right, that's her. She passes through when Kaylee, as soon as she gets her receipt, she passes right through her.
Okay, so we're saying that this right here is Jack Katovich, right?
Yeah. That's jersey number 9 at the Grub truck.
Okay.
The Bears jersey, I believe, the blue one.
Okay. Well, Jeff is right here. He says the police have seen the footage and checked everybody out, so everybody seems.
I'm just saying, that's who, that's straight up, that's them. The girl, that's the one that she pulls up right there with them, and she has a hoodie on. And
yeah. I didn't talk about.
And the weird thing is, they like supposedly they know each other, but the girls don't say hi to each other or nothing. They like kind of shine each other off,
Okay, gotcha.
So then she walks through past Kaylee when Kaylee's getting her receipt. When the guy sticks out his hand, when supposedly it was the girl that handed her something, but it's not her; it's the guy's hand.
Okay, gotcha.
That's the girl right there. Also, in that video, I don't know if it's right after like Kaylee orders or before. There's another girl in dark blue hoodie.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's Emma.
Emma Bailey, okay, or Emma Gunter.
No, Bailey. It looks straight out like her. It could be a doppel, whatever, ganger, banger, whatever they call them,
Oh yeah.
But it looks straight out like her. And she's with a guy, just her and the dude,
Okay.
Gotcha. The guy on the right.
This guy here.
He's the one when the Jeep takes off at 423. That's the guy that's wearing black or appears to be wearing black. That's the guy that gets in the Jeep with the hoodie on. I guarantee you.
Here. Okay.
Yeah, he has curly hair like Michael Jackson.
Yeah. Looks like it. Yeah, a lot of hair.
Unless he has a twin, but it's the same person, bro.
Right. Okay. Awesome.
I'm just saying that's what that is. And then what made it more shady is I didn't really catch that I hadn't seen the beginning part of it when the guy covers his face,
Yeah.
That was sketchy, AF.
When the guy with the hat, you can. I don't know. That was the first thing that caught my attention because when he walks up, he kind of looks at it when he's walking from the Jeep, and then he kind of ducks his head down.
Yeah, and trip out. If you look at the reflection from the glass, from the across from the Grubhub, on the sidewalk, look right before they pull up. Here. Right before they pull up, there's a black truck that passes, and you can see it through the windows on the reflection. It's a big, large truck. I thought it was a black Silverado. That's what I thought. Could be that one, but that one. Okay. But it pulls up, it hits the brakes because you could see the brake lights shine from the reflection, and it slows down right on the side of it. And it just happens to be as soon as it slows down, like 2-3 seconds after, is when they all pop up. On the left side, Katovich and all the other ones, and on the right side is a chubby lady in gray.
Gotcha. Okay.
Trip out.
Sounds good. Okay.
It just happens, I mean, I don't know if that's a
Yeah, right.
Suburban. Well, I thought it was a truck, but it could be a G-Wagon. But the first time when I heard that G-Wagon taking off at 423, I heard like a turbo or a supercharger, because I have a twin turbo truck myself, and I could hear the little the whiplash.
That little whistle. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, but I honestly, in my mind, I thought it was a Jeep. But then I started tripping on the whistle, and somebody said it was a G-Wagon. I said, you know what, you're right. It could be. But and still in my mind, I really thought it was a Jeep. But now I kind of see, the different angles, and it does appear to be a G-Wagon.
Mhm.
And that white car, when it reverses, you could hear when it's reversing on the first time when it pops up. Because to me, it passes twice, But okay, 405, when it's reversing, you could hear like it sounds like first of all, it's a gas engine. You could hear the motor, and it has the knock sensors.
Yeah.
You could hear the knocking a little bit, like it's low on oil. But when it's reversing, right before it gets to, like, he doesn't reverse all the way, and it sounds like he's pressing on the gas more, like without and engaging the clutch again, so because it stops going in reverse, and then he just he needs to go more back, and then he presses the gas. Like, how it'll be when you let your clutch go, but not all the way, and then it goes on backwards a little more, and then he goes forward. But in between the gears, you could hear like the gassing, the revs on the gas. It could be somebody that doesn't know how to drive, but it sounds like like if it was a manual standard transmission.
Yeah. Got you.
I don't know. I mean, I work on cars myself, so I just, it could have been that the person doesn't know what the hell they're doing when they drive, and they're just gassing at the car and pressing on the brake or something at the same time,
Right. Yeah, absolutely.
Those details,
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Have you noticed there's a lot of parts where the people pass and they blur out from the image?
You mean at the grub truck?
No, in the parking.
Oh,
like when the guy walks around, like when the guy comes around through the top little corner, and then he walks around the parking. On the left side of the building, where there's a door, like you could see the columns from the little entrance of the building. You can see the columns on each side, and there's a door to the entrance to the apartment. And it appears to be like some lights or something, but I think it's a door or something inside of it. But
Gotcha.
But when he passes through there, there's a part where he passes like almost right in between those two columns, where he blurs out. It looks like if he ducks, or there's like a little U curve for the water or something on the asphalt.
Okay.
But he's not the only one. Because when somebody else passes through there too, it's like they blur out in that little instant.
Okay.
I don't know if you caught it. Just when they right in front of to me, I have infrared and those you ever heard of the infrared on night vision spotlights? They enhance the night vision. They're like flashlights, but for night vision. They're not like if you turn it on at night, you can't see it. But if you point it at somebody's eyes, it could burn out your pupils or your retinas, whatever. You're not supposed to point it at somebody's eyes. If you point those at cameras, it'll blind them.
Okay.
To me, I don't know those they had them on the heads or on the sweaters or they had one on their hand, because mine is a handheld spotlight, 2 million candle lights, infrared night vision spotlight. And you could point them towards the cameras, and it'll blind them. And that's what I think when it looks like somebody was inside of the Jeep or whatever pulls out at the end. I think if there was somebody inside of it, that's what they're doing. They're taking turns on pointing them at it, because there's a straight angle, like straight to it. But you could see like a little torch turning on, like they're smoking, And then one, it looks like somebody's on the phone almost the whole time, holding it with his left hand on his left ear.
Okay, gotcha.
So I don't know, those little things I caught, like.
Yeah, no, I get it. I appreciate it.
I mean, if they have guidance, and I mean, if I'm a like LA regular gangster or whatever, and I know all these things and more, they're, these kids, they have that guidance from, somebody like a pre-planned something. Come on, they're gonna, and then they got money, they're the rich kids. Come on, that's accessible, easy access.
Gotcha. Yeah.
You could just buy the little light, the little bulb, and switch them off the headlamps.
Oh, right. Okay. Interesting to know.
Yeah, but I just want to, like, these videos, they're coming out for a reason,
Yeah, I've started to gather that the way they're dropping these and the time that they're dropping them and the way they're coming out, there's obviously some form of a reason why they're doing it.
The only thing that's making it up is when they come out, people, instead of like, the first thing people do is they question why, who brought them out, who released them, who, like, they get all mad, like they don't understand that it's there for a reason, they go off like, who released them, look, why they did that, instead of what's in what's in this content, like, let's look, there's obviously somebody's releasing them for a reason, let's look and see what we find. And just off the sounds, you could make out mostly everything that was going down. If you download the EQ on your phone, the equalizer app, and you put down you put on the EQ settings and you put the little knobs all the way down, and you enhance the volume all the way up, bass down, you could hear the same exact things that are coming out on the enhanced videos.
Okay.
If you go on the regular video, that's not enhanced, And then another thing, on the phones, how they got the triple tap settings, the zoom settings? A lot of people don't turn it on. If you turn it on, you're watching the YouTube video sideways with your fingers, how you zoom in the video, and then you leave it less to where you want it at, and then you triple tap it real quick, and you could catch a lot of stuff like that, bro. That triple tap thing, it'll be miracles on your phone, but you got to find the settings. It's where where you vibrate, like when you touch your numbers or whatever, how your phone vibrates, and you want to turn that off, it's right there. Triple tap zoom. And if you do that, you'll, believe me, you'll see like a lot of stuff, You'll realize a lot of stuff, and like, like, especially through the reflections. Things that are blind to their cameras. That's what I was tripping out on, That's why I'm almost for sure that they were using those kind of things. And I didn't even know about the ones on the sweaters, till I saw the video the other day of somebody putting it up.
Okay, gotcha.
But I know about the headlamps and the spotlights,
The caller is Rolamato, guys, for those of you that are asking.
I'm from LA. I'm from Nevada, 818.
Gotcha.
Weed and porn capital of the world.
Right. This is interesting. Yeah, I don't usually use my phone when I'm watching this stuff, so maybe I'll have to look at it through my phone and see if it changes it up for me.
Yeah, if you could download the EQ and do that, and then watch the even the enhanced videos, and then you put your volume all the way up on the EQ, and then you control it with your phone, you'll hear more stuff than what you hear on the enhanced videos. I mean, and all that thumping at the end, to me, is I don't know if people caught onto it on that letter that was emailed to the lawyers and to the university about the home being approved for the demolition. It states that the property or whatever was it suffered they use a certain word for it. It was tampered or it sustained, I don't know what, like
damage.
Damage during the time during the incident of the homicides or something.
Okay, yeah.
They worded it in a way where you think it was done after, like when they were like, but to me it sounds like they tore, because it says they suffered wall boards and floorboards removal or whatever. To me, it sounds like that's the big reason why they didn't find nothing, because or it was hard for them to find stuff because they tore off the carpet, the floorboard, or whatever, the pieces of the drywall, and that thumping at the end, you could tell that it was different. It was not just one person going up and down the stairs, because I'm pretty sure it was wooden stairs, right? And that's a thumping you hear. They were coming up and down, like, loading the stuff up, and right before they take off, you could hear like a tailgate or something, the trunk closing, the big thump, and then that's when you hear the breach,
Gotcha. All right.
So and then when after that thump and it takes off when the tire screech, not even a minute later, like 30 seconds, 20 seconds later, you hear another one of those, a lighter one, and like 10, 12 seconds later, that guy walks up. To me, it's like he got dropped off.
Okay.
He walked in a Jeep.
Yeah, that could make sense too. Okay.
No, you can make it all out, bro. It's all in the sounds. And it wasn't just one car, that truck or whatever. There was one before, like 421. You could hear, like, I guess it was parked like in the backside, because it like moves, but it's like burning rubber, like in the dirt, and then it stops, and then you hear a door, and then you start hearing all the thumping, and then you hear that big tailgate thing, and then the exhaust sounds louder, like from it takes off, and then so does the other car. The one that the tire screech is from the smaller car, and that's the one that drops off the person, because you could hear the other exhaust like going on another street, like farther, but you could still hear it loud at the same time.
Gotcha. All right.
I mean, in prison, in the corker and shoe, whatever, you learn how to, like, everything's really silent. I don't know if I mentioned, my neighbor in the shoe was Charles Manson. On the other side was Sir Hand, Bobby Kennedy's killer.
Oh,
and then on the other side was the Menendez brothers. I was in Corker, and I had in riots, and I have 2 assault officers, so they were trying to scare me and sell me on next to them. They're PCs, I wasn't, but they were like, oh, he's gonna get scared, but they ended up requesting me to get moved because they fear for their lives, But when you're in the shoe, everything's really silent, and you hear everything. Like, everybody's just hearing. That's how you learn how to, like, be aware of your surroundings, bro. I've done. I've been like. Like the last time I was in prison, I was with all the MS, whatever, the mafia members that got kicked out of the Pelican Bay, and they all landed in Centinela. You could look it up. There was 9 in my yard, bro, 2 in my building. So I know how to live around these people, these savages, people that have, these high IQs for criminology, that they
absolutely
saying that Kohberger's gonna use his own car. That's rule number 1. Even the elementary kid knows that,
Right. So what do you what somebody asked in the chat?
And everything in the corker and shoe, you learn how to view, like, and where all the cells are on one side, top and bottom, and you learn how to use the reflection from the guard, from the towers, to look into the other cells in the bottom. Or that's how use them as mirrors. And in the video, you could do that. Like, a lot of people don't catch on to them, even through the fenders, through the windows of the parked cars. You could, like, catch stuff like that through the windows.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know if a lot of people don't know that, or don't catch up to that, even to there's a lot of stuff you could catch, bro. And like, how you watch the video in slow motion, that's the way to watch it.
Yeah.
Be right back, buddy.
That's the best way.
All right, Mikey. So people were asking, Rolo, while you up in the chat, like, what's your take? Do you think Bryan's guilty?
It was obvious from day one, like, it's obvious that, at first I wanted to believe that, like, because you want this.
Yeah,
you don't want people like that out in the streets, bro.
Right.
I'm not anti-law, whatever, but I'm, like, people like that, like, even myself, homie, like, I don't even think twice of taking care of, someone like that. But
sure.
Honestly, when all these things came out, and having experience with the PCAs and all that, I already know how cops light their asses off, even on the stand, when they put their hand on the Bible, or they swear on, they light their asses off,
Yep.
So I mean, where they messed up, they should have done what they do here. Everybody should have been put in a cell separately, and they would have and they would have sang their asses off like the Sade and whoever, that other lady is that won the award the other day.
Okay, got you.
But that's where they messed up, not separating them and have everybody even booking them just to get their prints,
Okay, yeah, absolutely.
They would have been sold right away. They would have saying everybody would have been. None of this would have happened, bro. But I guess
Mhm.
No, I didn't do 23 years in Corcoran. I did 4 years the first time. I've been in
Okay.
Corcoran, Centinela, Delano, Wasco, Calipatra, and Folsom.
You've been a busy man, my brother.
Bro, I've been doing time since I was a kid, like the first time, the cops came into my house because my mom called the cops on me because I bought baggy pants. And they came into my room and they found bullet shells that I had brought back from Mexico, little 22 bullet shells. And they put a gun on me, bro, in the house. I turned three months from placement into 18 months of boot camp, fighting. And that's how I got started,
Got you.
Another time,
You're breaking up.
Well, with my mom's rest in peace brother had just passed away. She didn't let me borrow it. My mom's brother had passed away, and she let me borrow this chain. And I went to a liquor store, and I got jumped for it. So I was like, you know what? My cousin, he was from that gang, and he's like, hey, I'm gonna let my boy. I'm talking to my boy. We go with him. He gave it back to me. He's like, but what do you want to do? I said, I want to get down with that fool. Went over there. When I got there, the cops were watching them. I jumped back in my car. I took off, ran, got away from them, and I ended up getting convicted of conspiracy to commit murder.
That's ridiculous.
So, that's why I don't trust laws. I already know how they are, bro. I could have just got a simple possession, a misdemeanor, and got on with my life, bro. I was doing administration, the justice classes. I was working at the halls, at a lower level prison, And before that, I was at Lockheed Martin, but I got that place raided too, so they kicked me out right away.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's basically my experience with laws, Oh, and did I mention the police station that patrols right here is the Rodney King beaters, And that's the ones I had experiences with them and Rampart because they switch off too.
Okay, that makes sense.
So that's kind of why my cases got thrown out, like not even thrown out, but like a reduced sentence, and their testimonies were, not credible. But
yeah, right, absolutely. Damn. Well,
so, I mean, yeah, when stuff didn't sound like the way it was supposed to be. Like I've seen stabbings. I've in prison. You're involved in riots, and it's hard to do a stabbing, bro. One stabbing on one person. Imagine on 4.
Yeah, right.
I'm like, nah, one person couldn't have done that. That was, something off the back, and everything after that just came along, and I hate to say it, but the way the planet, everything framed. I mean, they just keep making it and making it more credible. That's what happened.
Yeah, right. Especially not one person, especially in 9 minutes. That's a problem I had with it too. So yeah, I agree with you. All right, well
thanks for your time, and salute to everybody.
Yes, I appreciate
this is the first time I'm on a chat ever. I never, I never even commented on any of these videos like that, but I just felt like, you know what, like I'm gonna share my experience or my, what I've learned, because all my cellmates that I've had, all 4 of them had got life at 17 years old. Life without parole, whatever. Others, and I know that their experiences too is like, whoa, reading the paperwork, and some are on documentaries on Netflix, all that too. They're on all over on YouTube too. All of them, they're all right there. You could catch their cases.
Okay, got you. Well, I appreciate your insight, bro. I really do. I appreciate the insight, all of it, man. You're welcome anytime up here that we do this to jump up here and speak anything you want to. Absolutely.
Thank you, bro. I appreciate that. Not like another show that blocks me, when I tell them you reason with them, and they're like, no, they don't want to hear it, and they just block you,
Yeah,
like, all right.
Not gonna happen here,
All right,
brother.
bro.
You are welcome anytime. Thank you again.
All right, have a good one, huh?
You too, Rolo. Take care, bro.
All right, likewise.
All right. Well, that was interesting. Very insightful. Very interesting. Thank you very much for that, my friend. All right, there we go. All right. Mods, keep him up. What are we talking about here? Absolutely, yes. Thank you, Rolo, for that. I appreciate that so very much. It's nice to get that kind of it's good to get, I should say, good to get that kind of insight into certain different variations of things. You know what I'm saying? It's very interesting to me.
Yeah.
We appreciate you, brother. We really do.
Some people have no idea, you know.
No, I mean he did the real thing. It's the real deal. This is what it's really like. You know what I'm saying? It's not a joke. This wasn't county jail. This wasn't, going and sitting in juvie hall or some dumb shit. Like, this was the real shit. That's real deal. So we appreciate your experiences and your insight, my friend. I'm sorry that you had to go through all them things, but you just come out a stronger, better person at the end of that. That's all I can say. And again, you are appreciated and welcome here anytime, my friend. Just so you know. Can you ask Rory about the Jeep fire? When was it? Could blood evidence been destroyed? Rory's right there with you, LB. Right behind you. Somewhere in there. I just saw him. Rory, do you know anything about this Jeep fire? The link is in the pin to the chat, Rory. If you want to jump up here, you're welcome to. Some people had a couple questions for you, so if you want to jump up here, come on up, bro. Again, Mikey, thanks for helping me out and jumping up here today. Appreciate you.
Anytime.
We didn't hear much from you, but that's okay.
Oh,
it's all good.
Buddy.
First time's the first time. It's all good. All right. You have time to jump up here, Rory? Hold on. Let me move this here. Hold on, Brady. Let me look real quick. Just to make sure. 1 second. Okay. I got the ones from earlier today. What are we saying there, Rory? I sent you the video. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I got the video of that. Hold on, miss. Okay. If they were the ones from earlier today, Brandy, yes, I got those, dear. And let me see here. Trying to find something here. Did you send it through the email, Rory? There he is. Hello. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, sir? Rory? Mr. Rory.
What's up, man?
There we go. There's a delay. Okay. All right.
Gentlemen, how are we doing today? Having a good day?
Good, and you?
Absolutely.
Internet's crappy.
Bro.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a delay. So, somebody had asked me where to go. 1 second here. I'm trying to find the question again. Almost there, I think. Hold on. It's close to the one I looked at. Did you send me that video to my email, Rory? Wow, there's a long delay. Good Lord. Holy shit. Can you hear me, bro? Hello? Yeah. Okay. He had to go on. Come back up. Wow. That's horrible. Welcome, Gina. Good to see you, dear. Good to have you here. He said he sent me that, but I don't know where he sent it to me at. I don't see it in my... What's up, Freckles?
The mystery files.
Yeah, it's not up here in my email, so I don't know where he sent it to. What the hell? Come on back up. Try to, Rory, if you can. I'm trying to find this other stuff here. Where in the hell is it? I don't know. Who we got here? Alrighty. Hello.
Hello?
How are you?
I am fantastic. How are you?
I'm wonderful. Thank you for joining us today. What can I do for you?
My point of view, like, we all have one. I just feel like, obviously, there's the Brett Payne thing with obviously the zero experience. And then you have the, quote, undercover thing that night, at all those times. I mean, we know from 3 o'clock to whenever. We don't know before then from the body cam. I just find that very suspicious. And they were at the house like 47 times for noise and, complaints and all that. But that night, all that going on and like nothing, I feel like they were there to make sure that whatever happened was going to happen.
Okay.
So, just my opinion. I just.
Absolutely. That's what it's all about.
Yeah. And I just, just so many people were let go so early. So, and I feel like because somewhere between like 11 and 12 or whatever, you can hear, it sounds like Xana and Ethan, and they have been so hush hush about their whereabouts and where they came in. I think they were home, and they've just kept that hush. And because Xana did make the call to her father, so I do think that was true, and I do think she was at home. Once again, my opinion.
Gotcha.
And yeah, because you never hear anything, like their whereabouts are so hush hush, and nobody can find where they went, or it hasn't come out publicly where they were. We know where they were, but when they got home and after that.
Yeah.
So.
Good point. Very good point.
Yeah, that is a great point.
Yeah, everything about them has just been zero after the 9 o'clock. It doesn't say they were there from 9 to 12 or 9 to 2 or 9 to whatever. It says she saw them at 9 o'clock. It doesn't say when they left. And then, we see all these that they got in a fight with people there, some David guy or whatever. And I believe they were home when she called, just like she said. And for whatever reason, I don't know why would you keep that hush hush? Like, you know what I mean? Like something is just so off about that in itself. To me.
Right.
So that was it. I mean, I have an opinion on everything, but those are my two biggest things. It is so sus that the undercovers happen to be walking around like on these same streets, And all that goes on, and nothing. You hear the same whistle in the video that you hear one of the officers maybe Payne whistle on something else. Like he is always, Payne is always where something is going on. Always.
Yeah.
Everything that has happened, I know there's few, but there's more than Payne that works there. But every big event that has happened, he has been there. So
hold on one second, Kat.
uh-huh.
Mikey, I got to step away for 1 second if you can handle this real quick. Go ahead and
Okay.
keep talking, Kat. I'll be right back. Keep talking.
Oh, that was it. That was it. He just seems to be, granted, and this was prior to him being, but just about on every call, every whatever that went out, like every big thing that happened, every body cam, it's always him. Like he just happens to be where all the big stuff is.
Yeah, even
So,
in a
and maybe
different
that's
state.
just coincidence, but, and I also believe that they knew it was going to be BK way before it was BK, because I believe those traffic stops, I believe that was planned just to have a trail, just to have a video, just because I don't know if everybody watched the same video I watched, but like other creators are like, "Oh, he was horrible, he was rude. Did you see?" And that's not
Shoot.
what I saw.
No,
But
he was straight
right,
to
he
the
was
point,
polite,
polite. Yeah.
asking questions. I mean, if we went anywhere else, everybody has different laws. He's merely asking a question,
Mm-hmm.
but I just feel like those traffic stops prior to that were to set up a trail of body cam footage, and just that we got his phone number, like for whatever that's just in my opinion, because first of all, I don't think that was even illegal. Come to find out that
Yeah, I
it was
don't
a
tell.
bogus ticket. I think it
Yeah.
was a bogus stop, and I just think they had their sights on him way before any of this happened. And then of course they had to make the timeline fit, you know, if that was him on the video. But just my opinion. That was it.
Yeah,
That's
it was
it.
kind of
So,
bogus deal.
and once again, like y'all say, if he's guilty, then nail him to the wall. But the prosecutor is being so shady that you are making him look innocent, whether he is or not. The prosecution is making him come out looking like gold, and that is going to be their fault if he is guilty, because they're being shady.
Yeah, there's a lot of dead ends of what they have.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
So Ann Taylor is making them look like Sesame Street. Like she is tearing them apart. Yeah, absolutely. So, if he is not guilty, which there's nothing that to me that any evidence that puts him there, because if you have to send something off 47 times, eventually you're going to get what you want to get somehow.
Sure, sure.
So, yeah. So that's it. So, but thank you
Absolutely.
for
Well,
having me.
appreciate
That was
you. Thank you, Kat. I appreciate your insight, and we appreciate having you in here and jumping up here. I appreciate that.
Thank you for letting me. Y'all have a wonderful day, and I'm gonna keep listening because this is awesome.
Thank you so very much for that. I appreciate you.
Thanks. Bye
All
bye.
right. Bye. Welcome back, buddy. What's going on?
What's up, man? Sorry about that. My internet acting a fool today. So,
Right.
how you gentlemen doing today? Good.
Good.
Good. What's up, Mike?
Not much, just hanging.
Just chilling. Right on.
Easer.
Right
So
on.
somebody had asked. I can't find the fire pic. Did you send it to my email or somewhere else?
No, I texted to you.
Oh, okay. I can't pull that up on here. Can you send it to the email? Because I can't pull it up on my texting in here.
Yeah.
Or you can just drop it in my. You can drop it in the private chat if that's easier. Since you're
It's
up
not
here.
on my. It's not on my computer. It's on my phone, so I'd have to email it to you. So just give me a sec.
All right. Yeah. Sorry, I can't. My phone's not linked to my computer, so.
No worries.
Thank you, Natalie, for that.
No, actually, what I want to do here is go to gallery. So, what was the question that somebody had?
Let me find it real quick. It was something about the fire, the Jeep fire. I think it was LB had asked a question. I'm trying to find it.
Yeah, they wanted to know if the Jeep fire was before or after the event.
There you go.
After. It was definitely after.
Interesting. Quite interesting. Why would you do that? Could be, what are we talking about there, Miss Dolphin? Could be what?
Well, I mean, so when we play the video, you're gonna hear the girl talk for herself and say what happened. So, I guess I'll just
Okay.
leave it at that.
Good stuff. There we go. Let's see, get it up here. Inbox.
So it should be heading your way right now. It's a pretty good fire too.
Thank you,
Like,
bro.
it's serious.
Appreciate you.
Fire
Is the
department
fire
shows
bad
up and
enough to
everything.
destroy blood evidence? Yep. Oh yeah, that's a fact.
Did you receive it?
Let me see. Not yet. It's coming. It takes a little bit of time sometimes because I got so much crap in here. 1 second here. Okay. Oh, damn it. 1 second, everyone. All right. And Gina Talladega is very interesting to watch together. Gotcha. Oh yeah, I saw the Natalie. I pulled that up and looked at it a little bit. It's kind of interesting to say the least. That new channel that's up there. You remember the date or the time roughly when the Jeep fire was, buddy?
So I think it was like last month, June is what I'm hearing, but I'm not going to 100% confirm that. So please don't write that down in stone. So
right.
What I'm hearing is it was about a couple months ago almost. So
okay, all right. Let me check something here. See if it popped by now. Try this one. And
yeah, I'm not seeing it that I got sent. So what I might do is just put it in my Dropbox, get it on my computer, and then I'll send it, or I can just screen share it with you. That'd probably be better.
You could do that or put it in the private chat. Whatever's easiest for you, buddy.
Whatever. Yeah, we'll see. I don't know why you didn't get it. Sorry.
I don't know. Yeah, you have my email, right? The Mayor 74.
Of course.
I knew you do. Yeah, of course you do.
I'm just a retarded dude, so it's all good.
It happens, but well, Brian, it was probably the motor probably went up first, and then it all kind of goes from there. Car and vehicle fires can go quick. I've been on plenty of those. They're not
yes,
fun.
he's right. It starts in the engine and then it goes all the way back.
Yeah, and God forbid they got a full tank of gas. You better back the hell up if you don't get it out quick. That's all I can say. We started using foam on those because there's a lot of electrical stuff under the engine compartment. So we just started dumping foam and it puts it out immediately before it can get down in the fuel lines. If it gets down in fuel lines, you got a rocket going right there, buddy, and it'll blow the hell up.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
You are screwed. Yeah.
Yeah, and that protective gear we wear, that don't help from flying shrapnel. I promise you that much.
No.
That will hurt. Yeah, and it'll knock you off your ass real quick.
Yeah, real quick.
2 car fires afterwards, the Jeep and the Elantra. Yeah, well, who knows? This whole case, man, I'm telling you guys, there is so much crap. Echo Shield. Right.
I don't know why I didn't send to you.
Yeah, you're right, Jules. You are right. I was just talking to my neighbor about that because he's got a Tesla. She said, good luck using that foam on a Tesla these days. They just keep burning from they do. You can't put them out. I mean, what the hell? You making them fireproof? It's ridiculous. They'll just burn and burn and burn.
How do I share that? Do I just go to video file slides, share screen, and then
you drop down and hit present, and then that'll come up on my backstage, and I'll pull it up. Make sure you click entire screen and all that kind of stuff. And if it's got audio, of course, click the little box down the bottom for audio. Yeah, I don't want one either. My neighbor he's got 2 of them. He's got him and his wife both have one, and he swears by them. I'm sorry. I'm just not comfortable with
sharing with you.
Well, the picture, you'll click on the picture wherever it's showing on your screen. You click on that, and then it'll say
okay.
Present, then click. Yeah, all that. It takes a minute to get used to it. StreamYard is fun once you get, and it's pretty helpful once you can get used to using it.
I've just never been on the other side of sharing. So
oh yeah, absolutely.
A little different.
But it's good that you two finally got to meet, Mikey and Rory. It's about time. I've talked about both of you to the other one, same time and time again. So now you finally met each other.
What's up, Mikey?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, this is the infamous Mikey. This is the infamous Mikey I'm always talking about with everybody. Now you guys get to see him for who he is. This ugly mug.
Zoinks.
Yeah. Just playing.
Bro, I'm sorry. I don't know what's. Okay, so I'm on share screen, and the only thing that pops up is Dropbox. Do I just go to Dropbox? Yeah, I'll just go to Dropbox. And then here's the.
Oh wait, here we go. Hold on. All right, now you're gonna click on what you want us to see, and then.
Are you ready? Can you see it?
Yep. Hold on. Let me blow that up. And if you can blow it up, you have to push play or something, or no? Yeah, you have to push play. It's in your control. Damn.
How old is that car? That was new. 2017. Well, I just put oil in it and everything, and it was like making a clicking sound. And because I'm at work right now.
It's like a freaking Kia.
It was it was like a SW or SA 5W20. I'm pretty sure that's what I mean, to my knowledge, I even asked a couple of guys at the store because they were like, yeah, we're mechanics, and they put like 3 or 4 in. So it was making.
Okay, so yeah, what do you think? What do you think about that?
Play that again. I'm gonna show you something. Nope.
This is why we do this. No problem.
How old is that car? That was new. 2017.
Stop.
See that flame? Go ahead and pause it.
Yeah, just put oil.
You see that flame right there?
Mm-hmm.
That is not because they added oil to the vehicle. Okay,
I know that.
Somebody set that shit on fire. Period. That's a flame. That's a high flame, bro. That's not typically a compartment fire in a motor is going to stay underneath and closed.
I was just telling you what she was saying, but we know that's not an oil fire.
Yeah. No, I can hear it. Yeah, and that somebody did that. That's not
somebody set this car on fire. Why?
Yeah, the only way you're going to get a fire like that is if you get a like a fuel rail leak or something, but you still have to have something to ignite that, okay? And that doesn't work that way. So, that doesn't. Just from where I'm looking at it, it looks like it was not. That's not accidental or anything. A backfire, that car right there is not going to cause a backfire. Nothing like that. And it would not be flaming like that. It would be small down inside underneath the compartment there. That's big shit there. Somebody set that on fire.
Somebody set this on fire, absolutely.
Oil in it and everything, and it was like making a clicking sound.
It's not oil.
And because I'm at work right now.
Okay, so Dig, I want to ask you. So the color of the smoke, what does that tell you?
Well, it looks like is somebody already throwing water on it?
Yeah, they're already throwing water. I'm trying to make this bigger for you guys too. Oh, here we go.
Here, let me pull this up. Yeah, that's because of the water that was thrown on the fire. It does that. It turns black smoke, and blue smoke is bad. Get the hell away from it if it's burning because it's not good to breathe in. But that's already, yeah, I see them there now. That's because they're spraying it. That's where the smoke is turning white like that.
Point of contact? Okay.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
It was like a SW or SA 5W20. I'm pretty sure that's what I mean, to my knowledge, that's.
What's that?
That's funny though. The way she's talking about the different kinds of oil.
Yeah, she don't even know. She has no idea. Yeah.
Right.
So to me, it sounds like she knows it got set on fire, but she's like, yeah, I put oil in it, and she doesn't know. She has no
idea. Well, you can do whatever you want to do to it. That has nothing to do with what I just saw. You got rubber and plastic underneath there that are going to burn black. All the wiring is going to burn black and flame, but there's something caught for that flame to be that big. Okay, because a typical car fire is going to stay contained to the area that's burning. Wires will burn themselves up and out. Okay, corrugated hosing and piping and rubber tubing will burn itself out. That was flamage. There was some kind of an accelerant that it grabbed underneath that hood and either was put on it or it was somehow opened up so that it could get to it. So,
So she's saying that she heard clicking sounds. What would that mean? Possibly.
I don't know.
All right, here, we'll go back to the beginning here where she says.
Hold on a minute. Wait a minute. What's this here?
What?
Beyond the bullshit says, yo, laugh out loud. This is why I didn't tell you anything about this. You're literally putting someone's life in danger. Who and how? Who and how?
We're comparing the cards. That's it.
Right. And if this is putting somebody's life in danger, then you tell somebody what it is so that they don't put that out and talk about it. That's how that works, kid. You know, I don't know anything about this. This is just stuff that people are asking me about and people are bringing out here to show. I don't know anything about this scenario. I didn't even know this happened. That's why you have to talk about certain things if you don't want them put out there so people will know not to talk about it.
This is important. Okay, if this person's life's in danger, maybe they need to kind of tell what's going on so we can get them out of danger. But, you know, this is important. We can't, no, I'm sorry. You can't sit on this anymore. This person got attacked. For what reason?
And I had no idea about this. How did you get this anyway, Rory? Did somebody just send it to you?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, like I said, I don't know anything about this. If somebody didn't want this talked about, they should have said to me, don't talk about this, and then I wouldn't have talked about this. That's how that works.
You can yell at me all you want, but no, whatever.
She heard clicks and then the boom, then her motor blew up, probably. Well, that's a different story now. If that's the way that happened, I'm not sure. That sounds interesting, though. And typically, that would have blown. Okay, I think somebody's probably referring to this being something that was set up like this, maybe bomb possibly or something. It would have typically, from what I've seen, blown from the bottom outward or upward into the motor compartment. I don't know. So, yeah, I don't know what this is all about or who's in trouble or whose life for this. This is not verified. They have no idea who this owns. Who owns this? Okay. Rory, tell your source. I mean, okay, I don't want to cause no drama in here with anybody, guys. So let's.
I'm not going to tell my source. She knows who the source is, so we don't need to even get into that.
No. This isn't even verified to belong. Okay, right. All right. Well, let's move along from that then. But that's, like I said, if things are going to be put out here, I need to know the truth of these things so I can be truthful about this. And if not, then and it's not supposed to be talked about, somebody give me the upfront on that or the heads up and I won't. End of story. So, if I'm not supposed to. But, I don't know. This is... thank you, Rach. And yeah, I mean, that's definitely what that is. That doesn't look like, that looks like a,
looks more like a Kia.
Yeah, right. That's what Mikey said a little bit ago, like a Kia. What the hell is that? Not a Sonata. What's that little square thing that they have? The
hamster car. Yeah.
I don't know. So be it. It's an engine fire. Thank you, Sonoma. Yeah, pretty much. It looks like it was started up underneath there somehow. The clicking thing, that's new for me. Kia, right, Jules? That's what I thought. Sportage. Yeah, I think that is it. The Sportage. Thank you, Eric. Soul. Soul. That's it. That's the hamster car, right? The Kia Soul. Remember the commercial with the little hamsters driving around and playing their music and shit? Yeah, I think that's what it was. Yep, that's it. Thank you.
Good. Great. Then we can debunk this. This has nothing to do with any of the footage they came out with. This is probably
that's
a separate
right.
issue. So
that's
great.
Definitely
This
not.
is why we show it. This is why we show it.
That's not one of those vehicles. That's a Kia. The vehicles we've seen, yes. And that car right there, I can tell you right now because my mother-in-law had one, makes no sound. It just has a tiny little hum, and it definitely doesn't sound like it's got some kind of a turbo motor in it. So that's not the vehicle. End of story.
Yep. There you go. Great. Glad we did it.
Commercial said, can you ask Rory if he finds it sus that the number one, that white Elantra we thought was possibly suspect vehicle 1 was found burned and out in Oregon. Well, they're saying that wasn't suspect vehicle 1. Now this vehicle. So they're asking if you think these two are linked.
Yeah, it was never identified or confirmed that was suspect vehicle 1 or any suspect vehicle. It just seems to be a coincidence at this point in time. So that's pretty much all I can say on that.
Right.
There's no real verification. It belongs to anything. I hear rumors, but they're just rumors. So,
Well, there's a lot of that out there. Thank you, housewife.
There
And I
is.
absolutely do and will be doing that, as I always have. Thank you, dear. I hear circus music. Good to see you.
Okay, so we all agree that this car is not what's in the video? Yes? Doesn't look the same?
100%. There's no way.
Okay.
There's no way. Okay. That was a SUV, by all means. Mikey and I both looked at that last night. We looked at it on your stream. It's not that small. That's a small car. And that other vehicle was quite a bit larger than that. End of story. So thank you, sir.
End of story.
Kia Soul it is.
I hope that answers some questions.
Let me check here. Does anybody have any other questions for me, Mikey, or Mr. Rory?
You are welcome, Eric. Pleasure.
Yeah, that's a fact. The wheelbase on that other vehicle is way too long, and like I showed, it's not. You could fit a soul inside that other vehicle with no problem. I think some other people were asking you when your next stream was, bro, and what time.
I'm gonna shoot for tomorrow. I don't know a specific time yet, but yeah, tomorrow. Probably. It might be a little later, like 7 p.m. my time, which is Pacific. So probably around there. But I will definitely make a post and let you guys know.
Yeah, absolutely, and I will make sure I put it out there for everybody too.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yep.
Yes, I agree, Patricia. We're trying to figure out something here. We're not trying to put people on blast. We're not trying to spread conspiracy theories or anything like that. I just want the truth. And look, that's why we showed the video. We just debunked it. Not the same car. We can move on now.
Let me see if there is anything else here. They are anonymous. Yes. What are we talking about here? Oh, that. Okay. We have a problem now because this is who needs to stay anonymous. Okay. Oh my gosh. Listen, hon. Nobody knows who you're talking about. Therefore, they are anonymous. They're staying anonymous. We have no idea who that is. I don't think anybody in here does, including Rory. Okay. And if he does, he hasn't said a word about that. So it is what it is. That person is anonymous. You talking about it is making it worse by talking about it. Nobody had any.
I'm sorry. Someone said, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say nobody had any idea about that, hon. Nobody wants to endanger anyone. You, of all people, should know that that's not what this is about. He just wanted to show that scenario, and that was that. That's debunked. It's over. It's done. Moving along. So I'm just saying, nobody knows who that person is that you're talking about. I don't want to know personally at this point. Especially if you're saying that this person is in danger. That's all I have to hear. I don't want to know nothing about that. Okay. That's all your business. You keep it there and keep it deep there so that nobody does find that out for that person's sake as well as yours, hon. That's all I'm saying. All right, Anna. Have a great night, hon. Get some sleep, and I hope to see you soon. Thanks for jumping in with us today. No drama, no drama.
Yeah. Yeah, no
Don't.
drama, dude. Just trying to
I
get to
don't
the bottom of the
want.
truth here.
I'm not gonna do the drama either in here because I won't. End of story.
We're not.
Mike. Mike on the mic. Mike. He's quiet. He gets louder. I promise you. He'll talk. He'll talk more. The more you see him, he'll talk more. Sometimes you can't shut him up. Ain't that right,
It's
Mike?
getting warmed up. It's just getting warmed up.
Oh, buddy, you know it. Sun's still up.
I do not know who you're talking about, Beyond. I don't know anybody in particular who that is. Unless you're talking to him. If you must be talking to him, then because I don't know.
Yeah, we don't know for sure who this person is. I don't know who this person is. I've never talked to him, never seen him. I don't know who this person is. Speculation.
Yeah, I don't know. All right, so enough of that. Moving forward. There was one other thing I was going to check while we were in here, just to be sure, because somebody had said something to me. And then I think that'll about do it for today. If this doesn't have any kind of anything with it. So hold on a second, folks. Oh, Lordy Lord. Let's see. Today's okay. So as of yesterday, wow, that was quick. There was 3 more documents dropped, guys, as of yesterday. Jesus. Motion for scheduling order. Just so you guys know. And kaboom. Here we are. And like Miss Dolphin showed me, there it is. You can see it now. There it is, a motion for scheduling order. And I believe this is just for the deadlines, guys. Real quick. Come now, State of Idaho, by and through Latah County Prosecuting Attorney and respectfully moves the court for scheduling order addressing without limitation the following. Deadlines for completion of discovery by both the state and defense. Deadlines for both parties to make expert disclosure pursuant to ICR 16B7 and C4. Deadlines for filings of pretrial motions and responses and replies thereto, including but not limited to motions in line, motions relating to the death penalty, and motions under ICR 12B. The deadlines for jury questionnaire proposals, deadlines for proposed jury instructions, deadlines for proposed witness pursuant to ICR 16, deadlines for Rule 404B notices, dates for pretrial motions to be heard, any other matters to facilitate the orderly progress of this case toward trial because of the procedures mandated by Idaho Code 192515. The scheduling order must necessarily include trial on the issues of both guilt and sentencing. In support this request, the state notes that trial is scheduled to commence in less than 3 months. And it is necessary and proper that the parties and the court have realistic scheduling deadlines to address potential pretrial issues. And that was submitted as of the 17th. Certificate of delivery, and that's that. There's the first in. All right. Drop down 1 second here. Make sure. 1 second here. All right, Marley dear. 1 second. Pull that down. Drop that. Yeah, why is everything so slow today? 1 second, folks.
Doing what? You know, all right, Diego, I'm gonna leave the chat and go deal with this shit because I'm just.
What's the matter now?
Retarded.
That's fine, buddy. You can't. I don't see anything else though.
No, it's just certain people are just saying some stuff, and I need to go deal with them. That's all.
Okie doke. thank you for jumping on, buddy. I appreciate that. And I'm sorry if there was some confusion or some.
There's no confusion. All we did was debunk something like we're supposed to, like we're responsible people. So I'll just go take care of it. And if you're still up, I'll come back up. If not, then I'll talk to you soon, buddy.
Okay.
All right, buddy.
Thank you very much, bro.
Thank you for having me.
Yep, anytime, all the time. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dago. Take care, Mikey.
See you, buddy.
All right, buddy. Bye-bye.
I'm lost again.
Yeah, were you on these documents?
Yeah, I mean, I'm lost about what the hell he's talking about. I don't see
yeah.
anything there, but whatever. I definitely don't want any drama in here, so.
Yeah, I think that's what he's trying to.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, before I forget, Crime Sleuth says that she had sent you an email on something that was real.
I'll be checking that out. Motion to reconsider order staying time for speedy trial. Yeah, I will look at that as soon as I drop these here real quick. Oh, good Lord. This reading thing is starting to get to me. Let me see if I can speed through this here and see what you guys statutory right. Speedy trial. This is just about the speedy trial. Motion to reconsider order staying time for speedy trial. Consideration state respectfully requests that the court rescind its order staying time for speedy trial. The state further requests that the jury trial in this matter remain set for October 2nd, 2023, or alternatively, that it be moved beyond the speedy trial period only if defendant unambiguously waives his right to a speedy trial. So they're trying to change the trial date up. How about that?
Yeah. And you're not sharing that if you think you're sharing it with us.
I know that.
Oh, okay.
I knew that. Why are you playing with me, bro? I'm just kidding. I didn't even realize that you guys. That's why Mikey's sitting there, because I do dumb things like this from time to time. Anyway, sorry about that, folks. So here's the background on what this document is in regards to. The defendant was indicted on 4 counts of first-degree murder and 1 count of burglary on May 16th of 2023. May 19th, defendant filed motions requesting grand jury materials, including the record and transcript. In the days that followed, the state and defense conferred, but were unable to reach an agreement to the scope of the grand jury materials, subject to release under the Idaho criminal rules on... On January 13th, the defendant filed a motion to stay proceedings, arguing that he intends to contest the indictment. Defmo to stay part 2, and asking the court to stay this case so that he could discover the grounds upon which to do so. ID at 2-3, the sole legal basis offered by defendant in his request to stay was Idaho Code 2-213. Which allows the party to request a stay in proceedings where there has been a substantial failure to comply with the applicable law in selecting the grand or trial jury. I.C.2-213. On July 10th of 2023, the court issued an order for a limited stay of proceedings. The court rejected the defendant's rationale that Idaho Code 2-213 applies at this stage. Nevertheless, the court elected to issue a limited stay to toll speedy trial for a period of 37 days, relying upon the good cause language found in Idaho Code 19-3501. As the court noted in its order for a limited stay of proceedings, Kohberger and his counsel agreed to the terms of this stay on July 6th. 2023, acknowledging that he could not later argue that his right to a speedy trial was violated. So, motion to reconsider order staying time for speedy trial. Long as he is brought to trial within the 6-month speedy trial period, plus the additional time period of the stay of 37 days. So, 7 months and a week, roughly, is what they're saying. Okay. I think, if my math is horrible, but I think I'm right. Remains to set begin October 2nd of 2023. Now, the argument to that is Idaho Code 19-3501, which allows a court to dismiss a case for lack of speedy trial is triggered if a defendant whose trial has not been postponed upon his application is not brought to trial within 6 months. From the filing of an indictment or information. Idaho Code 19-3501. Emphasis added, notably, does not require an unequivocal on-the-record waiver of speedy trial. Instead, the statute, by its own language, excludes from relief those individuals whose trials have been postponed upon their own application. State versus Lundquist is instructive. 134 Idaho 831 11P.3D 27 Idaho 2000. There, the Idaho Supreme Court held that an individual who requested a single trial continuance beyond the speedy trial period in order to substitute counsel, but objected to further continuances, had fully waived his right to a speedy trial. I.D. Lundquist's arraignment took place on January 4th of 96, and his jury trial was set for July 9th of 96. ID at 8:33, 11 P3 D at 29. On April 18th, 1996, Lundquist filed a motion to separate his trial from that of two co-defendants. ID. That motion was granted on May 31st of 96 because Lundquist had not waived his right to a speedy trial. While the co-defendants had ID on June 14th of 96, Lundquist moved to substitute a new attorney for his one of two defense attorneys representing him. ID. The court determined that Lundquist would be allowed to substitute counsel if he agreed to a continuance of his trial and waived his speedy trial right. Lundquist and his counsel had concerns that Lundquist could be tried with his co-defendants in the future if he were to waive speedy trial. However, the court noted that the co-defendants were not prepared to proceed to trial and had requested a trial continuance to January 97, whereas the court could set Lundquist's trial earlier in August or September of 96. Lundquist then agreed to the motion to reconsider order for staying time for speedy trial. Again, sorry guys, that's not part of it. Agreed to the continuance and waived his right to a speedy trial. His trial date was continued to September 5th of 96. On August 5th of 96, the state moved to continue the trial in order to prepare a response to a report from a defense psychologist. Lundquist objected to the continuance, arguing that the state had time to prepare. Lundquist offered not to call the psychologist if it meant there would be a continuance. Nevertheless, the court granted the state's request to continue and set trial for January 8th of 97. On August 8th of 96, the state made a motion to consolidate Lundquist's trial with that of his co-defendants. And the motion was granted. Ultimately, Lundquist's trial did not start until January 29th of 97, a year and 25 days after he was arraigned. Damn. On appeal, Lundquist did not continue the continuance from July trial date to September trial date. Instead, he argued that the subsequently granted continuance from the September trial date to the January trial date was a violation of his right to a speedy trial because his waiver was limited to the initial continuance. The Idaho Supreme Court unambiguously rejected the notion that a defendant can partially but not fully waive his right to a speedy trial, explaining that does not allow for such a limited waiver. Once the trial has been postponed, the 6-month statutory period no longer applies. In this case, the court issued its order for stay after defendant requested a stay under Idaho Code 2-213, which, as the court noted in its order, staying time for speedy trial is a premature request. Instead of issuing a stay under Idaho Code, the court crafted a limited stay that serves not to halt the proceedings in the traditional sense of a stay, but rather to simply extend the speedy trial period for 37 days. However, trial was left set for October 2nd of 2023. Oh my good. There's still more. How much more is there? Okay, so I'm not going to read all that. The conclusion of this is, as the court noted in its recent order, this is complicated and unusual case, proposing a unique challenges To the parties, the state is appreciative of the balancing that the court must do in this case and of the court's sensitivity to the needs of the parties. But while the defendant undeniably has the right to review the grand jury materials, the law simply does not allow for a defendant to agree to toll speedy trial beyond 6 months and later invoke his right to a speedy trial as such. In the interest of protecting their record in this case and in the interest of promoting efficiency and predictability in the weeks and or months ahead, the state respectfully requests that this court reconsider its order staying time for speedy trial. I've respectfully submitted. That was yesterday. And that is it. Good Lord, everybody. All right. And there it is. There it is.
Very well said,
And
sir.
what's that?
Very well said, sir.
Thank you. Lord, that's a lot of reading. Well, what's going on? Please tell me that there's not any shit still going on over here.
Oh, no, it's the same old stuff.
Can we please stop all this?
I think it's gone away now.
Okay, I'm reading that. Yeah, somebody in chat had asked him about that scenario. He respectfully answered that. I had no idea about that scenario, never even heard of that scenario until it was brought up. So I hope, there's no, fighting or whatever back and forth. This is what we do, you guys. And besides, that scenario is debunked anyway, so that is not any vehicles that we've ever seen. That's the first time I ever saw that vehicle. Thank you, Sherry. I just don't want there to be any drama going on. That's all I'm asking. No idea, War Eagle. No idea. Moving forward. So, is there actually another document? Oh my God. I'm going to break that down if it is. Give you guys the basics of what it is instead of reading all the legal mumbo jumbo involved, unless it's an important part of it. That's all. The next one is just the notice of hearing. Yeah, there was one more. And that is the notice type, motion hearing, evidentiary items. Okay, that's kind of important. Set for August 2nd, 2023. That's it. Okay, that's all there is. That's showing the hearing itself. So I'm sure that that's not going to be, well, it might be televised. I don't know. We'll have to see August 2nd if that's going to be a hearing. I will be here watching it, to hope. Have a good day, Miss Casey. Thank you for joining us today, darling. I appreciate you. Thank you, Catherine. I appreciate you as well. Thank you, moderators. You guys are doing a great job. I appreciate you so very much. What's up, Rumsey? Good to see you, dear. Thank you, Molly. Okay. Did anybody have any other questions, thoughts, theories, opinions, anything that they wanted to discuss today with this? Again, I want to thank, there really isn't anything that I can see, Lisa, other than that last one I read. That's true too, Kat. Good point. Yeah, I think they're trying to push to get a speedy trial before anything else gets leaked out or anything else gets started with that. You know what I mean? That's a good point. They just posted that a search warrant has been issued into. Oh, really? Good Lord. That's been what, 30 years now since Tupac supposedly got killed? 20, 28, 29 years, and they got a damn. That's crazy. Who's the search warrant for, Jules? In Nevada. I bet you it's that one retired police, or I think he used to be a cop. He was a security guard. I bet you that's where it's for. Am I correct? Is Mama Bear in the house?
Yeah, she just got home.
Oh, good Lord, we missed we missed you, Mama Bear. Sometimes I wonder if her presence keeps everything mellow and calm. You know, I wonder that. I just wonder that. It's like having the mom around, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Everybody behaves when the mom's around. Who knows? That's the only info on the warrant being released. Yeah, they're probably not going to talk about who it's for. I doubt it. Junkin' Mama, good to see you. A lot of old cases coming back to light. I can't believe that they're really just now. That's crazy. The home that was searched is less than 20 miles from Vegas Strip, where Shakur was shot in drive-by shooting. Interesting. Thank you, Jules.
Don't forget to check out that email.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, bro. See? You guess I have my underwear on today. I didn't forget to put underwear on sometimes. That's why they got to remind me of these things, folks. That email came from Sleuthin, right?
Yeah.
Crime Sleuthin. Thank you, dear, for that. If you're still in here. I can't find it, Mikey. What name is she still in here? Here you are. What name is it under, man? I don't see it. What is it? Do you know what it might have been titled? Welcome, Dakota Parker. Good to see you. Are you jumping up here, Mama Bear, or are you just going to sit in here and watch us? Of course, you don't have to. You work today. I understand if you don't want to. I was just asking. I don't see. What the hell?
Listed on your about page.
What?
Sent to the email listed on your about page. That's probably the same thing, huh? Probably got one email, right?
I can't find anything. Wait a minute. Yeah, it should be in here then. I don't see it. Or no, is the new email up on there?
Good question.
Is it a MAY or a 74? Here, I'll just let her resend it. It's right here, hon. Hold on. It's all right. Here we go. It's right there in the chat. Right below, not that Nikki. Thank you, Sleuthen. I appreciate you. Jules, thanks for being here today, by the way, hon. I appreciate you too. Heather, thank you for dropping that. What's going on? Crime. Tommy's in here. Good to see you, Tommy. Title reapply to demolition for protective order. Eddie, I'm surprised Eddie didn't jump up here open panel today. Maybe everybody's gotten out what they think and feel on this scenario. So you got some roosters there in the background?
Oh, dude,
Sure.
my dog's getting bored. She wants to play.
Gotcha. Alrighty then. Jules just said that's the noise she uses for her alarm to get the GTFU up, or GTFU alarm. That's funny. Inspector Gadget, good to see you. Mama Bear, what's Planet Crime? Not really, Tommy, but thank you. Hello.
Yo.
Hello. Yeah, that is the email that I sent them to, but it's okay.
I'm looking. Let's see here. Okay, hello.
Yeah, LOL. Where's our pimp Willie?
Yeah, I don't know where he had to jump down. He said, and your email name is Crime Sleuthen as well.
Yeah. No G. We don't use G's in Oklahoma.
Thin, right? No, what was it titled? Do you know?
I think it was. Does anybody recognize this guy?
I don't know what my email's issue is. It's ridiculous. I gotta go through all these things sometimes to pull it up.
Oh, it's okay.
Okay, and it's okay to show this, right?
Yeah.
All right, I just wanted to make sure. Thank you, dear, for this. I appreciate you. And boom.
Not the email, Dago.
Well, that's yeah. That's sorry. Hold on. Sorry. Jesus. Did it show up that way? Yeah, it did. Sorry about that.
Right. It's
Let me
okay.
see if I can. I can't either. All right. Um,
I'll just share. I've already got them ready if you want.
go for it. That's fine. That'll be easier.
All right.
And you can, yeah, because I can't seem to block that out that fast. I'd have to go do some things to this, and I don't have time for that. So I'm sorry.
Oh, it's okay.
Actually,
You'd have to like download the pictures and then just.
yeah, I would have to do all that first,
Okay.
so I don't have time for that. Go ahead and do what you have already done.
Okay. So right after that happened, I don't even know what the date was on this. If this is, I moved. Yes, November 19th is when I got these screenshots. Just for the record.
Okay.
Okay, so this was Kaylee's TikTok.
Yes.
As of that day, and it was like pulled down pretty quick after that. But oh my word, I just closed all that, didn't I? Hold on. Okay. So anyway, that was her TikTok. Well, I was looking through some of the pictures, and this one came up. That guy.
Jason K.M. Horton.
Yeah. Well, I was looking at what different people were commenting on their stuff. And
right.
I pulled up he was commenting some weird stuff like, what did he say? Continue being bad bitches.
Yeah.
I pulled up his TikTok, and I'll show you this one first.
Let me think about
You see, that's his picture.
Oh, wow. Okay. That's a little creepy.
But this one caught my attention.
Whoa.
That's a K-bar.
Sure is. And I know what that's all about. That's how you hide out in the woods without being seen. Yeah. Okay.
I've always wondered about this.
That's weird. And this is somebody that they were connected to?
Yes.
Can you blow that up on your side anymore so that they can get it bigger? There you go. Okay. Hold up.
Can you take off Jules off the thing?
Yeah, I just saw that. Sorry, Jules.
Just for a second.
No, it's okay. She was done with it anyway. I was done with it. All right, let's blow this back up. There we go. That's a ghillie suit. All right. There's the head. And on down to the knife. Interesting. And this is what this kid looks like too. That is definitely a K-bar knife. Or yeah, it looks like one at least. Regardless, it's a knife, you guys. Who the hell is this kid? Was he in the military?
No, he didn't have any military posts. I don't even know if his TikTok's still up. I might pull it up and see. Let me get his name real quick. I'm going to go in another tab and see if it's still up. Oh, wait, it's on the bottom of that one. Jason, is it KM? KM Horton. Okay. Jason KM Horton. I'm just going to do a quick search. I haven't looked him up in a while. Jason KM Horton. Yeah, his TikTok's still there.
Okay.
Seeing if I can find that one again. I don't know how much he's been on TikTok since this happened.
Do we know how old this kid is? Whoa. Hold on. Scroll back up just a little bit. One more. Right there. Oh, no. Okay, that's not her. I thought that was... Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
Okay. I haven't been on here since, like, that week. Let me check a date on one of these real quick.
2020, August 24th of 2020. Okay.
Yeah, it looks like he took it down.
Oh, interesting. Jason Horton. That makes me wonder. What's going on here?
Yeah, I noticed he had a thing for blonde girls. He had mostly blonde girls on here when I looked last, but
Same seems to. Yeah, you're right. He seems to. Now, does it say anywhere in there where he's from? He seems awful young in these pictures, but
I'd say young college, probably.
early, yeah.
I'm gonna search him on Facebook real quick.
That's what I'm doing right now. I don't see. Wait a minute.
Nothing. Okay, it's Jaysen?
Yep. I think I found him. Indiana. Let me see something here. See if it's the same one. This is a young picture, but that's the same kid here, isn't it? Let me see. Very young picture. That looks like the same kid, doesn't it?
Let me come back to the screen.
Like I said, he's a lot younger.
Okay, so he would be probably 12 in that picture.
If that, yeah. July 7th of 15.
So 19, 20?
Yeah, right around college age, right. That's weird.
Yeah.
Okay, that's definitely him. Kenny Horton.
Yeah, I just have no idea. Because he was all over their social medias. I only took a couple of screenshots.
He was all over, like, just
He
Maddie.
was on Kaylee's and Maddie's is the only ones I saw.
Okay. Yeah, he definitely has a thing for
A little
blondes.
weird.
Nellie said he reminds her of Elliot Rogers.
Ugh, creepy.
Wonder if he changed his Facebook after this.
Looks like this one's gone too, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Dang.
Wonder why he would take that down or what the deal is. That's interesting. Let me see what friends he has on this Facebook.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Wait a minute here. Kenna, Abby. No, that's
He
not
died.
right. Kenny, Taylor. And I don't see any last names that match up with anybody I know of, but that doesn't mean.
Let's see.
Yeah, I don't see anything. I wonder if he's got a newer one because this looks like from when he was a little kid. Let me go back out here.
Now, is that one with Jaysen?
Jaysen, yeah. Now, see this? Oh, wait a minute. This looks like this could be him, too. A little bit older, maybe. The face looks the same. Hold on. This is kind of weird.
I mean, to me, I don't think it would need to be, if somebody's involved, I don't think it would need to be somebody that like lives right there.
Yeah, right. And again, this kid's from Indiana. Now, doesn't that look like an older person that he's wearing clown makeup too? So,
Yeah, it does.
It looks like him.
Yeah, that's him.
Okay.
That's true. Yep, that's him.
Yeah, that's him. This is older version. And let's see here. Let me check this now. All right.
There's an Abigail.
Abby Wenger. Okay. Wait a minute. Wasn't there in the one video, the one Nightline or something like that, or wasn't there a girl that was interviewed by that name? I swear, we get a better picture of her, but maybe not. I don't know.
No.
I could have swore that was the name, one of the names, but
Do a search at the top and like just type in some names like Madison
yeah, the friend
or
search.
Melody
Okay.
or Julie, Brian, that kind of thing. See if there's anything.
Yeah, that's typically what I do when I'm digging too. That's funny you said that.
Right.
That's how you find it. No. Mike and his roosters, huh?
Well, I think that since he took these off of his TikTok, he probably would have removed them from.
Yeah. Well, it makes me wonder though. I wonder if there's another one. Let me see.
Mama Bear said that she said it might have been a Rachel, but the same last name of that girl you were just thinking.
Yeah. Right. Let me see if these are anything. Well, it looks like he may have taken down all his stuff, or not done anything with it since. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, it
I
makes
just
you wonder why.
who the heck it is, if there's any.
Well, if he's all over there, yeah, I'm sure he's been looked at, and maybe that's why that stuff was taken down. I don't know. Those free eggs, right, CJ?
What did CJ say? Oh, those.
He made a joke the other day because we were talking about how expensive eggs were, and I said, "Well, I get free eggs," and he was like, "He was like, how do they just come shit them out all over your yard?" And I was like,
"Oh yeah."
And I lost it laughing, so it became a joke between us. So, yeah, that's interesting though. Very interesting because that kind of weird stuff is exactly what needs to be looked at. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and you never know who's in chat and who's going to say, "Hey, I know that person, and I know who they know or whatever."
Right, and seeing stuff like that is disturbing to me. I'm sorry, especially if you're all over these girls' social media.
That one was very creepy.
Ever think about tying her up and doing it? Yeah, that's weird. Very weird. Absolutely, War Eagle. That's what this is about, guys. That's what we're doing. It's we're trying to find the truth here, and there's a lot of stuff that we have to look at to do this kind of stuff. But stuff like this, like that, sends red flags up all over the place. It really does. That's interesting. Yeah. I wonder if we could find him on any other forms of social media. Do you know what I mean?
Right. I'm gonna look on Twitter.
That is so cute.
Often,
oh my God.
They don't even use their real name though.
Right. That's the thing.
Oh, okay. Somebody that I know on YouTube had posted this photo on December 2nd and said one of Kaylee's friends on TikTok and here, I'll put it over here.
Oh. Interesting.
But they got the screenshots too. I know who that is. She has YouTube.
It's quite alarming to see this kind of thing when it comes down to something like this, for sure. So.
Sharing her location. Yep.
Wow.
Oh, that's funny. She shared my video from way back then.
Right.
I was showing what I showed up here the other day with the location on. That's all that was. Well, that's all. I don't see a Jason Horton on there.
No. Pretty wild. Lakeville is. Wait a minute. Willa said Lakeville is in the.
Oh, I found him. I found him on Twitter.
Well, there's a Lakeville in Indiana too. That's where it was based out of. Willow. Twitter. Is that new? He looks older for
He
sure.
hasn't posted on here since 2021. Let me check replies. Nope, he hasn't been active on here since 2021.
I remember not knowing what a raid was. What did that say? Scroll that back down just right here. I remember not knowing what a raid was. I was ignorant when I tried running Vault of Glass by myself. Figured, oh, it must be about a video game. Okay, that's fine. Sorry, I thought it meant something else. Interesting. Yeah, that's creepy to say the least. I was looking to see there's some connection to this kid possibly was going to Idaho or Washington or you know what I mean? Who knows?
Well, I don't know. Kind of bushy eyebrows.
What's up, Dolphin? What are you saying, hon? You said you guys are blind? What do you see? What do you see that I don't see? Or what don't I see that you see? However you want to say it. Come on, Dolphin. Help me out here. Jesse Calhoun is tore up in his pics. They are posting his usual. Oh, good Lord. Go look at what, hon? Help me here. I'm lost.
Dolphin, go look at what?
Yeah, I'm a little lost. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna see if there's any public record on.
Yeah, he's in. It said he was from Indiana, Tammy. You can come up here too if you want to, dear. If it's easier to explain it. I'm trying. Oh, yeah. Okay, I'm sorry, hon. I didn't see you down there. That's all right. Welcome, dear.
Hey.
What's up?
Oh, no problem. Yeah, thank you, because I have been typing it. When you guys start talking about what social media that he had, I start looking and I was like, oh, his Instagram. And I've posted it a bunch, but you guys never looked over it, chat. There is a photo that is just gory. I guess it's Halloween, but it's from August 2017. It's like prosthetics and makeup, and it's got like his face like split in half and the skin is hanging and his mouth is covered in blood. That's what I wanted you guys to see, because when you guys showed the ghillie suit, I saw that and then I saw this and I was like, oh wow.
Wow.
Yeah.
Where is that picture at?
On his Instagram. You guys aren't on his Instagram. There's his Instagram. I just typed it in chat. Jason Horton 857.
It won't come up in chat, I don't think. You'll have to put it in private chat.
Oh, hold on. Let me.
57.
Sorry. Yeah,
Actually,
they don't
since
allow.
I'm here, let me just see if it'll do the whole image.
Got it.
You got it? Okay, thanks.
Okay.
Second.
Thank you for that. Yeah, unless you're like moderated or whatever, it won't let you put things in actual chat. It's weird.
Oh, okay. Let me see. Copy link.
He's definitely older there.
Hang on just a second. I gotta sign out.
I put that link in private chat.
Okay, I can just click
for
on it
the
that way.
specific picture that I was talking about.
There we go. Let's see. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's interesting. I mean, it's definitely Halloween makeup. It's pretty good, but
oh, it is October. I thought it was August. I think I was looking at something else a few minutes
it's
ago.
okay. Here, let me show you real fast. Yeah, it definitely looks like a Halloween thing. Interesting.
Yeah.
Yes. That's what it is. I'm gonna venture to say, but still, that other picture has me.
Are you able to see any of his friends on Instagram by chance?
Let's see. think he has it wide open. Who he's following? Oh God, he's following 1,424 people. He's only got 302 followers, 197 posts.
Good lord.
Yeah, you'd never be able to go through all these unless you just really had the time.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. This kid looks kind of. It
He
looks kind of.
looks pretty vanilla, but you never know.
Yeah, no, you're right. I know he looks a little young, and maybe I don't know how that even happened. Hmm. Interesting.
Yeah.
Very interesting. I don't know. Just this here is what bugs me. That bugs me right there. Now, the ghillie suit thing, I don't know. Is this another Halloween costume of some sort, or is this something that you enjoy?
Yeah, he's got more than one Instagram.
Yeah, I think it's better off that we maybe look at this offline so that we're not like showing all of his stuff out here just in case. You know what I mean? After the fact,
All right. I'm
probably better.
going to stop. How do I?
Yeah.
There we go.
Just because I wasn't thinking that picture.
He looks
Kind of,
stabby, Bonnie said.
yeah, that picture did definitely creep me out. Considering that he's all over their social media, and that could just be because he sees two pretty blondes that he's interested in. That's normal. But when you add that and that other statement that he posted with that other picture, it's just like, whoa, bud, what's up? What's going
Yeah.
on? You know?
And didn't we hear a rumor early in the case that the girls were, I know it was just a rumor, speculation, a rumor, something, a post somebody put on 4chan or whatever, that they tied them up.
Yep. I agree. I
So,
definitely agree.
who
Thank you for that.
knows?
Thank you so much for that. I appreciate you.
Yeah, no problem. I'm going to drop back out.
All righty.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for that. I appreciate
You're
it.
welcome. Hi, Dolphin.
Hello.
Bye, Mike. Nice to see you
Yeah.
guys.
Take care.
I think you are missing Inspector Gadget's answer. What am I looking for here? Let me go back to Gadget. Where are we at? Inspector Gadget. Oh, I can see it now. Okay. What did you see, Gadget? One maiden, not Bigfoot. Oh, okay, Gadget. I see what you're saying. Africa. Wait. Are you claiming like no? Well, because that I'm confused. Africa. The only person who was ever claimed to have gone to Africa was Jack. Uh,
Showalter.
Walter. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm. Weird. No, that's the thing, Dakota. We have no proof that he was anywhere around them other than the fact that he was on their social media accounts. So, Hashcat Snelly, I'm 87 years old, and wow. Congrats on that one, Hash. Good for you. No, he's confused. Got you. Okay. Got you. That's a good point. Good point. All right, everybody. How are you today, Dolphin, by the way?
Oh, sorry. I'm okay. I've got a bit of a headache now after you know,
Uh-huh.
what
Yep.
happened a little while ago. So
Yep.
yeah, I'm
Sorry
just
about
trying
that.
to. No, that's okay. I'm just trying to relax and maintain, and I need to probably take something for the headache so I can continue on
Yeah,
with my day.
I have a little bit of one myself. But yeah, I try to avoid them things happening, but I have no control over,
Oh yeah.
you
I was
know,
gonna
it.
say I missed the beginning of your stream a little bit. Did you ever talk about Dylan? Was that what today
Yeah,
was?
yeah, that's what we talked about this morning.
Oh,
Um,
okay. Mm.
And given I showed some of that, but it got a bit vulgar, so I just cut it down to the very end where he explained what happened with Brent Kopacka in the apartment, so on and so forth. That's what that was all about.
Oh, okay.
Willie was up here.
Hmm.
He talked a little bit about knowing who Bryan was. Not that he's a friend with him, but knowing friends of Bryan's and getting them interested into coming over here to talk about Bryan on the positive side of things in some sense, and just to give us another outlook on who Bryan Kohberger was. So,
Oh, okay. I caught I guess the latter half of Willie's conversation.
yeah. So I think that was pretty much it though today, and then of course that other stuff happened. So again, my apologies to everyone. I can't really control. I had no idea that that was going to be an issue or anything like that. Somebody asked a question about a vehicle fire, and boom, 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 everything went to hell. So my apologies once again, guys.
I have a
One,
question. I'm
and I
sorry. Go
hopefully
ahead.
I haven't. No, I hopefully I have an answer.
Oh, I was gonna say, do you think you guys would be interested in going back through the press conferences to try to, like, I don't know, isolate or highlight the lies, or when the
Yeah,
police were
yeah, we've
getting
done that.
antsy and whatnot? Oh, we
Yeah,
have?
we've done that a few times,
Oh,
but
I missed that then. Okay.
I don't have a problem doing that. Is there anybody else in here that would um want to go back, review the press conferences in a little bit of a slower fashion and kind of highlight all the issues that we were looking at in that scenario? Because I have no problem doing that. I only got to cover two of the press conferences, and there was, or no, one of them. No, we did two of them, I think. But there were so many inconsistencies and so many issues in those two alone. It was just a joke. You know what I mean? So there's plenty more out there. In the very beginning, I was showing everybody, yeah, that's true.
Hmm.
We were doing that and we got stopped for some reason. So we can go back and finish that up. We can jump right into that tomorrow. That's not a problem.
Okay.
Yeah, we were doing, I can't remember what the hell stopped us, but we started looking at it and I was pointing out, Jesus, within the first 5 seconds of the first press conference, I'm like, well, there's that. Look, they ask him a question and he stutters around all these questions. He can't give a straight answer. All of these things. Thank you so much, Dark Fate Child. I appreciate that. And those have been issues with me from the very beginning of this case, you guys.
Right.
1,000%.
And
Of course.
then also these different officers that have questionable um, experience in past or whatever, has that ever been like just explained?
Not really. Not really. We've looked into them like privately without being live here and there.
Mm-hmm.
That's about it. Natalie says, "Why don't you play 11 King Road Clue Channel? I will love your opinion." Okay, I can look at that real quick before we end everything. Um, which one? Which one do you want me to click on? There's two of them. There's a channel that has two different things on it, Natalie. So it's up to you. Thank you, Heather, for that again. Let's see who's in the background laughing and standing around. Okay, so we have that. I guess we're gonna look at that.
So this is a new channel she's talking about?
Look, it looks like it was put together quickly, just to show something. I'm guessing. Okay, let's see here what this is. Okay. Wait a minute. I want to make sure you guys can hear this. Yeah, and then after this, guys, we'll be bringing it down to a close for today and jumping up tomorrow, and that's what we're going to be doing. Checking out the pressers. Okay. Here we go.
Students from the University of Idaho playing Eccles and Latah County Prosecutor Bill Thompson. This incident has shaken our community, continued to shake our community, and we continue to mourn for the victims. We will continue to vigorously pursue the investigation and pursue justice in this case.
Is this on a slower speed?
It is
Or
a
is this normal?
complex and terrible crime, and it will take some time to resolve. Today, we want to clarify what we know and where we're at in this investigation. Our primary goal is public safety. And to get a completion of this case and bring someone to justice. We continue to dedicate all the resources to this investigation. We've had 646 tips received, and all will be processed, vetted, investigated, and cleared. We've done over 90 interviews in this case so far, and the Moscow Police Department is utilizing the assistance from the Idaho State Police, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, and the Lake Tahoe County Sheriff's Office. The personnel that has been assigned to this from the Moscow Police Department is 4 detectives, 24 officers.
Can you guys hear this?
Yeah. Although his audio is kind
okay.
of like in and out, but yeah. This was a Clue channel, or what was this?
It's called 1122 King Road Clue. Dual credit Vandal Coke raid. See history of Joe Vandal and stolen map. Okay, so that's what this is. I know this is part of a presser, but it leads into something else, I guess. So.
Oh, okay. Oh, Natalie B is saying the second. This is the second part. Are we supposed to be watching the first part, Natalie?
All right, sorry. I didn't realize the way it was sitting in there, it was backwards. So.
Yeah, they said one maiden nut said yes.
Okay, we'll go with this one first. Why does it go to this one? The other one is the one I clicked on. What the shit? I click on this one here. So do I need to click this one then first?
Yes, a very often mistake true. Along your right there. By the painstaking process of eliminating the untrue. We are not able to do that in this case without further data.
Mr. Holmes?
What?
It's morning.
Allow me to congratulate you on a brilliant bit of deduction.
I'm a consulting detective. Only one in the world that landed the job.
What does that mean?
It means when the police are out of their depth, which is always, they consult me.
What? My conjecture is that he'll be murdered. Murdered? It'll be very interesting to see if my deductions are accurate. Interesting, yes. But facts? No. I hardly think the tales of superstitious peasants.
Rubbish, Holmes. Rubbish. How the devil can you deduce that?
It is the mark of an educated mind to be able to entertain a thought without accepting it.
Bryan Kohberger is the man responsible for the murder of 4 University of Idaho students. Records show he's from Pennsylvania. He completed both his undergraduate studies at DeSales University.
20-year-old Ethan Chapin of Mount Vernon, Washington, 20-year-old Xana Kernodle of Post Falls, 21-year-old Kaylee Gonsalves of Rathdrum, and 21-year-old Madison Mogan of Coeur d'Alene.
I've been here in Moscow on scene since about 3 p.m. Since I've been here, I've watched Moscow police cars come in and out of this neighborhood, where officials found 4 people dead. Neighbors say they began noticing police cars flood the area around 12 p.m. today. Moscow police say they responded to a call here on King Road for an unconscious individual. Upon further investigation, officials found 4 people dead. While police investigated the scene, the University of Idaho enacted a shelter-in-place alert as university officials reported a homicide near campus. As we've stated, that alert is lifted at this time. Neighbors say most people living in this area are a part of U of I Greek life or are students, but we do not know the identities of those involved or who lives at the residence. Officials are investigating. This is a very much developing situation, and we will continue to stay on the grounds until we have more information to report back to you. Until then, in Moscow, Janelle Finch, Crime 2 News.
My name is Chief James Fry with the Moscow Police Department. I'm going to be reading from my notes today because I want the information you receive to be extremely accurate. We know you have questions, and so do we. That is why we're here. I'd like to thank everyone for attending this press conference. Joining me today is the Latah County Prosecutor Bill Thompson, University of Idaho President Scott Green, Provost and Vice President Corey Lawrence, University of Idaho Dean of Students Blaine Eccles, Latah County Sheriff Richie Skiles, Chief Deputy of Latah County Tim Best, Idaho State Police Colonel Kedrick Wills. The Moscow Police Department would like to extend our condolences to all family members, friends, the University of Idaho, and the Moscow community. This was a horrible crime that took the lives of Ethan Chapin, Xana Kernodle, Madison Mogan, and Kaylee.
I'm confused. What are you talking about? All things silver. Can I drive the heart off the chat? Oh, the banner that was up there? Is that what you're talking about? I'm sorry. If that's what you were talking about. Yeah, I took it down.
Gone Calves. This horrible crime has affected all of us, the families, the University of Idaho, our community, our country, and our officers. Agencies that are involved in this task force include Latah County Sheriff's Office, the Idaho State Police, and the Federal Bureau of Investigations. As we continue our investigation, we have learned that Ethan and Xana were at a party on campus, and Madison and Kaylee were at a downtown bar. They arrived home sometime after 1:45. If anyone in our community or across our nation has any information about these times or the victims' whereabouts, please call our tip line at 208-883-7180. The facts of the case that we know right now. We know that these homicides occurred in the early morning hours of Sunday, November 13th. Around noon, Moscow officers received a call.
Thank you, Heather. Good job today. Take care.
Officers discovered the bodies of Ethan Chapin, Xana Kernodle, Madison Mogan, and Kaylee Gonsalves inside the residence on King Road. The four were stabbed with a knife, but no weapon has been located at this time. There was no sign of forced entry into the residence. Investigators are continuing to collect evidence at the scene. Investigators are working to develop a timeline to relevant events. Autopsies are taking place today on all the victims so we can continue to gather evidence and solve the crime. Investigators are working to follow up on all leads and to identify a person of interest. Based on details at the scene, we believe this was an isolated, targeted attack on our victims. We do not have a suspect at this time, and that individual is still out there. We cannot say that there's no threat to the community, and as we have stated, please stay vigilant, report any suspicious activity, and be aware of your surroundings at all times. What we do know, or what we don't know, excuse me, the identity and location of the suspect, the location of the knife or any clothing that was worn by the suspect. Currently, we have 25 plus investigators working this case, as well as assistance from the Federal Bureau of Investigation and the Idaho State Police. We're reviewing video that has been collected, but we are asking citizens to contact us with any information you may have that will help in this investigation. Once again, we're asking anyone with a tip to call the tip line at 208-883-7180.
I'm Scott Green, president of the University of Idaho, and with me is Tori Lawrence. He's our provost, and Blaine Eccles, our dean of students, will be available for questions after all of the statements are made. The crime, to us, this crime and the loss of these young lives is just simply beyond comprehension. While our small community is certainly not immune to such things, it's not a situation our close-knit campus is used to dealing with. First, my deepest condolences to the families. And friends of Ethan, Kaylee, Zena, and Madison. Excuse me. Their loss has been devastating, and they were bright lights in our community and are deeply missed and remain in our thoughts and our prayers. We've been working with Moscow police since we were notified on Sunday of the crime. We've helped when asked and continually push for information whenever possible, knowing that we cannot interfere with the important work and good investigations that are occurring. We just want justice for these victims. Our focus at the university is to support our students and our employees. We are encouraging students and employees to take care of themselves as we head into Thanksgiving break. I want to take a moment to commend our faculty and staff who have been on the front lines helping our students, whether that is providing counseling to those in need of support, accommodating those who want to travel home, or engaging those who find comfort in staying busy interacting with their peers and our instructors in class. Our employees stepped up when our students needed them. While we have relied heavily on the expertise of Moscow police, we feel confident that remaining open with flexibility to leave allows our students to decide what is best for them. The weeks ahead will continue to challenge us as this loss and the circumstances around this crime become known. We will support each other as we grieve, and we'll move through this together as a Vandal family.
Good afternoon. My name is Kedrick Wills. I serve as the director of the Idaho State Police. And as we have this discussion today, I'd like to express my appreciation for your attendance here, because it's important, vitally important, that we get the information that we have out to the public. Crime knows no boundaries, and these murders have shaken us to our very core. You heard the university president as well as the chief of police talk about this small community, and it's a very close, tight-knit community. And our hearts break for the families that lost their loved ones, the University of Idaho, the Moscow community, and even within our entire state. Be assured, the Idaho State Police is firmly in support of the work that the Moscow Police Department is doing, and we are providing every resource that we can to make sure that this comes to a conclusion, and that the person or people that this is responsible are brought to justice. It's so important that you understand that this takes a team effort. This is teamwork with the university, with the Moscow City Police Department, the Latah County Sheriff's Office, the Idaho State Police, and the Federal Bureau of Investigation. It takes everybody to be able to do this, and it's a balancing act. It's a balancing act of getting the community the information that they need to have with making sure that we provide a case that the Latah County Prosecutor's Office can go forward with. Governor Little, Idaho's governor, has assured me that the full weight of all the resources we have within our state are available to Chief Fry and to his team. Our crime lab is also involved with processing evidence, and our law enforcement throughout the region, state and federal agencies continue to provide resources. From the Idaho State Police's perspective, we provided detectives here from this area, as well as detectives from out of the area, state police detectives, as well as patrol resources and communication assistance as well to provide for Chief Fry and his team. Following this briefing, our communications director from the Idaho State Police, Aaron Snell, if you raise your hand, Aaron, he will be the contact for all press media inquiries from here on out. He'll be working closely with Chief Fry and his team. And we have additional, like I said, additional patrol and investigation resources brought to bear here as well. We want to do everything we can to make sure that this is done correctly and that the people that are responsible for this are brought to justice.
So at this time, I'm going to open it up to some questions that I'm sure you have, and we'll do the best we can to answer those for you.
Hello, Chief Ray. Thank you for having us. I'm Amanda Rowley with Creme 2 News. You mentioned that there's an indication that it's an isolated, targeted incident, and there is an individual somewhere. Can you give us a reason as to why there's that belief there is a suspect? And can you also give a little more information on the forced entry? There's no sign of forced entry, but did it seem like any of the entries were left unlocked by any means?
I'll answer the last part there just because it's at the front end of my mind. We're not 100% sure if the door was unlocked, but there was no damage to anything, and the door was still open when we got there.
And in my first question.
Yeah.
If you'd like me to read.
No, I think I haven't. In these cases, we take the totality of the things that we see, and they're very dynamic, right? And they're very big, and there's a lot of information, and we try to take that information, and some of it we can't share with you, correct? But we try to take that information, we try to make the best educated decision we can. We review that as a team with our detectives, along with our prosecutors, along with the university, and we try to make that best decision on that. So we, at that time, believe that there was no a threat, and our goal is to provide safety for this community. That's why we're bringing in the resources we're bringing. We want a close to this, and we want to do everything we can to let the people in our community know that we care. We want them to feel safe. We want them to be safe, and we're going to do everything we can to do that.
If I could add one more question. You asked for videos or anything from the community to help put together that timeline. We obtained a copy of Twitch video, and family members of the Gonsalves family were able to identify Maddie and Kaylee in those videos at a food truck ordering food. Is the police department, our investigators, aware of that video, and has it helped put together that timeline?
We are aware of that video, and it has helped. It gives us a time and space where we know that two of our victims were, and that helps us a ton, and we'll continue to follow up all leads that we can and continue to gather those.
Any indication of a party at the home that night?
This will be the last one. Okay, I understand. Not that we know of, not at the home. We know that the other, let me get the names exactly right here. We know that Zaina and Ethan were at a different party on campus. But that timeline will still help us if other people know about that.
Thank you.
Chief Wright, John Webb with KHQ. On September 12th, there was a vandal alert that was sent out about a potential stabbing threat on Paradise Path. Does this have any connection with what we've seen so far?
Not that we know of it, but we're following up every lead. Every piece of information we get, we are following up to ensure that nothing has gone unturned. We want to have the individual identified, who is the suspect of this eventually. So we are literally looking into every aspect of everything.
And you guys have said repeatedly that there's no threat to the public, but we don't know who the suspect is. We don't know where he's at. How is there no threat to the public at this point?
Well, that's kind of an unknown. Like I said, we took the information that we had at the time, but we do need to be aware. The individual is still out there, right? We need to be vigilant. We need to watch out for our neighbors. We're a community policing community. We've said that for years, and it's a community that watches out for each other. We need to continue to do that until we can close this off and make an arrest.
Why has there been such limited information over the past couple of days? I mean, we're almost 4 days into this. Why has it been so limited?
Yeah, it's a difficult. We have a lot of information coming in, and we have tried to push out some information through press releases. But the reality is, I probably should have been standing here a day or so ago, but I'm here now. We're going to continue to be here. We're going to continue to give you the information we can. We care about this community. I care about this community. I've worked here for 27 years. I want this community to be the safest community around. So
the mayor's called it a crime of passion. Is there any indication that that's true?
We're looking into every aspect of this. I'm not going to stipulate whether it's one thing or another. We're going to continue to investigate, and through evidence we'll get that. So
one last question, if I could, Chief. Have we looked at any boyfriends or any ex-boyfriends, any spouses as a potential suspect?
I will tell you, we are looking at everyone. Every tip we get, every lead we get, there's no one that we're not going to talk to. There's no one we're not going to interview. There's no one that we're not going to look into. And we're going to do our due diligence. We're going to make sure that nothing goes unturned, and that we do everything we can with the assistance of all the resources we have to get a final answer.
Thanks, Chief.
I'm Emma Epperly with this Fox interview. Hi. So there were other roommates who lived at that residence. Were the roommates home at the time of the attack?
There was other people home at that time, but we are not just focusing just on them. We're focusing on everybody that may be coming and going from that residence.
So since they were home, was it a hostage situation?
No, it was not.
And then they didn't call it into police, so were they injured?
That last comment, watch his face. Watch it, or that's a little too far, but watch his face.
Yeah, he totally was stumbling over the answer about the roommates being in the home.
That's quite interesting.
And then he didn't answer it.
Right. Yeah, these are interesting to see his. Are you kidding me? Damn trolls. Okay. Anyway, moving forward. Yeah, watch this.
There was other people home at that time, but we're not just focusing just on them. We're focusing on everybody that may be coming and going from that residence.
So since they were home, was it a hostage situation?
No, it was not.
And then did
you see that? That's what I'm talking about. He almost looked like he didn't want to answer that question. You know what I mean? Like he's irritated about it.
Oh, I missed that because I was typing. I looked down and type in chat.
Watch this.
There was other people home at that time, but we're not just focusing just on them. We're focusing on everybody that may be coming and going from that residence.
so since they were home, was it a hostage situation?
No, it was not.
And then did they didn't call it into police? So were they injured?
They were not injured, but like I said, we're still following up with everybody that could have been in that area.
And how can you say it's a targeted attack if
Could have been in that area.
Like I said, we take the totality of the situation. We try to make the best bit of information we can with everything that comes in, and then we make our decision off of that. So at this time, I'm not going to expand upon that. But like I've said, we do have a suspect out somewhere, and we are looking for that individual to solve this.
Hi, Rachel Sun, Northwest Public Broadcasting.
Yes, Richard.
I just want to clarify something you said earlier. Over the past couple of days, the information that we've been getting is there's not a threat to the public. And earlier, I heard you say you can't be sure that there is no threat. I just want to clarify what your stance is on that at this time.
So we still believe it's a targeted attack, but the reality is there's still a person out there who committed 4 horrible crimes. So I think we got to go back to there is a threat out there still, possibly. We don't know. We don't believe it's going to be to anybody else, but we all have to be aware of our surroundings and make sure that we're watching out for each other.
Okay, and then one other follow-up. I know you said when the call came in, it was for an unconscious person, and also that was a stabbing. It seems, just from an outside perspective looking in, like that would be not the first thing a person calling in would think.
You're right. But the report that we got was that it was an unconscious individual. It wasn't until our officers arrived on scene, went in to do caregiving check on the individual who was unconscious that we found the scene that we found.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Hi, Heather Roberts with ABC News. Just to follow up on what she asked. So the other 2 roommates were there at the time of the attack?
All the information that we have from our investigation is that yes, they were.
Okay, but they were unhurt.
That is correct.
So was there any explanation as to why it took so long then for someone to call 911? You have surviving witnesses to an incident at 3 or 4 in the morning, and the 911 call didn't come until noon?
I don't think I ever said that they were witnesses. I said they were there. So, we don't know why that call came in at noon and not in the middle of the night. Would have we loved for that to have happened? Yes, but that's not how it took place. So that's why we're investigating everything still to try to pull all the pieces together.
Were they one of the people, were they the 911 caller?
At this point in time, I'm not going to divulge who our 911 caller is, just because I want to keep the integrity of the investigation at this point. Okay.
Okay. And last question, are you able to tell whether the same weapon was used on all 4 victims?
That's why we're having the autopsies done. The autopsy will confirm that and hopefully collect some evidence for us, even from those. That's why you do the autopsies, is to try to be thorough and try to gather more. So we'll leave that would probably be something that would come out later.
Excuse me, Derek Shug, Fox News Digital. Was there anything missing in the home, or were the purses still there? Any robbery attempt, anything like that?
Nothing that we have identified.
Chief, if you don't mind elaborating a bit more on those 2 people. Was it 2 people? What have those people shared about the circumstances of that night, what they saw or didn't see?
Well, I'm not going to go into what they shared that night. Obviously, that's part of our investigation. That's part of the information that we're trying to build our complete story with. So as far as that goes, we're not going to go any further into what they know and what they don't know.
How many were there?
We believe 2.
Chief, have you looked into the social media accounts of all the different victims? And
We believe 2? What is that?
Yeah, to build our complete story. Yeah.
That's weird. Hold on.
And this wasn't the same day. He said something at the very beginning
Right.
about he should have been here a few days ago or something.
Yeah,
So this is a
this
few
was,
days later.
I think this came out on the 17th. So.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Right, and that comment there. Listen to that again.
As far as that goes, we're not going to go any further into what they know, what they don't know.
How many were there?
We believe 2.
We believe 2. The hell? 4 days later?
That's a joke. I'm sorry. This is pathetic. Oh my God, it irritates me.
Have you looked into the social media accounts of all the different victims? And we understand that one may have had an account linked to her Instagram account. Have you looked into those accounts? Have you seen any sort of threats made to any of the individuals?
So we are looking at all resources. We got the, like I said, Federal Bureau of Investigation helping us. We got our detectives, our forensic detectives looking into that. We're trying to pull this whole picture. We're looking at everything that we can look at, social media, etc. So to answer your question, yes, we are.
Were the victims all found in one part of the house?
I'm not going to divulge that either. That's part of our investigation.
Tomorrow will officially mark 3 weeks since 4 University of Idaho students were nothing short of slaughtered in their apartment.
All right, everybody. I'm sorry to do this, but I really have to jump off here. I have to do some family stuff, but I will pick this up tomorrow where we left off. And we'll go back and hit these press conferences. As you can see, there's quite a bit of stuff in these that's very important that I think we need to go back and re-look at one more time with a little bit of critical thinking as we're looking at it. Okay.
Right. To see where they started lying,
Yes. And other options, other things that have gone on. So once again, I want to thank everybody that was here today. Mikey, thanks for being up here with me, brother. Dolphin, always thank you for being here with us, hon. We appreciate you. Willie, Rory, everybody that was up here, thank you. And everybody in chat, thank you so very much for being here. We love you guys to death. I hope you guys have a great rest of your day. And I will see every one of you all so very soon. Have a great day, folks. I love you to death. And don't forget to love yourselves and love each other. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.